moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fight, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and send again. Away.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the LEC 2023 winter season live from Berlin, Germany. As we will have SK and BDS kicking off the day. And BDS, they're arriving in style. Oh my God, in the limousine. I hear they have so many cool intros prepared for us for this season. So that's how you make a fan out of people, I gotta say.
Yeah, go for the Hitman style, you know?
Yeah.
Rock it up at the same time. I'm ready for it.
Making a fan out of me with those intros. I see them. I love what I'm seeing.
I like it a lot. It's awesome. But yeah, of course, BDS SK yesterday didn't manage to get a win on the board. I'm here with Dagda and with Goldberg. Ender is also standing by. He's just at a different location because I want to take a different approach to the season and how we look at it. But first, let's pull up the standings for if you did miss day 1. Of course, we're going to see that 5 teams got 1 win and the other 5 got a loss. Some of them were much closer, like for instance, Vitality, Fnatic, right? That could have gone either way, but this is how it plays out for now.
Yeah, and I think in general of day 1, first assessment is that we see a lot of unique talents coming through that actually shows a lot of promise in general for what we can expect from them in the future. If I had one way to nitpick some of these teams for now, it's the fact that objective setup is a bit whack at the moment. We still see the Baron setup. It was like thrown 3 out of 5 games. But to be perfectly honest, I think it's expected when new players come together, they have to form the team. Macro, the team shot calling is usually what takes a little longer getting on the road rather than just your unique individual skill.
And I think it's been really cool to kind of see those new players step up as well, right? Shigenda have a great day. Bo had a fantastic day as well. Photon looking fantastic on the Jack. So I really think it is leveling up the talent that we have in the LEC, and it's going to be so sick to see how this one plays
Yeah, it was
out.
a great first day. I think we saw a fight out of all teams. But as said, I have a little game for you guys, and it works as the following. I'm going to give you one team, and then I'm going to give you 3 words. And with those 3 words, you got to describe how that team will become the LEC 2023 Winter Champions. But it's going to be crazy. They have to go on a wacky adventure, an epic journey, and that's how they eventually make it. Okay?
All right.
They're all
That
going to
sounds
Mordor.
good?
Yeah.
And I'm the judge as to who wins. All right,
Okay.
Dagda, you can start.
no.
Your team is Vitality.
Okay.
Your words are leash, super team, and Shamrock.
Okay, I like
And
the last
3,
one.
2, 1. Go, 1 minute.
Okay, I mean, look, Vitality already came in absolutely swinging yesterday. You can see that Bo got a great leash to start things off, which meant that he's able to go for that level 2 gank in the bot side. Don't you talk.
I'm sorry.
Which is absolutely fantastic. And then, look, I wouldn't say they're quite the level of a super team yet, but when you've got all these new players that are coming in that look absolutely fantastic, like Bo coming across from FPX with the 10-0, you've got the top lane Photon that's looking absolutely fantastic. It looks like they're on their ways to be that, but I think they really do need to get kind of the look of the Irish on their side, get that Shamrock out so they can really kind of find that success to keep that ball rolling. I think specifically though, I mean, Perk's already trying to set up his side. His jungler is going to be very, very good. Bot lane look absolutely fantastic. And I think that's where I'm looking at to see if these guys can ramp it up towards the end of the split, get that communication going and take over at the end and win it all.
Okay, it was not that weird and wonderful. It actually seemed believable.
He's too good.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what a shamrock is.
Oh, it's a little leaf. It's like a flower. Yeah. It's like a
the
symbol of
sign
Ireland.
Yes,
yeah,
of Ireland, of course, because you are from Ireland. That makes so much sense. Silly me. Okay, I like it, but I feel like it was kind of straightforward. It could actually all happen. Let's see what we got.
I thought that was the point.
No, I want it to be a little bit more special
all
than
right,
that.
I'll see what I can do.
The Mad team for Goldberg, your words are coin flip, MVP, and Pulse. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, let's start at the beginning of a story. Every story needs a beginning. We start in off-season, and while these pieces coming together to form this team, especially in the bot lane, many may think was a bit of a coin flip, getting Kasi from Vitality and flipping it up with Hylissang as well down in that bot lane. So far, they've actually managed to show extremely prowess down in that bot lane. And if we have to take the story all the way to the point where they have to go and win the entire split, you know, every single member of this team is an MVP candidate. And we're looking at an all-pro Mad Lions team once again going forward to this one. So Mad Lions, they're starting out strong, guns out blazing, straight out the gates. It's just the week 1 right now, but they're going to continue that pace all the way towards our last winter split finals, whatever we called it, right now. And as soon as they get it in the finals, they're going to take a trip. They're going to go to Denmark. They're going to go to my favorite hot dog stand. They're going to bust out all the pulses, and they're going to celebrate together with a feast.
Why would they go to Denmark?
3, 2, 1, go. Yeah.
Well, it had to be wacky. If they had to get a pulser, then you have to go to Denmark.
I'm judging, and I gotta say, it was, you know, we got, let's see.
I tried to make it more wacky. This is on you, if anything.
Don't blame the judge. I don't think that's going to work out for you.
I'm not trying to win anymore.
I heard that our last person, Ender, he's over there. And he is actually... I know a producer, he's told me. I'm getting yelled at in my ear. I know how this works. I'm the host after all. He's not getting any words. He gets pictures. And his team is Excel. 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, XL Esports, your obvious winter split champions. Let me introduce you to my friend right here. Name's Cassante, but he's not just my friend, he's Oduwamne's friend. Look, Oduwamne just showed us how insane the pick could be yesterday. Got a solo kill up against Broken Bait, making this look like an Ornn that also just does insane damage. So definitely expect the Cassante to carry through the rest of the split. Top lane will not be an issue whatsoever for XL. I'm telling you again, this Cassante is going to be absolutely insane. Give me another one. Give me another one. I want to keep rolling. I want to keep rolling on this one. I just get this. I'm going
to give you 10 extra seconds
okay,
if
well
it doesn't
then what
come
else
in
do we have?
time.
Oh my god, there's blenders in here. I didn't even see that. What's going on? I see blenders. Okay, well the thing is, you gotta stay healthy. You gotta stay fit. Odo's got a strict regimen. The rest of the team is gonna be following it, not just in the gym, but also healthy kale smoothies. Also notice the suspenders on Cassante. Everyone's gotta be dripped out. Trust me. These players are gonna throw away the jerseys and roll to the finals in suspenders only and intimidate the opposition with their ripped physique.
Nice. I think it's a tie between all of you, but I think you did a very good job.
Wow, that's a cop-out.
Is it a cop-out?
That is.
Okay. Ender, you win.
I like the first one, actually. That was really good.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I also didn't notice the fact that they had like the blenders and the suspenders, but this was nice. You guys did a good job. I think we should revisit that. However, yesterday, when it comes to the games, we were pretty blessed as well when it came to the bot lanes, with a lot of non-Lucian Nami, non-Zeri, Yumi bot lanes, and the Donger himself caught GB's attention, didn't he?
Well, you know, I do like my Dongers, and with that, I would love to explain just the menace that is Heimerdinger at the moment in the bot lane. Heimerborg class is in session, and honestly, I'd just love to go over some of the rune sets, some of the strategies we see with Heimerdinger most often, just so we know why it is so good. So the rune set you quite often go with Heimerdinger. This is the rune set we saw from Mickey yesterday, but these are also just the runes you run in general on Heimerdinger. Comet, a no-brainer, you proc it off your turrets. Mana Flow Band, the same for the sustain, but the big one is actually the fact that you go absolute focus. So when you are above that 70% HP threshold, where you get that bonus AD and AP, it's where you just flip it in the beginning. You run at them level 1, you place your turrets, and you just out-trade the enemy AD carry because you also have more pots than they usually have in lane. So that's the reason why this is what we often see, and also the reason why you go Scorch for the laning phase alone. Then Taste of Blood for some extra sustain, and that Treasure Hunter to get that extra gold because you do want that Rylai's as soon as possible. But with this in mind, we can now go into the game as well. So now that you have the rune set behind it, and the idea behind it, we can start rolling how it actually goes as soon as we're in this game. Because Mickey, when he was playing with G2 yesterday, of course, had a good position where I'm going to see if we can rewind this clip because this is in the middle of it right now. Bottom left, I'm being told. I see it all the way over here. And there we go. So, in the beginning, as you can see, Mickey, he's going to be starting with a trinket. He's going to be placing in here. And this is crucial because you want to be able to take control of the early laning phase as soon as possible. He's going to be placing a turret in the bush over here. And that's because that's in a position where it won't hit the minion wave in the beginning, but it will hit anyone who comes into phase check if any enemy support is coming in, AD carry, and all of that. So I'm going to resume the clip. And as you can see now, they're just going to get that early trinket down. He's going to place the turrets that I'm talking about, and he's going to look to reset immediately. Now, the reason why he's resetting it immediately is because he wants to get that trinket as well. He wanted to get the sweeper that we saw earlier down there. And once again, this is so you can get that bush control going. This is when we need to pause it then, as I'm trying to chase it, because as you can see, remember once again, absolute focus is what you're going to be needing. The reason why, so you can just go in and auto-attack them immediately. You have the Ashe as well who want to come in and just slow them. And with the slows, it's super easy to just get these turrets down. You can see Patrick, he could trade back if he want to. Mickey doesn't mind trading his HP for it, but now you're suddenly in a situation in the lane where Patrick and Tagamas, they no longer have access to this wave. They're going to continue to be pushed on the turret. And the reason why this is so big is because it leaves open a ton of options. Yesterday, we talked about Yike, how he could just come down and take over the entire enemy red side jungle. You could go for the dive. You enable Mickey on the roam. Heimerdinger is not a one-dimensional champion. He's one-dimensional in the essence of how he takes control, but he's so toxic afterwards because this control allows him to take over multiple dimensions of the map. And that's why we see him so often right now.
Yeah, and it's so oppressive, right, if it gets going.
And that's the big one, right? And we've seen a lot of answers try to come out to deal with that oppression. We've seen like Azir, if you look at Demacia Cup, where you look towards things like Varus Karma that have tried to come out. But what we've seen in the LEC way more has been things like that Jhin support, the Ashe support, that have come out to try and use that range discrepancy, see if they can poke down some of these towers, especially when you're looking at things like the Jhin, right? You can go up, you try and auto-attack it, get a Q, try and hit a couple of those bouncing grenades onto those, get those turrets low, and make sure that's not as oppressive in lane, but it still has been very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you're playing against Heimerdinger, you don't want to give him that free setup where he just comes down with the trinket and he places the turrets, because when he's recalling for his sweeper, that's essentially where you want to come in, you want to take away the turrets, and that's where the range, once again, is so good as well for some of these AD carries, because you can actually come and contest it in the beginning. You don't have to go melee and face check these turrets.
Especially when you're looking at someone like Ashe. I think the fact that you got the volley there is absolutely incredible, because you got so much range with that, and then as well having that super long range auto attack, plus being able to just set up for these long range engages with the arrow is so good against someone like a Heimerdinger.
Oh yeah, we saw that yesterday, right? Of course, we all know it, and we're going to take a look at some Ashe arrows, I think, in just a second. You just fire them when you come out of base, set up with your team, but not just in that situation. And when you think it through and set it up, you actually can have such a deadly engage. Also, by the way, shout out to Ashe. She's been there since the start. That's the ride or die of League of Legends right there.
Yeah,
Beta
there's so many
now,
Season
super
13
relevant.
champions. Finally having some Season 1 champions come through to show up with these Ashe arrows is absolutely perfect. I don't know, Hans Sommer must have been playing Wild Rift, because it seems like he was just directing those arrows himself. They hit every single thing he fired at.
Yeah, and you think you'd be used to these like long-range enchanted crystal arrows with the old like TP in after you shoot the arrow meta, but it wasn't the case at all. Hans Sommer was on fire, as Goldberg was pointing out. Absolutely incredible, and showing exactly what you can do with this pick and why it's risen up in popularity. The fact that you're able to put it in as both the support and the AD carry, you've got those engages across very wide margins, and it sets up so well. And just teams aren't as used to working with it anymore.
Shame on you, shame on you. Look, why can't we go back to good old-fashioned supports, honest supports, engaged supports that engage on you from the same screen on, like the Nautilus is the world. Give me a Blitzcrank. I wouldn't even mind Enchanter supports. Like, give me an Ardent Sensor any day of the week. That would be absolutely fantastic. Or even a Yumi. I don't...
Exactly. Yeah,
I think we'll just keep him like that.
Yeah, I think so too. I wonder how long it's up to us how long he's stunned actually, probably. If we don't move on, he'll be stunned forever, which is probably to the benefit of everyone at home.
I feel like this should just be a push button we push.
Where's that from? Is that Rick Owens? Let's see. I don't know actually. Anyways, let's take a look at the schedule. Today's schedule has some really spicy matchups, and I wanted to look at Game 4 specifically. Odoamne going up against his old team in Koi. That will be Game 4 because Odoamne is now on Excel if you've missed some of the action. I think you're de-stunned.
It's like 2.5 seconds, man.
Yeah, come on. You're good, Ender.
Hey, anyone got like a, fan going from it? I don't really know. It's going to be difficult to get back in live here.
Comes back from the LA weather, just never comes
anyway,
back
schedule,
out. But
guys.
Schedule. Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see. I'm especially looking forward to the last couple of games, even just looking at Vitality versus Team Heretics as well. I think having Jankos again going up, Bo is the new guy, is very excited. I'm very hyped for Bo in case anyone hasn't realized coming into this. But I think definitely there's really cool matchups, and when you only got the 3 weeks, every one of these is going to matter.
And on top of that, the fact that we saw positives out of each and every team yesterday is hopefully going to net us some great games. But of course, the big game of the evening is later in Game 5 when arch rivals Fnatic and G2 Esports will face off in our LG Ultra Gear match of the week.
I guess there's a couple of things to this whole story, right? The first thing is that I shouldn't have left Fnatic in the first place.
They're looking for Reckless, they're looking for Reckless, upsets him as well! We won't see Reckless, we won't see G2 at Worlds this year.
G2 were actually in the right to bench me and multiple players in the team because we're supposed to win everything and we didn't win anything. The only thing that I didn't like was how they blocked me from going to other teams. If they are so confident in themselves, they could just compete against me.
I have not won so many games with any team ever in my career, ever, in scrims. It's crazy because I feel like this roster has the highest potential I've ever had on any roster.
The roster that they have built is going to be a good one. I think there will be a team that everyone is going to fear.
G2 are inevitable. G2 are inescapable.
For the first time in 875 days, Fnatic take down G2. Fnatic rule Europe.
G2 are the greatest team we have ever produced, and they go back to back to back to back.
But this match is not about the rivalry of G2 and Fnatic. It is about one of these lineups taking the first step on the climb back to the top. G2 and Fnatic are no longer reigning champions, but they can be again.
I've been on both sides. Now Reckless, I guess, is also back. He's been on both teams. Miki is back on G2, who was my former teammate.
I think it's a lot more hype now that Reckless is back in Fnatic. And I guess Wunder's there as well, that I'm excited to play against.
Two prodigal sons of EMEA return to the bottom lane. Reckless and Hans Sama.
Throughout my career, I think Hans was the hardest player to play against. He was pretty much the only one in the early days that stood up against me.
I think it's really exciting to play against Reckless. It's always been since 2017 when I first came, and it feels like we've been competing against each other for a long time already.
Sama's still in the pit, but no, Reckless! He takes it away! Reckless dodged the petrifying gaze! Reckless and Anastasia get in the back door! The perfect team fight! They take it all!
This year starts with our biggest rivalry, as old names will write a new chapter in the history of G2 and Fnatic.
It feels more like a hype matchup on paper. Off the paper, it's not going to be so hype. Because they're gonna get stumped.
Mickey is such a lyricist with words.
I love it.
Yeah, just get stomped, easy.
Yeah, this is really easy. Well, super exciting matchup, of course. It's always been a big matchup in the LEC. How much of a shine does it still have now that it's like across iterations, players that have meant so much for teams not being there, well, now returning in Reckless, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, in terms of like story and stuff, Reckless going up against G2 back on Fnatic. Like, you can't ask for much better than that, but I think it's almost a chance for both teams to reinvent themselves. You have new players like Yike coming in, like Rux over Fnatic too. Like, I think this is a time for two legacy orgs that now have fresh faces that get to contribute to the rivalry, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, and I agree. It's a big thing for me is like trying to find the identities of both these squads, right? Because I think Rux did a really good job yesterday of kind of running around the map and helping out Razork, who was on a very different pick than I expected from him in the Kindred, and then looking across at G2 as well. Yike, one of the biggest prospects coming out of the ERLs. This man was on a mission yesterday. I'm so excited to see what he can do now against Fnatic here today.
Yeah, and only one of the past 4 splits was won by these two teams, right? By one of these two teams, and I think that shows how it used to be such a moniker of Europe. Now there's new challengers. There's Koi, of course, just recently with their title. Mad as of recent as well. So it'll be exciting to see if this gets as big as it used to be. I think for G2 there were a lot of overreactions, especially after yesterday, 2019 G2 being dropped here and there. Mickey playing into it, saying yes. Broken Blade saying a similar thing here. So it's all about those aspirations, but I like that coming out, Dagda, saying no, we won't play second fiddle anymore to Koi or to Mad. It's our time again, possibly.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at these two rosters, you expect that as well, right? You've kind of got Yike coming back in, who I think we kind of touched on very, very strong, but I think you're also seeing like Broken Blade bringing out the carries. He wants to show that he can step up massively in that top side. I think even the fact that G2 have swapped up their bot side of the map as well, Hansam and Mickey looking phenomenal yesterday. Like, genuinely, if like from that performance, overreaction, like best bot lane here right now. They were absolutely insane. I think when you're going up now against Reckless and Rux, that does put a bit of a heat onto them to say, can you match up to what we saw yesterday?
100%. Look, if Reckless isn't enough for you to watch this matchup, the reason to watch this matchup is because G2 looked insane yesterday, and Fnatic are going to be pissed today.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, that was a game that they should have won. It slips away when they have soul or when they have everything. Like, they're going to come against a G2 with more than just beating G2 on their minds, but getting back yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. The jungle matchup is one to watch as well. And let's hear from Broken Blade on playing with his new jungler, Yike.
Well, Yike is a type of player who very similar to a lot of, I think, the top players actually, who were in the beginning just regular players as well, right? But had the mechanics, and I think Yike has the potential to be one of those players as well. I think he's very easygoing, right? I haven't seen him very emotionally attached to like a lot of plays, so that means that he can really learn from a lot of what he's doing. And I think in a year probably he's already going to be a very independent player of like how to get better, how to improve. You know, he's already very good, I think, when it comes to jungling. I think he's very aggressive. Actually, we all are very aggressive. It's very nice to have this kind of aggressiveness in a team, especially when it comes from him as well, right? So like Yike's type of player is like, oh, push here and let's invade, let's do this, let's do that. And you usually don't see that from a rookie. I am very excited at least of how he will perform on stage. I think he might need to get used to that, right? But I think we're all here to, you know, comfort him with that and make it as easy as possible.
Yeah, yesterday he seemed like a fish out of water, in water, out of water.
He was swimming smooth in water.
Yeah, in water.
Just the one time when he got picked. That was a lot of water.
He said afterwards, okay, I felt like really bad about that, but then I just reset and it was great. So Razork versus Yike will be very exciting to watch. But I feel like all the junglers have shown us something yesterday. I was really happy that it was on. Like, it wasn't boring. The junglers tried to make something happen with their laners, and that was super nice to see on day one.
And super early, too. It's something that I want to continue tracking throughout today and honestly the rest of the split, because it seems like every jungler was going for something early, whether it was looking to aggressively invade the enemy jungle, right? In 3 of the 5 games, there was an invade on the first clear. And in the other 2 where there wasn't, there was a level 2 gank that resulted in kills, so every jungler was getting active.
And I think it's really cool to see, because I think it's kind of showing you how the changes in the jungle in this season are going to kind of implement that to a certain extent, right? Because you look at how much more difficult it is to steal away your opponent's camps. Well, if you don't get punished as heavily for that level 2 gank, okay, well, maybe you can take that risk, right? Because when we're looking at it now, you're only seeing, instead of being able to steal away 2 camps on the opposite side, the enemy jungler only really gets 1 and kind of has to get out of there. So you're not getting punished as heavily. And then as well, just the fact that you're seeing a lot of these junglers, like Wukong, going quite low on the first clear, you're setting up for these invades, particularly on junglers like a Graves, where you can get that bit more aggressive.
And to see how this plays out practically, it's not like the junglers necessarily that are just making these decisions. They're making decisions based off of how the lanes play. Notice this game from G2, right? Heavy aggressive trading level 1, Mickey X on the high Heimerdinger getting priority, so Yike plays around the priority. Mickey was just holding hands with them multiple times, running into the enemy jungle, and we saw other times too, whenever Yike was trying to make a play, the solo lanes of G2 would try to fight. Here's another example in the next game where Finn just goes for a level 1 invade on the enemy jungler. What does that open up? An invade on the bottom side where the blue buff is able to be stolen away.
And also with the flash gun as well, I think 113 did a really good job yesterday of kind of putting that foot down on Jankos' throat, trying to make sure that he was actually able to get control. We see him get a solo kill on that top side as Jankos overextends then, because he doesn't have that lane advantage going for the Scuttle Crab on top side. So overall, junglers are really starting to understand what they can achieve in this meta and how they can play that bit more aggressive. And I am all for it.
Oh yeah, definitely so. And you said it already. If it wasn't that, then maybe why don't you try and do a level 2 gank on Sedge
Sure,
if you're Malrang?
Right before we get to that clip, I do want to hammer home the idea that it's working when you have priority laners, the junglers are making the choice to play off of that and go for the invade. So when you don't have that, say your name is Malrang and you're playing against an Olaf in the top lane, you can't really play around that lane to look for an invade. So you try to find a window before the enemy jungler hits 3 before you that you can look for the gank. Malrang doesn't even skill W, it's just Q and E to get this gorgeous gank up against Adam in the top lane, and it works perfectly. The theory is there. Later in the game, or later in the games as well, we saw Bo on Graves, who'd consider a farming jungler, doing the same thing on the bot side.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that you're able to set up so effectively then for your laners as well to run away with these advantages, because as we look at here, Bo manages to skip across all the vision that had been set up on that bot side, punishing the fact that Reckless and Rooks thought they had that push because they'd already burnt that level 1 going for the arcane flash on the Ezreal. They had the push, they thought they were safe, but managing to punish that. And I love the fact that we're seeing junglers being smart about how they're pathing to get these advantages for the laners.
And as we continue to watch this evolve, I think laners are going to have to give more respect to the level 2s, because they need to put themselves in the minds of the enemy jungler, where it's like, okay, I'm Sejuani, I can't really go aggressive in the enemy jungle, my top lane's a disaster. Like, if you don't look for a play on the top side of the map as Malrang, you could very well potentially be losing camps on your bot side, or if you started bot side, you could lose camps on the top side. It's a problem if you are the lower clear jungler or you have the weaker laners early on, that you try to course correct, and that's what Malrang and Bo went for.
Yeah, and got to go for creative solutions to make sure that you don't fall behind, because it happens so early. Is this in line with what we've seen internationally so far with the limited tape we have?
To a certain extent, but I think LEC is definitely taking a step further. I mean, almost every game yesterday we saw some sort of interaction, which we haven't as much yet. So I think it's definitely been a case of LEC has been much more willing to go for it, which I think is really cool to see, that they are kind of figuring out, okay, how can I be that little bit more aggressive? How can I take advantage of these changes? And I mean, in the past, Europe has been very good at being kind of on the face of the innovation that we see a lot of the times in League of Legends. So we're already starting to see that adaptation as well coming into this split.
Yeah, and my favorite thing about all of it is it's not just like, I feel like in the past we've had like Malrang situation where he's just like spam ganking everywhere, but all of these teams, it's like team-wide coordination that is playing into all of these. This is not a situation where like Yike's rookie jungler comes out and smurfs the entire game. No, it's Yike working so well with his laners, and that is way more impressive than just coming in and styling on people with mechanics.
Yeah, and it's just not by yourself. It's a cohesive unit, and that's how you make the plays. Indeed, we saw that out of a couple of teams. And as we're approaching game 1 of the day between Team VDS and SK, Laura caught up with SK's coach, Swiffer. Take it away.
Thank you, Shox and Swiffer. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. Nice seeing you again in the studio.
Pleasure to be here.
Well, thank you for joining me. I want to talk about the lineup first. Irrelevant, the top lane. He was one of the early pickups in the offseason. So I wanted to ask you, why was it important for you and SK to get this player specifically?
When we were going into the offseason, we wanted a player that that already had like a really specific skill set that he had developed on Misfits, but also we knew that it had that kind of like undertone as a potential carry player. And so being able to develop someone like that, we thought was a very, very exciting prospect. And I think that top lane in Europe has been dominated by like Wonder, Odo, missing one now, but like the big 3 for like the longest time. And I think that Irrelevant can kind of be that next top laner that cracks into the top echelon.
All right. Well, looking forward to seeing how he can develop. And I have to say, I am thrilled to see that he picked up the LDLCOL bot lane. My LFL boys finally are in the LEC. Tell me about Exakick and Dust, and how has it been working with them so far? I got to introduce them on the broadcast yesterday, and having the chance to see them perform in the LFL last year and the year before, they developed some inconsistencies, if I may say. So how have you been working around this and implementing their style in the SK Gaming lineup?
Yeah, so the first thing that we were looking at doing is, so we saw what they were capable of doing
Mhm.
on the LDLC lineup. And then throughout the off-season, we've kind of worked on, I think, developing them into more fully fledged players, more versatile. Our assistant coach, owner, David, has done a very, very good job with them specifically. Shout out. And we think that as it stands right now, they're absolutely incredible in practice in scrims. So, and the vibe that they bring, obviously top notch and everything like that. So very, very happy with that pickup.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Exakik yesterday was telling me backstage that he has the same vibes he had with LDLC with this SK Gaming lineup. So tell me more about this, how the players get along together and what we can expect from them.
I think, yeah, I'll start off by saying that I think every team obviously has like a bit of conflict that they go through at different points. Thankfully for us, there hasn't been a boiling point or anything like that we've had. We have had pretty smooth sailing for like since the beginning of December, basically. And everyone gets along very, very well. It's kind of almost an ideal environment that we have at the moment. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Honeymoon.
Love it as well. Yeah.
Hope it lasts and best of luck today against VDS. Thank you
very
so much. And Medic and Vidius, back to you for the first game.
Thank you very much, Law, and what a pleasure it is to be back here in the LEC for day 2 of week 1 as we get into our second set of best of ones. I'm Medic, he's Vedius.
It's Medi-Vedi time, baby!
Yeah. League of Legends, let's go!
It's been 4 months, mate.
I was hoping, see, if I were doing that moment, it would have been, it's been 4 months, 6 days, 12 hours,
yeah, but
13.
I don't get that much.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, it was Malmo semi-finals that we last cast together. It's been a while, Medic. I'm happy to have you back.
I'm glad to be
here
back.
with the LEC. We had some banger games yesterday.
That we did.
And we, I've missed your voice, my friend. The beautiful, the perfect team fight. But you've heard enough from us. Let's get into as the teams are ready on stage.
And as the players take their seat, let's just have a quick recap of how things went yesterday. SK obviously losing 2 Mad Lions with what a lot of people called an Exodia draft, but perhaps we're just a little bit over-eager in taking some of their fights before Kassadin had ticked over to that level 16.
And the same thing for BDS, falling short yesterday. Both teams currently sitting at 0-1, which is not the worst place to be, but...
I mean, no, currently it is the worst place to be.
Well, okay, yes.
The best place is 1-0.
Okay, yeah, okay,
and right now, 0-1 is the worst place you can be.
Yes.
Actually,
you are correct,
Have you
Medic,
still missed my voice?
yeah, very quickly I'm remembering it all. The thing is for both these teams is that if we look at our expectations, these are the 2 teams fighting to not be last place, right? These are the teams fighting to get into that top 8, and a win against one another is what they really need and is incredibly important. Right now you can hear the crowd spamming ban the cat.
Yes, and I agree with that sentiment.
So let's see, Jax being removed from the pool, Heimerdinger along with Wukong. Oh, sad faces coming out from the Heimerdinger removal.
I'll be honest, having played
There's
into Heimerdinger a lot,
the crowd erupts.
I'm quite happy to see Heimerdinger taken out, because playing into that is pretty impossible in the bottom side of the map. Oh, incredibly fun to watch, that's true. BDS just come out, there's the rise removed by SK. We'll see where BDS go with their final ban. Wukong and Caitlyn were very high on the ban priority list
Very true, very true.
yesterday. Wukong corner, of course, already taken away by SK. Instead,
Okay,
Lucian. So Caitlyn going through for only the second time in the LEC this split.
Maokai also up and available. The hover over Varus instantly going to be locked in, though. So it looks like SK is suggesting that their priorities lie not with the Caitlyn. What can they pair up with that Varus? Still a lot of options up and available. We've been hearing rumors about Karma. Still very prevalent, gives you a lot of control over the lane, but remember the BDS could look to just lock that in right now. Cheeky hover over the Olaf. I think the pick was fine yesterday. It was punished very early on, though, into the game. Maorang showcasing his aggressive tendencies with the level 2 gank. But the Caitlyn, of course, going to be locked in from the side of BDS. Crowny, very well known for his Caitlyn. One of his comfort picks back in the day. And something that I'm sure he's looking to have some strong laning prowess with, as a Sejuani will be paired up alongside it.
Yeah, Show getting that strong ganking jungler there in the form of the Sejuani. Caitlyn taken as well means that BDS should have some strong prio down towards that bottom side. But I was going to say, as you mentioned, the Karma Varus combination down in that bottom lane gives you good push pressure, gives you the ability to try and keep this Caitlyn a little bit at bay, not only by pushing her back in her lane, but also by having the shield to mitigate some of those headshots that can come out.
Sure, I do wonder if we'll see something like the Vi locked in alongside it. The great thing about Karma as well is the flexibility. You can move it into the mid lane, perhaps even top lane if there are some difficult matchups there, and then bring something else down to support. The great advantage is that additional flexibility, which gives you just a little bit more freedom in the draft. But SK, I wouldn't be surprised to see their jungler locked in now, unless they want to prioritize something like a Syndra, like a Ryze. There are still a lot of powerful mid laners up and available right now. Perhaps they want to get Certus on something strong.
Well, the Ryze is definitely something strong, and that looks to be what has been locked in here for Certus. We are getting the HUD back up, and as I say that, it pops back up on our screens. Sylas, obviously, powerful ultimate already in that Sejuani, alongside the ace in the hole from the Caitlyn. With AP scaling, that bullet does quite a bit of damage in the later portions of the game. BDS now, though, looking to answer mid lane themselves. Not going for that support. They'll lock in the Akali for nuke.
Yeah, we have been seeing bits and pieces of Akali around the world, but in the current meta, it can be quite difficult to play Akali because there's a lot of range in the game right now, and especially when you look in jungle, things like Maokai can be so obnoxious to locking her down and really making it difficult for her to really play the game. And there you are. You're going to see the Maokai removed. I was expecting that as an alternative. It wasn't going to be mid lane. It was going to be Maokai. But champions like this does make it very difficult for Akali. But right now, she's looking at this trap. She's thinking, oh, actually, I think this is very flexible for me. I can be very good here. So, bit of a skill matchup in the mid lane as another jungler then removed from the side of BDS.
And it's the point-and-click CC that you were talking about. Something that can lock down that Akali, now taken out of possibility for SK. I will say, Jungle Sylas is something we do see a little bit in solo queue.
True.
I'm not sure it's in the best position here, especially since you need 2 or 3 early kills to really get that Sylas on the board. It's likely to be picked mid here for Certus, but there's always a small chance that that Sylas roams around. Olaf, the final ban here by SK Gaming, targeting out Adam, and BDS will go support into top lane for their final picks. The Thresh gives you a bit of safety down towards that bottom side.
So we're actually going to get to see a Thresh. We know that this is something that Lebrov likes to lean towards. There are many supports in Europe that prefer those engage style supports, but with a very range dominated meta that we've seen. Yesterday, getting to see Leon and Aulus was quite a treat. Something that you don't get to see, Rakan rather. Getting to see the Thresh today as well is going to be fun to watch. Definitely good matchup into the Karma for sure. The Gnar blind pick, very safe, very standard, something that Irrelevant would often default to when playing for Misfits last year. That does explain why we did see the Olaf being removed as well, because it can be quite an obnoxious matchup.
I'm wondering where SK decide to go with this final pick. They could look for something with a bit of hard engage, like Sylas can engage, Gnar can do the same, Varus Chain of Corruption can do that. You can also look for a little bit more damage in the form of the Kindred with more of a kite back composition, having that Karma as sort of a pocket healer, shielder, movement speed buffer for the entirety of this team. BDS now, though, looking to top Adam. Well, Olaf's already taken away, doesn't want to play the Darius into the Gnar, so instead he will go to Aatrox.
I mean, I think on paper, you look at BDS's draft, feels very well-rounded, right? You have pretty reliable engage, pretty good follow-up, a lot of pick potential, and overall very strong team fighting with side lane presence thanks to both the Akali and the Aatrox. I would argue that with SK, you're right that they have a little bit more flexibility in terms of range, they have a little bit more mobility, there's a lot of dashes on the side of SK, and with the Karma movement speed, she does offer a little bit more protection, but their only reliable engage is Sylas stealing away a Sejuani ultimate and then assuming that that can be landed, or maybe Irrelevant being able to find a flank. I think that by prioritizing that Sylas, they did pinch that jungle pool a little bit too much, and now there's a lot more responsibility on Marcoon to be able to leverage this carry jungler and actually try and play around his prio lanes, assuming that he's able to get them. And that's why the performance of his individual laners is going to be very important. We've seen a lot of invading so far in Europe, a lot of cross-mapping, a lot of basically leveraging your push to steal away camps. We'll see if that is the case today, as you would expect with a Kindred versus a Sejuani.
Kindred always wants to be getting up into that enemy jungle, getting as many marks as possible for both these teams. A very important game, sitting at 0-1 out of 9 possible games. They really want to be able to pick up a win against one of their rivals for that 8th place or 7th place spot and make it through to the group stage in 3 weeks' time. Let's get on into the action. SK versus BDS. They're all sprinting, but Betty, you know what this means? Probably not that much. They're just looking for prio. If I step back in time... Does make sense to cheer for Misfits because obviously they were a team that often didn't make it into playoffs, and both these teams are competing for that playoff spot.
I was going to say they're irrelevant. Because I used to play for them, and you know,
I get it.
It's so clever.
I get it. Yeah, it's very smart.
Oh man.
But we do, SK 5 men strong down towards that bottom side. What that allows them to do is get DOS and Exakick up in this lane, giving them the pressure on that first wave, which gives them, you know, the push in the bottom lane, the level 2 first. Crownie and Lebrov will always be slightly on the back foot because they don't have the wave clear that comes out of a Varus and a Calm.
True. They do have a lot of gank setup. Let's have a look at this. We've been seeing this ward pretty consistently, as the observers are highlighting it for us right now. Thank you very much, observers. We see this pretty much every game. Often the exchange ward is the exact same thing on the other side. Trying to understand where the jungler is, at what point they reach Raptors, so you can dictate your path around that. Flash in from Lebrov.
I love this from Lebrov. Flash in, get the Glacial Augment down, look for the damage. Crownie's getting slowed here as well. The Ignite is taking Flash away from the build over Peacemaker. Crownie has to flash away. Ignite is ticking on him as DOS tries to trade forward. Only has that Mantrid Inner Flame, but Manto already used, and the Inner Flame only just off cooldown. Overall, a very close trade between these two bot lanes.
Pretty much only DOS walks away with his flash still up. And the logic here from BDS is, if we do nothing, we're just going to get pushed in. You talked about it, there's a big range advantage that DOS and Exakick do have. So Lebrov makes the decision, I'm just going to go all in. Let's just trade HP bars from level 1 because I think that we're going to win at. And you can see how well it actually went. I think that Crownie overstepped just a little bit too much though, because the second that Exakick flashed and was under the safety of his tower, you saw how quickly he was able to trade back onto Crownie, forcing him to then be the one to flash away. If he was slowed by the E of the Varus, that could have been a death for him. So a little bit of an overcommitment, but at the end of the day, it sets us up for some ganks as we get closer and closer to the junglers making their way bottom.
Also for Lebrov, he's got the Hex Splash, right? So he always has the possibility of going in again on that Varus, trying to catch him out with a flay, with a hook, whereas Exakick, very low mobility on that Varus. Sheo now looking for one of those invades that you were talking about, Vedius, with the early ward in here. Marcoon's going to work his way around, has picked up the red. Both of these junglers sitting on double buffs right now. Certus coming in from the side as well. Sheo tries to Arctic Assault away and will be able to survive for another day. Nuke trying to trade onto Certus in the mid lane. Pops the Twilight Shroud, continues to trade in. Neither of these mid laners running an aggressive summoner, so not really much more going to happen there.
Certus not too concerned about the Orban from Akali. Your energy cost is 130 at level 1, which means that at best, if you land your passive, you can maybe get 2 Qs off, which is exactly what he got. And after that point, he was like, yeah, you got nothing left. So he was able to go back to base. He's going to use his TP, and I imagine that we'll look to do the same thing. Perhaps off this wave, he can actually just get a good recall off and walk back into lane. But Sheo was sitting on a ward. SK did have full information, but I think Sheo's still pretty happy. He was able to steal away that Raptor, walk away relatively unscathed, didn't end up losing any of his summoners. and will still be able to clear his bot side, so sitting pretty comfortably for the time.
He did lose the coin flip on the Scuttle Crab though. The mark appeared on the top one for Marcoon, and because Irrelevant is pushing in, even though they traded in the mid lane effectively and Nuke had the push in mid, he's not able to move his way up to that topside Scuttle, which means Shio just gets the bottom and Marcoon gets his first mark.
And we did hear...
that doesn't work.
Nice try though, nice try. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to remember that one.
Yeah, you can get that one out, man.
Want to go back to what... Oh, hang on a second. You have to look at Marcoon here. He is making his way into the bot lane. Remember, very few summoners. And he is going to walk in unscathed. Our observers continuing to give us all of this extremely valuable information. Will he be spotted?
Did you see the pet? You see DOS. Did you see the pet?
I don't know if they see the pet.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter because Marcoon's decided to back anyway. But,
no pings were thrown down by the side of BDS. And, do you know one of the biggest features that I am actually a big fan of? You see this little above the ward, you see the icon?
The vision ping.
Because now we know when either team knows about the ward, right?
I like it because you get 5 gold. As a support, that's half my income per game.
Just scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Exactly. But AD carries don't let me get the cannon anymore because I've missed them too many times.
Right, right. I mean, that's fair. Yeah. So you just got to take what you can get, I guess.
Exactly.
Eyes on these junglers as well, looking at where the mark is. Ooh, good hook from the Rob.
DOS still has flash. He's going to get pulled back into the Caitlyn trap, but DOS mantra'd W there. Going to heal him up a little bit. And above was ignited. Ignites across the board. Traded in that bottom lane. DOS still had flash, so it wasn't too much of a risk for the SK bot lane.
So just a bit of trading back and forth. Nothing too volatile here in the early game. But I do see Shio hovering around that top side of the map, looking for a way in. Pings are coming down. You can see Marcoon, basically both top laners are saying, hey, there's an opportunity here. And Irrelevant wants to make sure that he's covered. Well, actually, it's Adam that needs to be covered right now because Marcoon is looking for the gank.
We don't know that Shio is waiting. Adam's got to pop the world ender. Immediately they jump onto Marcoon, who tries to flash away, but he's going to get locked up in a prison of ice, and that prison is his tomb. Irrelevant next on the menu is Shio, and Adam trying to close down on him. The Gnar coming out, Adam trying to heal. Irrelevant flashes from it.
Now the wave is in a bit of an awkward spot. Not going to use the ultimate there, and a good exchange from Certus.
Flash away from Nook. Went a little bit over-eager there with the perfect execution in.
More trading down the bot lane. They're looking for something.
The buff has flash. We'll use it to get back into the bush. The chase could continue here. DOS looking for that W. Crownie will be able to 90 caliber net away to safety.
Okay, so fights top, mid, and bot, but it is BDS that walk away with first blood. And that was just really good awareness from Shio. He recognized the state of the wave from Adam. It needed to be pushed under the tower, and he was at real risk of getting ganked, so Shio was just there to cover. Certus now.
Oh, the flash out to Gasol. They're looking for the final order, but they can't get it. Shio takes a couple of tower shots. Nuke does as well. Will be able to escape, but here comes Marcoon.
No
looking
flash
for that
up
bot side. Scuttle isn't able to get there in time. They will be able to get the push out on this lane, though. Certus just needs his jungler's help to make sure that he can get the wave in before Nook can TP back.
Okay. Wow, good stuff from Shio so far this game. I like his coverage. Adam doesn't have flash, and he can actually set up the wave beautifully for his mid laner. And never mind, TP just going to come back in anyway. Nothing too much needed. He could have set up a freeze there if they wanted to. It's all good at the end of the day. This is a very common Adam play for those unfamiliar. Back when Adam played for Fnatic, level 3, level 4, he would often roam to mid lane and even look for ganks at the detriment of his own lane. But he's in a pretty good spot right now. Irrelevant did do a good job of bullying him in the early laning phase, as you would expect. But now that those boots have been upgraded for Adam, he should be able to mitigate some of that damage a little bit more. But overall, small gold lead for BDS. Nothing too explosive. As we get closer to the 8-minute mark, we're going to start looking at that Herald, as both teams will likely have their eyes on it.
Extra kick about 10% away from level 6 here. Probably needs this wave to get that chain of corruption. You can see Marcoon has snuck in as well as they try and look for a play down towards this bottom side. Sheo will work his way down here as well because the Kindred mark currently sitting on that Gromp. If Marcoon, DOS, and Extra Kick are able to get a kill, they could look for Marcoon's third mark of the game. DOS going to step forward here. Lanson's not going to be able to get away from that boot. There's a chain of corruption chase in as well, and it's exactly what SK were looking for down towards that bottom side. Marcoon gets SK's first kill of the game.
Flawless execution there from SK. They had the right amount of damage, the right amount of crowd control, and Exakick realizing he had to commit the flash to make sure that the ultimate would land so they'd have enough time to be able to get that kill. So that's their first on the board. BDS, though, very quick to respond, stealing away this red buff to try and get something back at the very least. So again, they were aware of this ward. We can see the ping did come down. DOS, though, moves up, able to land the W. Crownie doesn't take the root just yet. He thinks he has time, but the flash then comes in from Exakick. A very early heal to mitigate what he can. but the chain CC was too much, and the damage from SK secured the kill.
And this is the power of Karma as well. They burnt Lebrov's flash earlier on, means that Lebrov can't Lantern flash and get away from that route. Karma can shield herself, get the movement speed, and then chase down the Caitlyn. Crownie did have flash there. If he had just invested the flash, it was likely that he would have escaped because the route either would have connected under the tower or wouldn't have connected at all. But BDS were able to sneak in and get the red buff away. Now they're going to secure the first dragon of the game as well for themselves. Show, although not on the board in terms of kills, has been all over the map, helping out the BDS laners.
Certainly has. Nice to see from Shio. Repeat to the split.
That's what he wanted, that one.
Yeah, he wanted that one.
It's so you get more push on the next lane, right? You
totally.
chunk out the mini, you push out the lane. Yeah.
Yeah. That's us looking at the bright side, for those unaware. Shio, once again, hovering the bot side of the map. This serves two functions. Number one, to just cover the push, but also number two, to look for a possible dive. DOS and Exekick respecting it, though. They're going to play defensively enough that nothing is really going to come off the back of that. And Shio, he's not going to lose too much. He's just going to path back into his bot side jungle. He's going to be chilling. So, BDS, overall, pretty impressed with how they've been playing this. Huge respect to Shio and how he has been managing these waves and offering support. SK yet to really turn this into anything significant. Individually, I think irrelevant. Has been utilizing his lane very well, bullying Adam out where he can. Certus in the 1v1 was able to get Nuke's flash out away from him and was able to outplay him in the isolated matchup. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, they did get a little bit of jungle assistance, but overall pretty even. And again, want to remind people of, because of the change of the format, we now only have 9 best of ones.
Yep.
And it's only the top 8 that move through.
Exactly. And after this game, you are almost a fifth of the way, a quarter of the way through the split, right? Like, we only have a few weeks left of this as the fight starts down towards the bottom side. Cheo coming in, Marku dashes forward as well. Looks like BDS go for the flash, but Lebrov, that hook was just a little bit wide. Crownie also chunked down, means that BDS won't be able to get much more out of this. But every game is so important for these teams, especially when you're challenging for that 8th place. If you can get to the group stage, if you can get to the best of 3s, you have that ability to grow and to adapt, and sometimes maybe you just have a better read on the next patch we're on than your opponent. You get a couple of wins, you're into the grand finals, right? Into the top 4.
It's just one of those things where you kind of manage your expectations, right? When
no,
you are...
everyone should be trying to win all the time, Betty.
When you come into a season as SK and BDS, last year they didn't have the strongest performances, right? They were fighting at the bottom of the table. We did see some strong stuff.
Words are hard, man.
From BDS, SK, Astralis, these are the teams that were sitting at the bottom of the table last split. Astralis did have some positive moments, were actually in contention at certain points, being able to qualify for playoffs. But when you're playing against your direct opponent, the people at your level, within the standings at the very least, these are the wins that you really need, because the competition's only going to get harder.
It's what we call a 6-point game in football. By winning, you deprive them of 3 points, but also give yourself 3 points, so it's a 6-point swing. Here it's a 2-win game, I guess, because you're depriving them of a win, but also getting one for yourself as the Rift Tower was put down in the mid lane. BDS slightly ahead in terms of gold, 400-500. You can see a lot of that is sitting on Marku. He's about 700 ahead, already building up towards his first item. Kraken Slayer, a very real possibility here for the Kindred. You don't really need the Gale Force because you've got a dash. So if you're not using your dash to dodge away from the Sejuani ult, then perhaps you're using it a little bit too aggressively at times. Markoon, though, working his way up towards the top side, and we've seen Sheo and Markoon have been absolutely on point in marking the other player, making sure they're there for the counter gank. Often has been coming out in favor of the SK jungler, but right now, Markoon just making sure that Irrelevant isn't going to get caught out by anything.
Keep an eye on the minimap, a lot of pings coming down. You can see Lebrov hovering around mid lane, just making sure that his mid laner is safe, being able to get a bit of deeper vision where he can. But as you rightly said, both junglers just covering for their respective top laners. The goal continues to stay dead even. It's definitely a slower game to start off the day. Yesterday, we did see G2 and XL have a very explosive early game. And sometimes this is the way that the cookie does in fact crumble. You ever crumbled a cookie before?
I have. For biscuit bases, I would call it a biscuit in that case, like a buttery biscuit base or something. If you want one of those, a base, a base. If you want that buttery biscuit base, then you have to crumble the cookie effectively to make those. Flash does come out, as you say, from Crownie. As the chain of corruption combination with DOS is just a little bit too powerful. And we did talk a little bit about this bot lane as well. Getting Caitlyn is great, but if you don't have the ability to gain prio with your support, you're always playing pocket. As Sheo looks for it, the flash away from DOS puts his AD carry in a very sticky situation. Crownie will take the kill.
Almost able to get a kill back. You can see Exekick choosing not to use either summon as he realized he was dead. now looking for something onto Certus, but Markoon is there.
So as DOS has worked his way up from that bottom side of the map, but a good play once again from Sheo in the right position at the right time. Exakick's reactions not quite quick enough, perhaps. Even thinking maybe the ultimate wouldn't reach him after DOS had flashed away from it.
Shield bow on Crowny. Often when I look at Caitlyn, I'm kind of used to seeing more of the Gale Winds, going for the more defensive option, especially when you have so much range at your disposal. Clearly very afraid of the amount of damage that can come out from the side of SK. We'll see where he goes from here. The lethality build coming out from Exakick, but does land on the DOS. So both teams now fighting for that mid control to be able to move towards the Dragon. Relevant has come down. Let's see the other members of BDS making their way over as well.
No Chain of Corruption on Exakick, no Flash on Crowny. Sheo's ultimate still about a third of the way off its cooldown. Rebrov looking for something here. Irrelevant able to dodge away from it, but that Mega Gnar is about to time out. The Dragon should be secured here. Markoon will take it. Irrelevant forced away. Did burn the Flash there to get away from the Infernal Chains, but overall SK get the objective and manage to get all 5 members out.
Yeah, unfortunately for BDS, their back timings just weren't ideal. We can see that both Nuke and Crowny just weren't in a position to contest, which meant that BDS were hesitant to really start a fight. Markoon could pretty much solo the Dragon, which meant that SK held a very defensive position and didn't really give BDS any means of attack. Overall, solid play from SK, good control. The game remains even for the time being.
Nice moment though here for Markoon. He sees Sheo on that control ward down towards the bottom side, and those Razor Beaks have a mark on them. He can get up to his 3rd of the game if he wants to go in. Looks like actually some back pings coming out. He's going to retreat away from it. Sheo has worked his way back up towards the mid lane, and Markoon unwilling to venture into unknown territories to secure that 3rd mark. Obviously you need 4 on the Kindred to really become a champion. You get extra range, you get extra attack speed, you get all these cool things. But for now, Markoon's just going to try and get those from kills rather than from counter jungling.
This, if we have a look at the minimap, you can see that Exakick and DOS have made their way up towards mid lane. They've sacrificed that bot tower to give them control over this Herald, which they can likely use to unlock this mid lane tower. This gives them a little bit more control when contesting the next Dragon, and overall just gives them a more solid foundation. They can send Irrelevant to the bot side of the map. No TP for now, but he can just keep catching those waves until the next Dragon comes in.
What I do like from BDS though is they sack it. They say, okay, we know Crowny's down towards that bottom side. He is getting gold. We're not going to contest what is very likely a 4v5 up towards this top side. We're not going to fight around the Herald. We saw them make a few mistakes yesterday and all of last year around mid-game decision-making. Smart decision from them. They don't take the fight. They accept that they've lost it. They have a small gold lead now on the Caitlyn, who is building up towards that 2nd item. They can now utilize that on the map.
I am a little surprised though that they didn't use the window where Crowny was recalling to just siege mid. Because I feel like that what they could have done is have Markoon immediately rotate over to the mid lane. For SK, yes. And then drop the Herald down and then just take the tower.
Sure.
Then there's no resistance of Caitlyn. The Akali's not going to be able to do anything to stop you. And unless BDS force a fight with the numbers down, then that would have been a free tower. And I think it just would have given SK a little bit more control. Instead, they chose to reset. And now they're going to have to go up against... Well, I'm actually kind of surprised that they sent Nuke over to the mid lane, because now Certus is going to have all this free time to push out the bot side of the map. Crowny and Nuke are also sharing these resources in mid lane. Nuke also has his TP up. Looks like he's now going to path towards the bot side of the map and catch this wave, but a little bit slow there as they now move Crowny up towards the top side. He's going to start working towards that top tower.
You can see Joss trying to get some vision in towards this bot side jungler as well. SKR funneling 4 members into the mid lane. Crowny has been left on his lonesome. As soon as SK see that Crowny's not in the mid lane, they put down that Herald, perhaps a little bit slower than you would have liked to play, but they are going to be able to secure at least the first tower here. Adam able to be lanterned away. That Rift Herald will charge in and lose some of its health. They could have taken that tower down just quickly enough so the Herald wouldn't lose any of its health, but it doesn't really matter anyway because they're still going to get 2 charges out of it, and they still secure the tier 2 in the mid lane. They might even look for more here because Crowny's still pushing and Nuke is still pushing. They look for the 3rd charge. They can't quite get it because Sheo smites the Herald's eye. TP coming out. Certus will get to their top lane.
So, oh no. Crowny is definitely in some trouble here.
No flash.
You can see that Sheo and Lebrov are on their way to assist.
Markoon looking for it. Double TP immediately from BDS. Crowny tries to turn this one around. Markoon hit with a Glacial Prison, and he is almost done for. The Land's Respite coming out, but he's stuck in the midst of 5 members of BDS. They invested a lot for that kill, and they are damn well getting it.
So I think that Markoon had the right idea. The second that he saw those TPs, he was saying, we should just disengage from this. It's totally fine. Getting 2 TPs out for 1 is a great trade for us. He wasn't expecting Sheo and Lebrov to be right there in the tri-brush and punish him for looking for that gank opportunity. So BDS, they're able to find another kill. They will get another tower, and SK can't get anything else on the map because Adam's going to have more than enough time to reset and come back down to bot. And as we look back at this, you can see that the awareness from BDS is top lane's in danger, top lane's in danger, Marcoon is collapsing, Shio and Lebrov make their way there. Then as the bot wave is already pushed underneath the tower, the Akali's not going to lose anything by investing the TP. Adam does the same thing, and they're able to turn around and secure themselves another kill. Small thing here from Lebrov, you'll notice him use the Flay to knock the Kindred out of the Lamb's Respite, which allows Nuke to be able to secure that kill. So BDS find another one. They now have the small gold advantage, and with the dragon spawning in about 30 seconds time, I expect this to be the big objective. And note, the Surtus doesn't have the teleport, which means that he's going to be delayed, which will give BDS control of this bot side river.
Yeah, we spotted on Vision as he works his way down as well, so they know kind of exactly where he is. I actually think SK should just sack this one. It's only the second dragon of the game for BDS. Mountain Soul, probably the best soul at the moment, as Lebrov lands a hook onto Irrelevant. The play coming back as well. Irrelevant waits with a hop to get away. Doesn't have the flash, though. Doesn't have the Mega Gnar, and the Ace in the Hole will spell his doom. He does trade onto Lebrov there. Ace in the Hole from Crownie, maybe a little bit slower than Lebrov was hoping for. BDS going 1-for-1.
Best case scenario for Irrelevant, but I like what BDS is doing there. They recognize where Surtus is on the map, and they move into an area of the map where they have control. You can see Adam pushing in that bot wave. They have control over mid, and they're able to just walk into the enemy jungle because they know that they have the numbers advantage. They know they have control around this dragon area. This means that Nuke can now path up towards top. It will cost him a tower. It will cost BDS a tower, but then Nuke can just catch this wave. Now it's SK's responsibility to look for something else, but they're just going to invest that time by using Deep Vision. Observers View can just highlight this top side of the map for us. You'll notice all of this blue vision that's just been littered over the top side of the ward in that brief window from SK, and now they've kind of set up for that potential future Baron over the next few minutes. Not that I expect that to be the immediate objective in short.
It's definitely a possibility for them. BDS 2 dragons to the good, though. They can look towards that soul in about 10 minutes' time if they would keep their vision control down towards this bottom side. Caitlyn at 2 items as well. We saw this banned in every game but one yesterday, and it wasn't picked in that remaining game. See how much Crownie can do as he scales up through the fight. World Ender stolen away by Surtus. Adam's going to use one of his own. Kingslayer healing up Surtus as well, and Adam will just be able to walk out of the fight.
That's the safety of his tower there. So Surtus realizes that there's a big minion wave that he wants to make sure he can catch, push this one underneath the tower as SK look to set up and create this cross map. This is where Irrelevant needs to be careful. He does, of course, have the flash. You can see the pings now coming down from Lebrov as he's saying, hey, this is our window to move deep into the enemy jungle. Irrelevant, his Spidey senses are tingling. He will also see Lebrov. But the question is it too little, too late?
Hook just a bit short there. Irrelevant hugging the wall means that Lebrov has to flash to hit that hook, and Irrelevant still had a flash of his own. Marcoon, though, is going to be forced out of his topside jungle. It's getting forced back just a little bit by BDS, trying to starve this Kindred as much as possible. You can see still only sitting on that Kraken Slayer and pieces of his next item.
So you can see that in this situation, SK is a little bit behind in the play. Mainly because what they've done is they had to push in and they have to secure this tier 1 tower on the bot side of the map. And rather than just continuing the push, investing into that bot side and threatening the tier 2 tower on the other side of the map, they instead backtracked, allowed Surtus alone to secure that bot tower, and actually wanted to contest BDS and scare them off of this top tower. That then gave BDS a wave to actually threaten the mid tower and steal the topside jungle camp. So while it doesn't look like they gained a huge amount, in reality it wasn't a massive advantage. They were able to steal away a couple camps, they were able to deny a little bit of gold from Marcoon, and they were able to get a bit of chip damage down onto that mid tower, along with setting up good vision control around this Baron area. And now SK have to invest their resources clearing out this whole space again, moving back into this area, while BDS is resetting and then restocking on all of their vision.
And as much as they invest their resources in gaining vision control around it, SK don't get anything out of getting their own jungle back, right? There's no camps for them to claim. Nuke here trading onto Surtus, who has gone in with perfect execution. Shirelli has popped as well by Lebrov. They're looking for the chase. Ace in the Hole will connect. Doesn't do too much to Surtus, who's got that Rod of Ages. Glacial Prison going wide. Irrelevant trying to trade in here. Mega Gnar on its way. And if you can find a good Gnar into the wall, this could be Irrelevant's chance to turn this fight around. Can't quite get in. The trap stopping him for the moment. Chain of Corruption already used as well by Exekick. Irrelevant looking for Lebrov. The hook just short on Surtus. BDS will be able to get their support out of any sort of danger. Sheo stepping forward. Dos going to try and get that root down, but the Lantern, once again, the safety of a pocket Thresh just makes it so difficult for SK to engage.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of the big things. We talked about it in the draft. SK don't have an easy way to start off the fight. Irrelevant was in a pretty good position, but the rest of SK couldn't reliably follow up on it. If he committed to that play, it would have been very easy for BDS to just turn around, kill him, and then disengage from the fight. BDS playing a good patient game there as they tried to force the fight, weren't able to get the flash out from Certus. But overall, not the end of the world for either side. SK maintain control around the Baron pit. They are able to secure the Scuttle Crab. And now you have to bear in mind, Dragon in a minute and a half. Both these teams are going to be looking to try and push out these waves, spend what gold they can, and get ready for this next big objective. Because if BDS can secure it, it will put them at soul point.
Just having a look down some of the items as well. You can see Sheo going for the Radiant Virtue first here on the Sejuani. Means that he has that ability to get into a fight. His team follows up. They get the healing over those 9 seconds, but also ability haste on some of their non-ultimate abilities. Doesn't matter too much for this lineup. If you have something like an Ezreal, it can make a huge difference, but it will help the Caitlyn do a little bit more damage in the fights, and even the Akali if she can manage her energy properly.
Gotta be careful here. You don't have control over this area of the map right now. You fell prey to this play before. Looks like you won't fall prey to it again. Sure, they're doing a good job of finding what he can in terms of stealing away these camps. Relevant going to be annoying though. Be able to secure that one. We see this battle in terms of the bot wave and mid wave. You can see that BDS have the push in mid, have the push in bot as well, and they're going to use this as a window to steal away these camps. And I've been pretty impressed overall with how BDS have been managing their waves as we entered the mid to late game. They have good setup around this Dragon. SK now have to fight their way through, and who's going to be the one to face check this Sejuani Thresh?
Rob gets the hook onto Marcoon, does have the Lamb's Respite, but he's stunned for so long. TP coming in as well as Marcoon tries to escape the fight. Adam low. He's going to be healed by that Lamb's Respite, gets the Lantern out of there. Chain of Corruption hits onto Crownie though, and he has to flash. Irrelevant looking to get that Gnar on towards the backline, but BDS able just to retreat for the moment. SK, they don't get any kills. They get a lot of summoners out of BDS, but aren't really able to get much more. Irrelevant steps back forward. They're looking for that Gnar. Sheo flashes it. He knows that Mega Gnar is timing out the Gnar, nowhere near as impactful afterwards. Adam tries to trade it back around. Glacial Prism from across the wall, stolen by Certus. Sheo will fall. SK able to find a chaser down on a single member of BDS.
SK have secured a kill onto the jungle though. I thought that they could have gone for the Baron here. Instead, they're going to make their way towards the Dragon. But that looked like a great fight initially for BDS, finding that hook under Marcoon, but his reflexes were just too fast. He was able to get the Lamb's Respite off before he ended up losing his life. There's no way they're going to do something cheeky here. Looks like that's not going to be the case. SK, though, I think they could have forced a little bit more if they really wanted to. No jungler and no frontline on the side of BDS meant that definitely could have forced it, but instead they said, you know what, we're going to take the safer objective. We're going to take the Dragon. And now Dragon Soul being really a win condition is much, much later into the game, but
I think we might get there. Gonna be honest,
maybe
the way this
we
game's
will.
playing, I think we're gonna get there, Betty.
You can see everything thrown down onto Marcoon, is able to get the Lamb's Respite out. Adam kind of gets isolated from his team, but then is able to take the Lantern to safety, and it's at this point where you just see SK kind of running at BDS, but unless Irrelevant is able to find that engage, there's not really much off the back of it. Meanwhile, Shield kind of moves back into mid lane without the rest of his team. You can see that the bot lane has already moved off towards the blue buff. Irrelevant there did flash in just as his ultimate ran out, which meant that he had that awkward moment of flash. Why doesn't my button work? Oh, it's because I don't actually have a button right now.
I'm glad pro players have that as well, because I have that many times. Flash, ultimate. Oh wait, I used it a few seconds ago as DOS tries to trade here onto Sheo. We'll be able to get the root, but isn't going to be able to do too much more. I do want to highlight the fact that DOS has gone for the Shurelias here. Just gives his team much more flexibility in team fights. You do see Radiant Virtues on the Karma, but the Shurelias allows you this chase potential, and because SK were lacking engage, we talked about it in draft, Shurelias just gives you that little bit more to get into the fight. Adam pushing down towards the bottom side. SK have invested 5 players up towards this top side. Certus now working his way down to the bottom lane to try and answer Adam's push.
I will say that we haven't talked about it really at all this game, but just as an update, Marcoon is currently sitting at 2 stacks.
Yeah, it's on the screen. If you look at Marcoon's the Kindred champion portrait, that little 2 in the top left corner is 2 stacks. I called out the first 2 and then he never got another one, so I didn't say it again.
Yeah. I thought after he got that red buff, maybe he got another one. Nope. But then I checked and I was like, no, he didn't. That's cool. Cool new UI. Thanks for updating us, man.
That's all right.
The other thing I always forget, these little XP bars.
Yeah, the little purple next to the champion portrait shows you how much experience they have.
So you can see that Marcoon just ticked over to 14, Shio just about to get level 13 just a bit, and SK just forced a TP out from Adam. Which means that they will have that advantage. So they can just leave off in the side lane, and that's where he's sitting right now. But Crownie is going to be the big threat from the side of BDS. 3 items now. You can see he has a 1.5k gold advantage over his lane counterpart. He is only growing stronger as the game continues. Infinity Edge is definitely a big power spike for all AD carries. And he's going to be difficult to lock down with very limited crowd control on the side of SK. You know, we talked about his itemization earlier. I guess the logic can also be the only real way that SK can win this fight is if they can kill Crowny, and if he just makes it harder for them, then you know, their win condition just becomes that much harder to achieve. So it makes sense. That should be another mark secured for Marku. You will see that 2 turn to a 3.
I did see that. But yeah, I think it's very difficult for SK to get onto that backline, especially with Crowny having the rapid fire cannon. He's just got such long range. And then Thresh, who, when he came out as a champion, I used to love him so much because he was a frontline bruiser, tons of damage, just did everything you wanted as a support. And now he's kind of a cool, I can land some hooks, but most of the time I'm standing, you know, in Narnia and I throw out the lantern, you grab it, I pull you through the wardrobe and we all escape.
Go have a happy time with a lion.
It is weird that, yeah, Aslan's a lion, yeah, but it's weird that the lion is like the good guy.
A wizard that's also really old and also the king of everything. Yeah. I don't know, that seems really normal to me.
I mean, true.
It's like Lion King.
Exactly,
just
yeah.
with wizards.
And a wardrobe.
And a wardrobe.
I don't know if Simba was often changing his look. He's like, no, this mane just doesn't suit me today. I want the bushy one.
There's another mark. Kindred, wait.
Yep. Run down, get the scuttle. That's the 4th mark.
4.
Kindred becomes a champion.
The pings.
Pings. There's no wards.
Get the mark, Marku. Here we go. Is this another mark?
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's still bad.
It's still bad, yeah. I agree.
I'm sorry.
But you know.
You tried though, and
You gotta try.
This is the Medivetti
It's how you
duo
learn,
that we love,
you know? You throw stuff at a wall, most of it doesn't stick, and then we got to scrape it off the wall, and we just throw more stuff.
So the thing is, right, you know, it's like throw it at the wall and see if it sticks.
Yeah.
I don't want stuff sticking to my wall. Right? I don't understand why I'm throwing stuff at the wall anyway. I know it's
a metaphor.
pasta thing,
It's a metaphor.
right?
It's a metaphor. There's a dragon in 20 seconds.
There is.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, you can see the team setting up around it. SK obviously already got the Scuttle Crab. BDS.
That bot wave kind of sucks. That top wave kind of sucks for SK. BDS is in an incredibly good position right now. The only thing they don't have is access to the river, but they're just waiting for these minions to die. And, they'll be happy with that for the time being. SK with firm control over this mid wave.
But that's what Shirelli is used by DOS. SK have the control of the vision down towards this mounting Drake.
God,
but
it's so painful to watch. Just look at the minions die. So much gold being lost. The minions have already died in the top lane.
Chain of Corruption only onto one there. Shirelli able to get away with the lantern once again.
Right now.
That's all they need to do. Shirelli is coming out as they look for the engage. Glacial Prism going out. Nuke trying to get onto Execute on the backline. Nuke into the Twilight Shroud, but he's locked up. Still able to escape with the second perfect execution. And it's SK who are hurting. It's SK who are bleeding as they are forced away. Adam dashes across the wall, and BDS get out very much more healthy than SK.
Nuke wasn't quite able to land the E, which meant that he couldn't secure that kill onto Exekick, instead choosing to use his perfect execution to get out of the fight. But BDS played that flawlessly. Incredibly patient. They waited for the minions to die both in bot and top lane. Once SK had thrown a lot of their ultimates out, BDS were on the counter-attack.
Irrelevant's almost mega. Dragon is secured. Irrelevant looking for that mega, but BDS able to retreat. And although the crowd chants fight, SK and BDS don't really want too much of that. 4th Dragon of the game available for BDS in 5 minutes time, or 4th Dragon for them. It will be the 6th of the game. Now, SK can rush this down. There's a ward in the back of the pit that they haven't spotted. TP immediately coming out from Nuke and from Adam, and SK, they'll retreat. They might look for a collapse here. 5v2, Adam and Nuke in a bit of a sticky situation. They're trying to escape death, but DOS is trying to do the same. He manages to escape just with a sliver of HP, and now Adam's stuck in the midst of SK, a shutdown for Certus.
Adam flashes in to get a kill on a support?
Yep.
I feel like that was not the right play. The TSM chants are now coming through here from Berlin. As at the end of the day, it will just be a kill going in the favor of BDS, but they get both teleports out from the solo laners of BDS and SK. They're going to make their way straight back towards the Baron. They know they have a numbers advantage, and the Baron will begin.
Ace in the hole comes out. Execute loses half his health. BDS, Crowny specifically, has no mana. Enough for perhaps a single pilt over Peacemaker, but that might not be enough to turn the tides of this fight. Nuke trying to get on the backline, 6 seconds on the perfect execution.
Oh, no.
Glacial Prism hits! Sheo steals it! And SK can only weep and watch as Nuke still able to kill Exekick. For that, his life will be forfeit, but what a prize to have earned.
Oh, no.
no, no, no. Shio was like,
Give us the replay.
Normally
Give
it's BDS that do this. Like, that was like a BDS classic last year. Get the Baron, don't know what to do, give it away for free.
They were molded. They were born in this fire.
They were like, wait a minute, I've seen this before.
Baron until they were man-grown ready.
Oh, no. All right, well, when we get the replay, we'll talk about why that Baron wasn't very good. But BDS, they're continuing their siege. How are you going to stop Crowny now? They're looking for a fight.
Down.
3 versus 4.
Certus used the stolen ultimate there, but wasn't able to land with the Glacial Prison. Irrelevant stepping forward. SK trying to find whatever they can, some semblance of hope here, as now they are staring down Soul Point with a Baron for the next 2 minutes.
All right, so the biggest problem with this is that Shio isn't afraid of anything. Look, Nuke is hanging on the sidelines. The ultimate comes across, and he literally just dashes, smites, gets out. Like, they didn't even try to stop him getting into the pits. They just gave him free access.
How do you stop him?
Don't do the Baron.
You can try. I agree. You could attempt it. But if you're SK, you're sitting there, it's like, okay, we have a Karma route. We've used Chain of Corruption.
I mean, if
I just throw bodies at the problem.
Normally, if you have a numbers advantage around a Baron, the idea is to force a Baron to then turn and fight because you have a numbers advantage, right? So the moment that they saw Nuke,
they did fight Nuke.
I mean,
he died.
I mean, yeah, I guess they did. But now, BDS find themselves with a Baron. The flank is coming in from Shio. He's just setting up deep vision and control around the dragon, spawning in about 1:40. BDS see that they have access to the bot tower, and they're going to immediately go for it. Remember that wave that wasn't caught by SK earlier? That's how much damage it did to the tower, and now BDS should be able to secure this one for free.
Yeah, it looks like Execute's just going to try and get some mid-prio. Glacial Prison just short on Certus there, even with the flash away. SK now trying to collapse, but Execute is nowhere near this. This is purely a ruse, purely a bait by SK to try and force BDS away. Exekick does push in the mid-wave. 1 minute now on the Dragon. That's why BDS reset with those Baron recalls, and we'll be back out on the map in time to set up vision once again around this Dragon buff.
All in all, I think that SK from the draft have just made this game a lot more complicated for themselves than they needed to. By locking in the Silas, you put a lot of responsibility on Certus to then be that engaged and find these fights for you. And when we've seen a slower game that is focused around dragons, often what you just need is easy engage, easy ways to start fights. And I think that by having this composition that requires you finding picks, playing through range, kiting back and forth, kind of baiting your opponents in, and then kind of doing that dance, but BDS just have never taken the bait, right? And they've been very patient. They've leveraged their range. When they see windows to fight, they force the fight. But they've never overcommitted for it either. And they've basically just been able to punish and capitalize on the mistakes of SK.
Flash, Chain of Corruption, QSS.
Just going to walk away from that one.
TP coming in from Adam. BDS going to look for the fight here. They know there's a bit of a split. And Exekick, no flash! Nowhere to go. Nuke takes him down. Marcoon next on the menu as he will jump across the wall with the flash. Irrelevant tries to get away, but he's knocked up with the Arctic Assault. Flashes across the wall, but the chase continues as Lebrov funnels in on him. Now DOS, Marcoon, and Certus, what can you do? Another hook from Lebrov into the threshold. Certus trying to trade back onto him. The redemption not quite quick enough from Lebrov. He will fall, but Marcoon is chased down by Adam and Sheo. And all he can do is tickle them as they will remove him from the rift. The Dragon secured, the Mountain Soul for BDS. Certus tried to trade onto Nuke, but Sheo wasn't even needed to take the Soul, and instead he can look for a little bit more action. Certus trading back in, will be rooted up here, stunned as Nuke goes back in with the Shuriken. The rest of BDS are there, and unfortunately for Certus, Karma is not Thresh and can't lantern him out of that situation.
Absolute destruction from the side of BDS as they clean up SK Gaming. An easy fight, and arguably the most one-sided fight we've seen from the whole game. That will be the Soul going in BDS's back pocket. 6-9 is the scoreline.
Nice. Okay, guys. I'm all aboard chanting, but just chanting nice is this. Come on, lads.
Okay, in their defense, they haven't had much of a game to work with. Okay,
true.
I'll give them that one, you know? Don't owe me. I'm on your side. Let's have a look back at this fight.
You're so manipulatable. What is this?
The flash ultimate from Exekick comes through. He then realizes that he's stuck between a rock and a hook, and the hook does in fact win. the Lebrov sets that play up, Nuke is able to secure the kill, and then it's just a chase down, a beat down.
This hook flashes into it. Lebrov hit.
That's 2. He's going to make it 3
but
in a
that
second.
was a prediction flash hook on that one.
Very nice there from Lebrov. I did in fact miss that one during the fight. Lebrov does lose his life here, a little bit overzealous.
No, worth it. He hit another hook you have to go with.
Yeah, 3 for 3. That's all that matters, right? And, yeah, but I mean, what else is there to break down? So just kind of kills himself here.
In-game.
In-game, of course, in-game. Of course, in-game. And now BDS is going to continue the siege. They are threatening this top tower. There's not really much SK can do about it. And we're at a point, Medic, where it's just kind of a slow death.
I mean, it's 6 seconds on the Baron. And I feel like SK will probably feel they have to fight the Baron.
Oh, yes.
And BDS will be able to secure it. And actually, they might fight just before the Baron even starts. Share a little bit deep there. And look at how little damage he took. Add him onto the backline. Marcoon dead before he can even pop his ultimate. And now BDS. Well, there's not really much left for SK to do. BDS chased them down. 2 already gone. There's 3, there's 4. Make it more, make it 5. An ace for BDS and the base in their sights.
SK is wiped off the board. There is little that they can do to stop BDS as they dominate in the fight and are looking to end the game. A slow and steady win from BDS, but overall clean execution, and they will secure their first win of winter.
We saw BDS arrive to the studio in a limo in tuxes. I wondered if it was a funeral or a celebration. It seems today they've earned their prize, their first win in the LEC or Winter Split in 2023, and perhaps the start of winning ways for them.
A really important win as well for BDS when we look at how the season is now structured. The fact that you do have so many, or so few,
so few games
that's the
to
one.
win.
Yes, when you have so few games to win, every single win matters so much more. And when we kind of look at how these teams performed last split, they were fighting at the bottom of the table. And so being able to take wins off of the competition that you were fighting against last split makes it that much easier for you to go ahead of them.
Yeah, because all you have to do is beat the people around you and then you get 8th place, right? And after that, slate's wiped clean. Obviously, you play a tougher opponent the lower you are in the seeding.
For sure.
But for BDS, a big win. If they can also manage to pick up a win against Astralis,
they're so not used to winning that they're confused.
So where do we go?
Go high five. Go high five the crowd. There you go.
Big
Enjoy
win.
the victory.
Obviously for Show as well, first win on the LEC stage.
And a rough look for SK.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it felt like that I didn't really have any issues with the draft. It was mainly just the execution. They kind of got bullied around in the early to mid game. They ended up losing a lot, and they kind of went for fights that only accelerated Mad's victory. And then when we look at today again, it felt like that their draft limited them in terms of what they could actually do. The prioritization of the Silas meant that they didn't really have any reliable engage tools, and BDS really did punish that. So it was a slow and steady game from the side of BDS, and they just kind of took advantage of all of the mistakes that SK did make, and they continued to build up things like the Soul, the Baron, and eventually the game.
Yeah, BDS just seemed, especially in the mid game, just to come out on top on all of those fights. And some of the players that came out on top are in your player of the game vote at LEC on Twitter. Sheo, Nuke, and Crowny are your options.
All great options, of course.
I think Sheo's early game actually was particularly good. Even though Marcoon was able to pick up a kill, Sheo was like constantly counter-ganking, constantly finding ways to help out his laners to make sure they were able to get the push. And
there were a couple of lane assignments that I had like question marks around, which perhaps against other teams could have been punished a little bit harder. But I'm sure that they can recognize these mistakes and work on them, looking to improve as the weeks continue.
I definitely can. I can see Law is standing by, ready for our interview. So hand it over to you. Law, take it away.
Thank you, Medic. Sheo, Adam, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on taking this game. Sheo, I want to talk to you first because you're one of the newcomers in the LEC this year. Tell me about these first games, bouncing back today, and also finally being able to play from this studio.
I mean, it feels really great to play in the studio. I'm a bit nervous still, but I'm really excited to play here, and I'm really grateful for it.
Adam, you were playing here last year. Are you been able to help him on calming down and the nerves so far? And do you think he's nervous? Because, again, you know him. You've been playing with him in the LFL also last year.
Well, you can actually feel he's a bit nervous.
Yeah.
But, like, still, I don't have that much experience, so I can, like, teach him, you know. Like, I think he's, like, pretty experienced already. Like, he knows how to deal with stress and feels way easy to play.
Fantastic. And especially in stressful situations, Sheo, if I may say, I want to roll a clip, a specific one, the Baron steal.
Yes.
Let's take a look at it and talk me through What was going through your mind at this moment and how you made it happen? Talk me through the communications to steal the Baron.
I mean, I think if they start the Nashor, it's really good for us. Wait, I have to watch.
That is fine. Yeah, I'll just listen to you anyway. Yeah.
Like if they start the Nashor, it's really good for us because I cannot really tank it. So I can just look to steal it with like Ronnie burst it together. And we have like a surprise defect. And I think it's pretty easy to steal a Nashor if you have a surprise defect.
All right. Well, beautifully done from you, Shio. Adam, also coming back to you, it's a pleasure to welcome you back in the LEC after a difficult start, if I may say, last year when you were playing on this stage. In the opening season trailer, you were saying that you want to be known as a better player, but also a better person. So I want to know about the learnings you got from going back to the LFL and how much it changed you as a person and as a player. What is this new add-on like?
Like going back to LFL, it was like, my career has been so far like, like only ups, right? And the moment I got demoted to like LFL was like reality check, sort of. So I got really mature from it, yeah. And because of that, I've been thinking, to everything I've done, in the past. So a lot of things that I actually regret now that I really can look into back. So I'm glad that I'm here again. I'm glad that I'm with this team. I'm glad that BDS is here as well. And the future is really good, I hope so.
Future is good, future is bright, hopefully for BDS and for both of you. I remember BDS last year having mid-game issues. And when I saw the game yesterday, I was like, oh God, this again. They didn't fix any of this. But looking at how you guys played today, feels like everything was going all right. So you feel mid-game is going better for BDS this year than what the team was last year?
I mean, like, there's a meme about BDS Nashor, yeah? So every time we go Nash, I mean, like, we have to throw somehow. Yesterday we managed to do it, and but I think we had, like, still a overall pretty good performance against Koi.
Yeah.
And that's why, I think the future is really promising for us because we're still scaling and we still get to know each other, so we'll be better.
Get to know each other, but also, I mean, I have LFL vibes just having this interview right now because most of you guys knew each other from the French League last year. Shio, do you think it helps, the fact that you got used to play with each other in the French League coming into LEC this year?
Yeah, I think it helps a lot because like we have connection between each other already, like with Crowny, Adam, like we knew each other, so it's pretty easy to work together. And we just need like to get Nuke and Labrov to the group, and I think we just need time to do it.
And you have plenty of opportunities to do so. But when I think of the results BDS suffered from last year, disappointment first year, maybe for the organization, is it something on the back of your head and pressure, knowing that you have to perform this year as a team, Adam?
Well, I think that you need to perform like no matter what. Like when a Norg, gives you the trust, I mean, you have to take it and like give everything you have, like to say that you're being trustful. Like you can ask people to give their trust. And this is how you have to give back to orgs as a player, I guess. You just be professional, I guess.
Yeah, be professional. And I have to say, I really like the content you guys have been making, the little skits for your entrance. Do you have one plan for every team, Geo? The videos.
Oh, yeah, we actually did like small videos for everyone.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I think there's like maybe one or two teams that we didn't make it because actually during like the rolling, we got someone to the hospital.
Are you feeling better now?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Okay,
I'm feeling good.
amazing.
So yeah, actually like we were doing like some golf and Crony like hits Shio in the ear. He got to hospital with the club. And yeah, it got pretty messy, but still, it was pretty fun and yeah.
Don't break the players, please. Adam, it's a pleasure to have you back in the league, Shio. Welcome to the LEC. We'll see you for the last game tomorrow. And that's all for us on this side of the stage, but we'll be right back in just a couple minutes for Mad Lions versus Astralis. Stay tuned.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
I always forget how much of a pleasure it is to work with him.
Right? So talented.
It's incredible. Where did it come from? I just feel like no matter what he puts on.
Guys, thank you. Much. I'm glad to be back.
Yeah.
What's up? Christy. Yeah.
Timeless.
What? No.
Actually, we're talking about
What you just
Reckless.
said.
Yeah, Reckless.
Reckless is super timeless.
Reckless. No,
Yeah.
I absolutely love him. I hate him.
I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, my savior. I believe in all that we could be. Even if we know it's not forever, we're better together, we're better together.
Grinded every moment of my life for this, and you expect me to just call it quits? Not likely. Coming for the title at the top, you won't stop me. Think that I missed my shot, but no, I'll be damned if I give you a chance to take us down again. I've got what it takes to get you in the end. I'm mad, I'm upset, I'm inspired, I won't quit. You can call yourself king, but I won't submit. I'm never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. This is our time. We have drawn the battle lines, listen to our war cry. We fight for those who left behind. We live for those who were denied. We know your fate is set in stone. We've come to take the throne. We kneel to no more kings tonight. We bleed but won't give up the fight. We scream that we will take you that way. Hail for the crown. Don't take your eyes off us, cause you're in for a treat. You sow the seeds that we've come to reap. And believe me, defeat is in your future. I don't need a crystal ball to see the way that you can lose us, all the ways that you can fall. You call us fanatics, but you're the one who's obsessed. Claim to conquer it all, but you just write checks. Another player in your sights, but you don't understand. You'll never have shit on a self-made man. We are never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. This is our time. We have drawn the battle line. Listen to our war cry. We fight for those who left behind. We live for those who were denied. We know your fate is set in stone. We've come to take the throne. We kneel to no more kings tonight.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. It's time for our second game of the day. You can see them setting up there. The Mad Lions up versus Astralis. So, when we look at how both these teams performed yesterday, of course, Mad Lions were able to win quite handily. Astralis, despite a good early game, didn't manage to get out the win, but I think we can look at a couple of things as what defined their games yesterday, maybe starting with the Mad Lions. A lot of excitement around this lineup. How did that translate into game?
Yeah, I think there was a couple of different things that stood out to me. I think one was the fact that we didn't see Niski going for some of these more roaming mid laners that were kind of hinted at when we saw him coming into the roster. But I think that then lent itself to incredibly strong skirmishes when we got towards that mid game, specifically at that second dragon, where they're able to take a really clean fight, get themselves set up, utilize the Lucian Nami that they had down that bottom lane, and really pop off from that position.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the champ pool for Niski just being on the Victor here, really strong sort of kite back, because when you're playing against the Vi, the Cassante on the opposite side, that's a ton of dive that you're dealing with, and they were able to work off of that very nicely.
I think as well, kind of surprising SK a lot, because you get that Rod of Ages and Seraph's build now coming through from the Victor. He's surprisingly tanky, so we saw a couple of times where SK would try and go for these engages onto the Victor, and it just went completely wayward. They just thought that they were able to catch him out, not happen at all. And I'm really glad to see that Mad Lions have kind of taken a new step into that, because their mid game was really strong yesterday, and it's really cool to see them step up, and I think that was one of the big things that lacked in summer.
100%, and especially in situations where like sometimes you're just like SK are the ones looking for the engage on you, so Mad Lions have to react very, very quickly, make that call to turn around immediately after, again, a situation where everyone jumps on Niski and the man's unkillable.
We see now SK also lost our previous game to BDS, so they are still figuring out what they want to do. Regardless of that, though, I think Matt showed us a great game plan versus them, and it's almost like Carzzy has never left. And then Hylissang's debut was also fantastic, right? I think it's one of those notes we also made with Vitality, for instance, in terms of their engages and team fights. It looks like they're very much on the same page, even though they had to slot in a couple of different members. In terms of a debut for Hylissang Carzzy, this is better than what anyone had expected, I think, right?
Yeah, it's a great way to open it up. Now, I'm a little bit sad because it's on the Nami. It's very boring down there. He presses E and lets Carzzy sort of do his thing.
He was involved in 14 out of the 15
I'm not
kills.
saying he did not play the Nami well. I think that's another thing you can add to the book of champions he can play, but it's not the Thresh of old.
But I do agree with Ender that it didn't feel like Hilly of old. It didn't feel like Mad Lions of old. It didn't feel like we were kind of seeing them going into the mid game going, hey, look, we're going to just kind of flip it. We're going to which has kind of been the whole talking point around this team, was like, oh, we're actually going to play very well through the mid game. We're going to set up our wave states correctly. We're going to play this nice and slow. And it was a very different look than I think anyone was really expecting from Mad Lions. Like, impressive look, but very different.
Because everyone was like, okay, on paper, Carzzy and Hylissang, that's like the craziest bot lane in existence. Like, they're going to win or lose the lane at level 2 every game. But no, this seemed a little bit more tame. And I think that is definitely something that's a good sign for Mad Lions. I think that, obviously, preseason expectation was maybe a little bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah.
But for them to come in and look very stable on day one, great news.
Yeah, I like that note of like, yeah, they took it slow a little bit. Let's take a look at Astralis then, who didn't take it slow in the early game. We've talked about it already. It actually happened in every single game that we saw early action, but they really did it well, you know, with the help of the top laner and the jungle. They couldn't keep it going, but that is a positive point, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the Finn level 1 just jungle invade on the enemy red buff. Like, didn't have any help, just did that on his own and enabled 113 to actually have a very good opening game. I thought he was able to get an advantage in the early clear thanks to Finn. And then also some of the team fights he was able to take with the resets on the Viego. He was converting in some situations where it didn't look like Astralis should be making the fights as even.
Especially around, I think there was that fight around the 12-minute mark in that bot lane where all Bedlam just broke loose. Yeah. And you could see where 113 was finding those moments to really pop off. But I think as we kind of look towards the later portions, though, that where it fell apart, right? Yeah. Yes, you had this cool Fiora in the top side. It was great to see it brought out, but it didn't really fit like with the rest of the team where you kind of wanted to play side lanes, but they kind of wanted to play team fight. It all became a bit messy when they actually had to go toe-to-toe with their opponents.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure how to like feel about their draft overall, because like you say, it's Fiora Rai is solo lane, so like you do want to play side lanes in some way, but at the end of the day, you are going to have to walk into some fights with a bot lane like sort of like passive, but with the Ashe ults to look for plays. Like, the Ashe arrow was the only real way to look to force fights. So if your side lanes fall behind and Finn wasn't opening up and finding a lot of opportunities in sides, all of a sudden you're left in a situation where it's only the Ashe arrow that can try and force a fight.
And that's why I was really surprised to see their bans, because I would love, say, instead of the Viego, though it did very well, something like, you know, the Sejuani or a Maokai, but they actually banned the Maokai themselves on blue side, and I think that is a big worry for Astralis coming into this, because when you look at the drafts, it was the Maokai, the Heimerdinger, and it was the Yuumi that they banned on blue side. So when you're thinking, hey, look, we want to get some of these big power picks, that's 3 big power picks that I'd assume is first pick blue side. They're not taking them. And then they're getting some cool picks, but they're not actually able to execute on them, which is causing major issues now in their mid game.
Yeah, the fight sort of played out in a way where you've got these like Fiora Viego, they're kind of trying to play on their own and look for opportunities. But I will say, in fights that are as sort of awkward at times as that when you're working with that, Kabe did look very strong on the Xayah. Like, he was very reliable in backsides, like almost pulling away a couple of team fights for the squad as well. So yes, you are a little bit more self-sufficient on that Xayah pick, but Kabe piloted it very nicely.
And 100%, it felt like it was Ruby versus Kabe, right? And I feel like coming into this game now, I want to see them take that step back. Like, yes, playing this kind of carry top style is very fun and can be really cool to kind of structure stuff, but I do want to see them go back to basics. Go back to what worked at least a little bit for you in summer, which was trying to play around that bot side, getting Kabe ahead, getting him in position where he can carry. Because I feel like with the Xayah having, 6-7 kills in the early stages, if you actually just have a front line for Kabe, he can be in a position to carry that game, but just didn't have the front line to do it.
Jonghoon, give me the pike. Play around that bot lane. I don't want this nonsense, Ash. Please don't arrow me again. I'm not actually that far. Ash is good. Ash is good. Trust me.
I think that's a good point. He was one of the players that we talked about the most coming into last year and across last year as well in terms of Jonghoon and what he could do not only in the engages but roaming around the map, not just the Pyke but others as well. So maybe that will be a path to victory for Astralis. Let's head over to our casters for our second game of the day.
Ender with the royal wave there.
Hello, Ender.
Yeah. Good to see you. I see that your mithril was stolen overnight.
Yeah.
Are you worried about cave trolls?
I'm pretty sure he is the cave troll.
No, he's very attractive. Man. All of my jokes are Lord of the Rings. I've realized this. If you want me to do a topical reference, all I've got is Lord of the Rings.
Oh.
I don't have anything else.
I've never read the books. I've only seen the movies.
Really?
Yeah.
Books
I'm
are very
that guy.
good. There's a bit in the books where Saruman basically lays waste to the entire Shire. Like, all the hobbits are slaves. It's very interesting.
Hell, that sounds really dark.
Yeah. I mean, the Lord of the Rings is quite a dark
What are you talking
series.
about? It's full of happy little people, and there's like there's a ring.
Are you thinking of the Smurfs?
Yeah. There's like a white horse, and there's a man with a beard, and he's like, hello, and it's happy.
Yep.
And he's like telling them to fly. It's like
it could be anything about Santa as well. Yeah. It's just like elves and a white man with a beard delivering presents.
Context matters.
It does.
Anyway, we are about to talk about some actual League of Legends. We are ready for our second game of the day between Mad Lions and Astralis. Mad Lions coming off the back of a pretty dominant win yesterday. Yep. Elyoya was the player, in my opinion, in the early game. Whew. He was. We keep getting this. I keep getting just. There's a single of me that I didn't want.
Wait, you're releasing a new single?
No, stop it. Elyoya was Stop it. Is that what the single's for? They're just like ready for if I ever break out into song. No, we're getting ready for the teams. It's not about me. It's about League of Legends. Okay, Mad Lions. Stop it. Stop it.
Trying
to focus
Mad
right
Lions
now.
Had a great game yesterday against SK.
Elyoya, I think, was really dominant in the early game. I think Kazi and Hylissang surprised a lot of people with how they were playing in the team fights. And Astralis, I think that the execution in terms of how they played their comp, like we say it at the beginning of every split, why make it more complicated than it needs to be? Well, let's find out. Let's see if they make their complicated intros as we get ready to introduce the teams.
Niski was so tunneled in on being ready to play.
I gotta get in.
I'm sitting, I'm ready. They don't call me Captain Nesquik for nothing. Quickly, let's get into the game. Let's go.
I kind of feel like, they need to warm up to these player intros, I was kind of expecting a little bit more like dabbing. Some Fortnite dances here and there.
Some flexes.
Yeah, but nothing yet. I think we gotta
We'll get there,
they gotta warm up a little bit more, you know what I mean?
I've been watching a lot of the LPL. I'm watching some of those intros.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, right? We just gotta, encourage them. Maybe we need a box of props to give them for their walkouts.
This feels like an extension of the Vedia cinematic universe.
No.
Anyway, let's go to the draft. Maokai banned once again, no real surprises there. Caitlyn taken away by Mad Lions. We have seen that banned in the majority of games. Alongside that, I wonder, would it be Heimer? Would it be Wukong removed? Maybe a Rise ban Vedius. I'm just so smart. You know, I have all this knowledge about the current patch.
Nice prediction about the Rise ban.
Incredible, right?
Yes. Oh, this is where they all start chanting Astralis.
I mean, the thing was, Mad Lions beat Ayumi yesterday, so it's like, well, we can't even win with it. There's the Lucian ban. No Wukong ban, though.
Well, the Syndra will be the first pick for Dior. Let's see how Niski will choose to respond. I'm still waiting for things like the Echo to come back. You know, good old Jizuke throwback. The side lane split pushing Echo monster. That is such a good pick into the Syndra. But instead, we are going to see the Varus Sejuani. So really shaking up the draft. Viego locked in once again for 1-1-3, so he's going to go towards his comfort. Nothing too surprising there. You already have a pretty strong mid-jungle duo, but Astralis is prioritizing their top side of the map, so they're going to round things out with the Cassante. And honestly, a very strong top side, right? Cassante can fall back a little bit in terms of the early laning phase, very early levels. He doesn't always get the push depending on the matchup, but you know how powerful this champion can be pretty much at every stage of the game, and it's going to be a menace to deal with. Mad Lion's going to prioritize their bot side. Are we going to get... Oh, I was really hoping we were going to get some Hilly Rakan. We'll have to wait and see if that does end up coming out. The Fiora locked in for Chasey. Strong performance yesterday from Chasey on the Renekton. A massive lane bully into the Cassante himself. And he really dominated in the 1v1, so I'm excited to see a little bit more Korean Fiora. Love to see it here in Europe.
Well, Finn played the EU Fiora yesterday into the Cassante, the opposite way of this matchup. Did manage to get a solo kill later on into the game, but really wasn't able to have the impact apart from maybe a little bit at that level 1 that we kind of expected. So Chasey here trying to bring the Thunder up towards that top side. Cobby's Xayah being banned away. Nautilus as well removed means that Mad Lions don't have quite as much pick potential as perhaps they could. And the thing for Mad is like you leave your support for last pick here, get rid of Cobby's comfort picks. You already have CC all over the place with the Chain of Corruption and the Glacial Prison. You can go for something just to push out the lane if you want for Hylissang, or you could look for something like the Leona or the Rakan for that extra engage potential.
Yep, they can be very flexible here. Question is, how will Astralis round out their bans? They did remove the Nautilus, so they're going to choose to remove something like the Rakan. Do they maybe want to get rid of other potential counter picks? Are they afraid of something like a Kassadin, perhaps? Or they are instead just going to remove the Karma. You did talk about Hylissang having a lot of options. Does he want to go for the push? We did see the Varus Karma in the last game.
I mean, so my current concern for Astralis is you don't have a true engage, right? You could look for something like a Leona. I was wondering if they'd go like Sivir Lulu here and just accept the Varus has a little bit of push, but you can answer it with Sivir Lulu down towards that bottom side, and then later on, you use that Sivir ultimate to engage your team fights. But really, you want maybe a tank engage support here for Zhonghun. You could look for the Leona. Akali picked into the Syndra in the mid lane. We'll talk a little bit more about that in the game if you want, Vedia. I know you are an Akali aficionado.
She's a really fun champion. She's really fun to watch, but I'm mainly interested in Niski, specifically on Akali, because he said in an interview yesterday how he feels like much more of a complete player, and I have criticized his Akali in the past. So I'll keep an eye on how he does. Mad Lions gotten themselves a bit of a 1-3-1 comp here, with strong side lane presence. It's a lot more about making sure that these laners have a good laning phase, more so that they are like dominant naturally in the lane. Of course, Fiora can be very dominant in the Cassante matchup, but how is Astralis going to round out this draft? Okay. So you remember at the beginning when I said, I wish teams would keep it a little bit simpler? This isn't simple, man. This is like the opposite. You've got a bit of pick, you've got like a lot of mobility, your engage is kind of there with a Bard ultimate, but it's not really like an engage. You kind of lose on side lanes because both Akali and Fiora will be able to outscale you in the 1v1. The team fighting, I would argue, is a little bit weaker because you don't have a lot of straight up front to back.
I understand all your points, but can I just counter?
Yeah.
Woo Yeah.
Did you just bard quote me with me? Is that what you just hit me with, a bard quote?
The thing is, Kobe is a very self-sufficient AD carry, right? So if Jonghyun can get out on the map early, you have some pretty good skirmishes on the side of Astralis. If Jonghyun gets onto the top side, gets this Syndra ahead, gets this Viego ahead, perhaps you have the possibility
right
to
now,
snowball
if they
the game
start
away.
winning, they can just win more?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I feel like the Astralis have just... I mean, we'll see. I don't have anything against teams drafting compositions that are inherently harder to execute. We'll have to wait and see. They have a very safe bot lane. We will be seeing Jonghyun roam around the map a lot. It is his playstyle.
Yep.
He does love to roam. And we know that 113 is a player that likes to be proactive on the map right from the start. So this is a jungle support duo I expect to be prevalent. And the mid lane is an easy place to attack. Syndra has a lot of great setup. And once you get her going, she becomes very difficult to deal with later on into the game.
Just get ahead.
Just
get ahead. Win the game. Ezreal, a powerhouse as the game goes on as well. I wonder if we'll see the Triforce build or if we'll see the crit build. You know, you can go Navoid Quick Blades, Kraken Slayer, try and do quite a lot of damage. We'll see as we get on into the game. Mad Lions versus Astralis up next.
Here's what I will say.
Hit me, Betty.
Mad don't exactly have a huge amount of lockdown for like Kobe either.
Yeah, how do you get on? Like, he just arcane shifts everything.
And I will say that like late game, I do see like Syndra scales incredibly well. We know how Cassante is just so powerful. Pretty much like, well, throughout the game.
So you're saying if they start winning, they can win?
No, I think that even if like they don't get huge advantages early, I think that the like straight front to back team fighting can be a little bit difficult, but Mad's composition is inherently two champions that kind of want to find those isolated 1v1s rather than group up with their team, whereas Cassante quite likes grouping. You have a lot of pick and poke potential with both the Ezreal and the Syndra. So like maybe I wrote Astralis' composition off a little earlier than I should have. I can see some avenues, but on paper I do think that Mad's comp, I say it should be easier to execute, but they still are playing themselves a 1-3-1, so it's a little non-conventional compared to what we've been seeing a lot of around the world.
I think I also understand the logic that press R, go-in comps are just easier to play in the start of the season.
Yeah, exactly. The start of the season is one of the big ones, right? Especially when teams are finding their form, their identity, how they want to approach the game, who they want to play through, and like also like figuring out the meta. Sometimes just making it really straightforward, giving yourself a very clean and easy win condition is the best thing to do. And like we're going to keep saying it, like these single wins are really important. You can't afford to like ramp up later into the split anymore. You kind of need to get as many wins as possible as quickly as you can. And Mad already off to a great start as now keeping my eyes on the junglers. Both seem to be doing a full clear on their red side.
Yep, 1-1-3 working from bot side to top. Elioya doing the symmetrical version of that, going top to bot, and can look down towards that bottom lane for a possible gank. Niski was chunked out in the early portions of this matchup. Was caught, of course, by Jonghyun with that Cosmic Binding, and now... Oh, not Cosmic Binding. What's the Bard Q called? The Binding of something. Binding of Isaac? Probably not. Anyway, he caught with the Binding early on.
Cosmic Binding.
It is Cosmic Binding, okay. Yeah. For some reason, I thought that was Lux Q. It has been a while since I've had to say any of these names.
You're right, that's true. Yeah, that's an easy... Yeah, I see what you're saying. I have no idea what Lux Q is. It's just Lux Q. But yeah, unsurprisingly, no explosive... Ooh, I saw you try to do that, Haley. This last hit on the cannon. Did you see that? Taking notes?
Yeah, tracking. I've been taking notes from Haley for a long time. More from his bad games than his good games, that's the only issue. But yeah, Hylissang probably going to spend quite a lot of time around Kazi. He can move around with Elioya as the game goes on, but the expectation is that Hylissang will be shadowing Kazi, trying to keep him safe down towards that bottom side, and Kobe will be left on a little bit of an island as this game does develop. 1-1-3 coming up here. Jay-Z would have spotted this. Does use the Ghost, trying to get away from this one, of course, still has the repel, and will be able just to dash away from the Spectral Maw.
Really going to come off the back of that. Niski hasn't chosen to use the pot yet. He's playing very dangerously here. Using that Shroud is very, very risky that you're looking for, but Elioya is there to cover. Well, good play there from Niski. Should be able to TP back into lane at just the right time. You can see in terms of farm, he's doing very well. Hook going to go wide from Hilly. He expected Kobe to try and dodge the direction that he was going in. But, you know, the classic mind game of, like, you try and think 2 steps ahead, and then Kobe's like, no, I'm just going to keep
He outsmarted you, outsmart him.
Correct.
Basically, yes.
By not outsmarting.
Exactly.
That's the brilliance. You know?
That is...
Often in my solo queue games, I give my opponent too much credit, you know, and assume that they will know what I'm about to do, but in fact, they have no idea what I'm doing.
Or they really know what you're about to do, and then it's like the next level of anticipating what you're doing. Chasey here, of course, no ghost on him. Finn looking to trade in. The Intofu strike's going to hit. Chasey just dead to the Kasante.
Yeah. Finn's going to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah.
Outplaying Chasey in the 1v1, and that was just a straight-up misplay from Chasey. He didn't have the ghost available. There's little he could do to get away from that, and just a big misplay. If we can get a replay, we can break down more exactly as to how he ended up falling short there. But in this matchup, that's definitely not what you want to happen. Have happen, rather.
Bit of a struggle for Chasey, maybe already adopting the EU Fiora. He's been here for a little while. Just infects people that play in our solo queue ladder. But Dayor here is going to be able to back and TP back into the lane. So let's have another look at this. Chasey goes in, trying to get onto that mark.
So he uses, wow, that was great play from Finn there. So Finn uses the W to knock Chasey back underneath the tower. But Chasey using the riposte very early means that he doesn't have it for any of the CC that Finn has at his disposal, which means that Finn doesn't have to be worried about anything. Eljoya was there to actually cover Chasey to help him push this wave underneath the tower. But unfortunately, Chasey made one too many mistakes, and Finn was quick to punish. So well played there by Finn. We'll have a little bit more control over this lane now. Both top laners securing themselves a sheen on first back.
Just that Ruby Crystal for Finn because of the first blood. He's about 500 gold ahead. Both junglers been a little bit silent in this early game. We've seen them hovering, we've seen them looking for something, but haven't quite been able to find it. Yesterday, 113 was able to get out to an early lead on this Viego. Very much a comfort champion for him. I believe he went like 8-1 last year on it, but didn't have as much impact in the later game yesterday. Here, looking around this mid lane, and Yoya is here. Hylissang's on his way as well. Niski already hit that 6. Can dash away with the Shuriken. Spectral Maw is going to hit, but Hylissang is here with the Lantern in time. The binding that hits onto 2. 113 has to flash away. The hook just short. As in the mid lane, all do about nothing. No one goes down.
Well, Jonghoon, everyone knows that you're a very prominent roamer, but Hilly is no stranger to roaming as well. When I saw this first iteration of the Mad roster, this is kind of what I expected.
Where
a lot of investment towards mid.
Where are you going?
Doesn't have flash, no ult.
The Shuriken misses 113, trying to put the fancy feet down, but just can't do it. Niski takes the kill.
Easy pickup there by Niski. And this was just a continuation of the mid jungle support from Mad, moving into the top river. You know, you help the mid laner helps you. And by working with Eljoya, they were looking to set up for that Scuttle Crab. 113 ends up losing his life, so the kills look to remain even. Kazi's going to be bullied a little bit, but even on the original Mad Lions, this was the type of state that Kazi was used to, often being left isolated as Kaiser would look to roam around the map, often working with Eljoya to try and facilitate humanoids. Looks like Mad Lions still trying to emulate that same structure.
That's worked well for them yesterday. Today, they have that kill on Niski already. No TP or flash on him. Dayor's flash obviously down as well. Finn continues to trade in the top lane. Chasey really can't do too much about this. Q3 knock-up a possibility. Chain of Corruption just short there by Kazi, as Jonghoon and Kobe yet to tick over to that level 6. Chasey's going to have to back once again, and Finn can take his time, push this lane in. Chasey no TP means that he might end up losing a couple of those minions to the tower.
Still up, but the Herald spawning in about 10 seconds time means that expect to see some movement on the map, and already we're starting to see it from Astralis. Great use of the Bard. What's it called?
The
E.
Oh, dear me.
Okay,
Benny, why would you put me on the spot like this? I
You're
do
a
know it,
play-by-play.
yeah, but it's just been a while since I've cast a Bard. It's a magical journey. There we are.
Yeah. That's what we are every time we
Caretaker
cast
Shrine,
together.
Magical Journey, Tempered Fate. Yeah, I do know that.
We take our fans on a magical journey together.
We take them on some sort of trip, at least.
Finn.
Finn going all out, and Yoya forced a little bit low. Aftershock does proc on him. 113 looking for this Rift Herald. Chasey going in as well.
Never mind.
Rift Herald already secured. Chasey now not on the right side of that wall, but should just be able to walk away as the magical journey is taken away by Astralis. Glacial Prism's going to hit, though. The knockback from Dayor, not enough. Niski dancing around. This one goes in with perfect execution, and it's enough for Niski's second kill.
And that's a big pickup for Niski in the mid lane. He's falling a little bit behind in CS, but he's just working with his jungler a lot right now, making sure that he can find advantages across the map. And Matt didn't feel confident enough going for that fight around Herald. Of course, they were a man down rather, because Kobe and Jonghoon were able to rotate up that much quicker. But really nice ultimate from Elyoya onto Dior, and he really couldn't get out of that situation. Twice now, though, I've seen Nisqy use the ult into E, not able to find anything. I saw Nuke do the same thing earlier. Part of me does wonder if that interaction, because in the past you could like, because your ult basically put you on top of someone, it was like really hard to miss the E, and we'll get it in a second. I'm sure observers can give us a bit of a slow-mo. Just slow-mo, just as Nisqy's ulting over the top of the Syndra. So you'll see like, he doesn't get knocked back, he's gonna use the ult and then into E. Oh, it actually hits the minion. Okay, so he was a little bit unfortunate there. The minion was just in his way, which meant that he couldn't land that E. He wouldn't have needed that auto attack if he was able to land it. That likely would have been an easy kill. But overall, great chain CC, an easy pickup for Mad. Nisqy now already with the Sork boots. The dangerous thing for a Syndra in any assassin matchup really is the second that the assassin starts getting ahead, you're in real danger. If you ever lose your flash, you're basically dead. So it's something that Dior has to be very cautious of for now. He does still have it though. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him build something a little bit more defensive to mitigate some of that burst that Nisqy's looking at.
Your solo mobility, Elyoya has flash and ultimate, and you have really nowhere to go unless you can flash away from that. And then also Nisqy is in a position now where he can just 1v1 you, as you say, Betty. So very difficult for Deo. He had a bit of a struggle yesterday as well with getting caught out a few times in the mid game. Here, the early game has not gone his way. One player on Astralis that is off to a strong start in this match, though, is Finn, as Yonghun and 113 try and join them up towards this top side. They have the Herald, so they might just be looking to push in this wave. Only 2.5 plates left on the tower up here. Finn has been able to chip away at those quite effectively without the help of his team so far.
But this is something that we talked about in the draft, right? Expecting to see Yonghun and 113 roaming around the map together, looking for picks, playing around their lanes. It's just kind of what you want to do on the Bard, primarily roam and look for plays. And as you rightly called, the Herald will be dropped, unlocking this top lane.
There's a collapse coming out. Look at Nisqy, look at Elyoya, they're behind them. TP immediately from Deo, realizing this is not in the best of shapes. They look for Chasey, but that tower yet to fall. The stun gonna go down onto Chasey, and the tower's still healthy enough to keep Astralis at bay. Temper Fate only hits one, but it's Nisqy, and that is perfect actually for Astralis. Nisqy looking for that shuriken. Deo joins the fray. Hillasang here as well to continue the fight. Unable to find too much as of yet. Has the flash, has the hook. Might just look for a flash play here. Instead, just looks for the hook and lands it. Yonghun takes a magical journey out of there, but all he can do is see Deo die in front of his very eyes. Mad Lions get their third kill of the game.
That time, Hilly, he was able to play into the mental of Dior. He threw out the hook. Oh, does end up missing it on the Finn.
We don't count that one. We don't count that one.
But you can see what Hilly's doing here. Pretty consistent in terms of how he's throwing out these hooks. He's always expecting the pros to dodge. And that time around, Dior ended up falling for the bait. That kill went over to Nisqy once again. One of the big carries, someone that you really want to be setting up for success. So have a look at Hilly here. He's going to throw it, and Dior kites back into it, realizes that he's going the wrong way, tries to move back, but too little, too late. 113 is able to get away to safety as Nisqy gets stunned underneath the tower, but overall, good collapse from Mad will result in a kill. No major objective gains, other than the fact that they will protect their top tower, giving Chasey a little bit more time to catch more farm, more XP, and kind of get back into this game a little bit, as he will find himself 1,000 gold down.
Yeah, Finn already got the Iceborne Gauntlet there in the top side. It's going to be very difficult to deal with, very sticky as well. And you can see Elyoya trying to shadow his top laner, knowing that perhaps Finn will step a little bit too far, looking for that final plate, and the pause comes out. Hey guys, first of the day, okay? First of the day, but hopefully the only one of the day.
I'm not. Stop. Stop.
Just saying,
I'm
Betty,
not
as a caster,
song.
your duty is to be entertaining for the crowd.
I'm a caster.
It doesn't seem like it some of the time. You're a very good singer.
Listen,
your vocals recently, top notch.
Listen.
If we praise him enough, by the way, maybe he'll get really solid. Also, the eyeshadow, it's a very, very powerful stuff, Betty. I saw the guitar playing.
I'm dying.
I like the hair.
It's a hard song to sing without the music, because it's like very intense.
Okay, great. We can just sing the music for us.
Don't you? Don't you?
I was going to try and sing it myself, and then I realized most people would just mute the stream. So
you'd kind of have to do it as like a ballad thing, you know?
A ballad. Maybe that should be your next.
Are they singing?
Reckless with my heart, apparently, is what they
are singing Reckless with my heart. But we're back in the game, so no singing today, crowd. What do you mean? Oh, this is what you came here for, the game. Right, let's... Oh, my word. All right.
So,
maybe one day. We'll see.
I'm just saying, Montpellier very good acoustics.
Very good acoustics. 1-1-3 right now, hovering around Finn. We'll be able to finally secure this first tower of the game. Keep my eyes on the Dragon as well, spawning in about a minute's time. As Elyoya hovering around mid lane once again.
Deo's got no flash.
No flash, as you say.
Oh, able to dodge forward, but just Niski can just chase him down.
Yeah.
Elyoya didn't even really need to come in to do anything there. The slow helped a little bit. Niski gets his second plate of the game as well in that mid lane. And really, it's a battle between who is further ahead and who can have more impact, Finn or Niski.
Tell you right now, Niski is so strong. Already level 10, getting very close to that first core item.
Plating will fall soon.
And Finn, while he definitely can be a menace, currently has very little magic resistance sitting in his back pocket. If I'm looking at that correctly, 46.
Yep.
I'm telling you right now, not an... Oh,
who wins?
Let's find out.
Finn.
He missed his E. That's not good.
No, Finn missed his Q3, though, so... You know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But that's really going to be the matchup we have to watch for the next while. Yeah, because they're the same thing. Half a dozen is 6, right? So.
Yeah. Man, I thought you were talking about eggs, and I was like, what does this have to do with eggs?
You can talk about eggs. Like, it's just an idiom.
It's just an idiom. You calling me an idiom? All right, Dragon, 2 seconds time. Cassante already in position. Jonghun and Kobe have the push in bot, which means that they're also in position.
But Deo doesn't have TP, and he's in the top lane, and they see that, right?
Yeah,
so
that is a little bit awkward. Yeah, look, they went into the river, and they were like, wait a minute, and then they're out of the river again. Niski grouping up with Elyoya and Hylissang. I think you guys are going to have to get used to us saying that, because this definitely is the playstyle that I expect from this team. Doing a great job of setting Niski up for success. They realize that, hey, we don't actually need everyone here. Chasey has more than enough time. Oh, actually, they're going to send Niski back. He's likely going to catch that top wave, and they're going to have Chasey push through that bot lane.
1-1-3 immediately pings over towards their Rift Tower, so they will start that up. It will be a trade across the map. And I do wonder a little bit for Astralis here. There's a possible pick here from Hylissang. If he can get a good lantern in, you can see 1-1-3 having to retreat. They realize they don't have the push in mid. They didn't really start this held early enough for them to be able to secure it. They had gone down towards that bottom side of the map. One of those, like, as soon as you know Deo's going top, you shouldn't really be sending anyone down to contest that Drake as Astralis.
Ooh, all in here from Finn.
All out as well. That's Cassante's ultimate name, guys.
And it's funny because he went in and then he went out.
True.
It's just, Medic's just a lyrical genius.
You're the lyrical genius here.
Far too kind.
Can you sing for us?
Stop it. Ultimate goes... Oh, it doesn't go wide. It actually... Oh, it connects.
Gets caught there. Good tempered fate, though, trying to keep himself alive. Magical journeys himself out. The ignite is ticking, but won't be enough. 1-1-3, looking for something. Hylissang still has the flash and will invest it into his escape. And manages to remove himself from what could have been a precarious spot. Elyoya on his way down towards this bottom lane, tried to force Finn into a little bit more of a sticky situation, but Finn should be okay just defending under this tower. I'm not sure how much threat Chasey with the Divine Sundra and Elyoya have right now, especially with 1-1-3 in the area. But it does feel a bit like Astralis are playing reactively rather than proactively over the last few minutes. Contesting the Dragon, not being able to take the Rift Herald. Now they're doing something proactive as 1-1-3 comes down towards this bottom lane. Finn no all-out available. Chasey does have the ultimate riposte, gets the stun, Heartbreaker coming out, but Chasey's now in a 1v3 situation, and even a Korean Fiora cannot escape those. Finn takes the kill.
Big punish there onto Chasey once again. He's just a little overzealous, I feel. He fell for the same trick twice where Finn dragged him underneath the tower using his W. He ends up taking a tower shot and then that just buys enough time for 1-1-3 and Jonghun to show up. It's been a lot about jungle support this game from both sides. And while Astralis have been able to find picks here and there, mainly onto Chasey, it's Mad that have been really punishing Dior in the mid lane. They've been funneling all these resources into Niski. They will secure this mid tower as well. And overall, Mad have a lot more control over the map. The gold doesn't necessarily reflect that, largely because you can see Finn sitting on a 2k gold lead over his lane opposition. Jungle pretty even, AD carry pretty even, and it's kind of matched by Niski in the mid lane. 2-level advantage over Dior. That rocket belt now completed for him with large rods finished up next to it. So a lot of damage going to be coming out from Niski right now.
Shadow Flame probably up next for Niski there in the mid lane. And it feels like Mad Lions really have the run of the Rift right now. They can go where they want, they can get the vision where they want. You can already see the blue side of Astralis' jungle is listed with wards. Niski looking for the bot lane here. A bit more magic resist now picked up on Finn. He gets Niski underneath the tower with the Pathfinder. Finn already has got those Merc Treads, Iceborne Gauntlet, got the Aegis now, and another Null Magic Mantle, knowing that he's probably going to be the one assigned to deal with Niski, and he does that pretty effectively down towards this bottom lane.
Great awareness there from both spots, actually. I mean, I talked about Jonghun and 113 working together. Like, Jonghun has been glued to 113 the last 2 minutes, but he was right behind Finn in this bot lane, ready for if Niski wanted to look for a play. But Hylissang was sitting in this bush where this control ward is being cleared out, ready to offer assistance as well. Just goes to show how pro players are constantly thinking about where the enemy could be, what they could be trying to do, and then just in a position just in case. And, this time around, no one ends up losing their life as Mad extend their gold lead to about 1k.
And nothing too monumental for them. They're really waiting for this this soul win condition. You know, third Drake, you feel that Astralis will want to take that fight. Manamune on its way for Kobbe. He's got the Triforce, and although we haven't talked much about the AD carries, Kobbe is getting into a position once again where he can have an impact. Yesterday, he was the star for Astralis. Today, he could be the same. Ezreal, very difficult to lock down. Unless you hit him with a Chain of Corruption or a Glacial Prison, Mad Lions don't really have that chase potential onto someone as slippery as an Ezreal.
Really true. So much mobility really on both sides. Akali, Fiora, and Cassante, Ezreal. A lot of champions with a lot of dashes, a lot of range as well on the side of Astralis. We'll see if we can take advantage of it. How much poke can the Ezreal land before it actually kicks off?
It does amuse me that when you're talking about the mobility, you're like, oh yeah, this tank bruiser top laner, yeah, huge mobility. Dash on every ability, can get behind you, can get in front of you, can dash to the side, can shield his teammates, can knock you up, has an auto attack reset, also does a lot of damage, gains bonus resistances when he goes into the all-out, also can chuck you over terrain, suplexes you, is John Cena, gives you the people's elbow. It's just absurd, really, what Sante can do.
And then there's Narcissus. Doggo smash.
Slow. Which is actually often more effective than Cassante, because you can't get away from that one, can you?
Yeah, that's the funny thing about Narcissus. He's just like, haha, here's all your mobility and wither. All right, Dragon being started off by Astralis. Mad entering the river second. This dragon is melting, though.
Yeah, Josie has TP, but where's he going to go? TP goes not in the best of spots. Dale's trying to get away from this one. The Magical Journey coming out. Niski now isolated off towards the backside. Niski core flashes in. The dragon on the menu. The temper fit comes out. True Shot Barge doesn't do a huge amount of damage. Spender's already going to go down. 113 trying to get into the pit as well. He steals away Niski's soul. The smite comes out. It's secured. Kazi, I believe, took the dragon. Third of the game for Mad Lions. Heartbreaker out by 113. 1-1 either side so far. And Mad get out with the dragon.
What a chaotic fight. All of the gold that was sitting on both sides ends up dropping. Niski goes way too deep onto the backside. Doesn't have the stopwatch to buy any time for him to actually disengage from the fight. Meanwhile, Finn does the same thing. I don't think he was expecting that ultimate from the Bard to come through, which meant that the second that he dived into that pit, he was basically left completely isolated. It was an awkward situation for both sides, but it was Mad that ended up coming out on top. And you'll see here, Niski coming in from the flank. He uses Jonghun to close the gap. He tries to E onto 113, and he decides, you know what, I can actually take this 1v1, follows it through. But then he finds himself face-to-face with Dior and Finn right behind. He's then forced to flash out. Good ultimate initially, but as you can see, Finn kind of isolates himself in the back of the pit. Dior can't do much to assist, is able to get a bit of damage over the wall. Niski's E gets interrupted as 113 then is able to commit to the backside, but he's then immediately forced to get out, as it is the Varus that actually ends up securing it. The smite, it looks like, didn't come through from either jungler.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just a passive block from the Varus alongside an auto attack, because it was 662 health and then it was nothing. You know, wouldn't be surprised if Kazi been building up blight stacks during that fight.
You have 2 stacks on junglers. I wasn't paying attention to the smites, but it might not always go on cooldown.
I didn't see either.
Well,
it goes on cooldown for 10 seconds even if you smite.
Oh,
so
okay, then maybe.
It could be a spec overlay thing we didn't see in the moment. Obviously, someone will go back and flame us, be like, no, it was obviously
of course
2
they
smites alongside an Ezreal auto attack with Conqueror procs and the Syndra W.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I'm too used to trusting the old one, but now smite is, of course, slightly different. Regardless, Mad have a dragon. Mad have a very clear win condition. Mad have a 1.5k gold lead. Mad is sitting pretty comfortably. And, you know, again, he's not a shining star, but Kazi, coming into this year, was heavily criticized by the community. Hang on a second. I think that Astralis should be fine. Maybe I spoke too soon.
113 tanks it deliberately there. The Temper Fate's only going to hit onto 1 TP coming in as well as they try and look the Kazi here. Does still have the flash, has the Lantern as well. The stun's going to connect with that Cosmic Binding. Finn hooked up. Kazi flashes. Now Finn a little bit deep as 113 might look for the chase, but can't find anything more to go forward with.
Okay, so Mad able to disengage from that small skirmish. Niski wasn't really in the vicinity to offer much assistance. I feel like that Niski could have looked to push a lane somewhere else on the map, but regardless, TP invested, said it won't be available for the next dragon. which will force Finn to hang around the bot side of the map. But as you can see on the minimap, you're already heading up towards the top side. Look at this vision, though, from Mad, all around the top side jungle. You can see heavy investment red wards around the top river. They've got these couple of deep wards in. They've even spotted out the control ward. And now Astralis is investing their time to clear out some of this vision. See if Mad actually looks to contest, because I can see Kazi moving into the river. So Elyoya hovering around that mid lane. Hylissang was covering for bot, but now we're looking to regroup with his mid jungle. Just a lot of posturing right now, just a bit of dancing back and forth as the vision comes through, and both sides looking to try and get as much money as they can, spend that money, and have as many item upgrades as possible ahead of the next fight.
It's always how much you want to invest here as well, because although the Baron is very important, the expectation is the next fight is around a dragon. All you're trying to do is stop Astralis from getting a sneak on the Baron while you set up down towards that dragon. Finn and Niski still trading here. Finn does have the knockback with the Intofu strike. He's going to take Niski on a bit of a magical journey himself, all out going in. Niski trading. Oh my god, you don't,
I was going to say,
you don't win.
I feel like Niski wins this. Why is he playing so scared? Like, and I wonder if in his head he was like, I don't know where enemy jungle is, I don't know where enemy support is. And he's like, Finn would only go this aggressive if they're here. But the second that he uses his all-out, Akali just, nah. Yeah. Nah, man. There's no way you're beating Akali. And, like, he didn't even ult. So that's why I was like, Niski, why are you playing so scared right now? But in any case, he does get that kill on the Finn. That's kind of what I expect to happen as we move forward into the side lanes. And the problem is, you've then also got this Fiora, which is only going to get stronger as the game progresses. And as long as they keep these lane assignments, Akali into the Cassante and the Fiora into the Syndra, Mad is not going to lose on side.
Finn did also have Gargoyles. I think he did not proc during that fight. Maybe a surprising amount of burst from an Akali, but she is kind of a champion based around doing burst damage, so perhaps not too surprising. 3,000 gold lead note, though, now for Mad Lions. 30 seconds on the next Drake, and you can see set up that vision around the red buff, that triangular area, the Bermuda triangle of wards, as they try and make sure that Astralis can't step too far forward. Lantern a long way there for Elyoya if you wanted to take it. Niski is snuck in behind them. Who are you going for, Niski? Who are you looking for?
I'm hiding. Never mind.
He's not Twitch. He's now been seen as well. And Astralis like, oh wait, there's a Niski on his way. Astralis start up the dragon. Finn's going to try and mark Niski here.
All right, round two, Finn. Want to try again?
He chips him down a little bit. Finn.
Hang on a minute.
Where are you going, Finn? All the way around. They don't know where Chasey is either. So Chasey can get in behind them here, can dash across that wall. Jonghoon's trying to come in as well. Hylissang going with a hook, but the Pathfinder's going to block them. Niski gets onto Jonghoon. Kobe has to flash away as well. Chasey chasing in. Dale the first on the menu for Niski. And up next, you have to feel is 113 and Kobe. Alongside him, Jonghoon falls. Finn, the last man standing, can only stand and watch as Mad Lions devour him in the river. He tries to dash away. He will escape, but Elyoya is not having any of that. Continues to chase. Oh, it's Cassante. Yeah, okay, he has a million dashes. He gets out. Finn escapes, but Mad Lions will secure the Dragon Soul.
Wow, what an engage from Kazi. His ultimate kind of went unnoticed in the fight, but it ended up hitting like 4 people, which locked them up and set up the 2 solo laners of Mad Lions to come in from the flank and just tear Astralis apart. Really well played fight from Mad Lions. In the past, this team was credited for their team fighting press. But just keep your eyes on Kazi here. Look at this ultimate. Lands onto 113, spreads out very effectively, and kind of forces Dior and Kobe to split apart from each other. Then they get pincered between Chasey and Niski, and then they're instantly forced to retreat. Astralis don't even have an opportunity to play the fight, as pretty much they spend the whole fight running away. Finn tried to do what he could, but it wasn't enough. He was left isolated with the other 3 members of Mad Lions as they just teared Astralis apart.
Yeah, it feels like a fed Akali beats a fed Cassante.
Fed Akali beats everything.
Okay, well, that makes sense, right? And after the early laning phase struggles for Chasey, he's now sitting in a very strong position as well. 20 CS up, 2, 2, and 4. Has a bounty on his head. Astralis trying to push forward here because the 113 has the 131 for Mad Lions has begun. Astralis will be able to take a tower in the mid lane for this, but Mad Lions willing just to be on the back foot a little bit. They didn't take Baron. Obviously, they only took the Hextech Soul, but they can now push out these side lanes. They have TP on Chasey. Niski's going to go back and complete his Zhonya's, so that's a full 3rd item for him, while Deo is still scrounging for parts. Only has bits of that Void Staff. You have to feel the Mad Lions will just set up around this Baron, get the deep vision that we've seen so often from them in this game, and then close this one out.
Don't be surprised, though, to see Mad use the Baron as a means to fight.
Yeah.
Because their Baron taking isn't the fastest when you have an Akali and a Fiora. It's not that it's necessarily bad with a Fiora, but it's actually more effective for Niski to do this. So he'll sit in a bush, sit in a flank, wait for Astralis to come, and then as they look to turn for a fight, then he'll actually look to try and get onto the back line, execute one of the carries, and then with a numbers advantage, that's when they'll look. And look, he's found Dior, isn't quite able to find him though.
So Temper Fate will stop the Baron for a second. And Lirio, though, can restart it. Patience doesn't wear thin on that one. Niski looking for the flank here. Is spotted on the control ward. You have to feel that if Astralis just immediately engaged, there's a possibility they can do something before Niski joins the fight. No flash on him. Across the board, no flashes for Astralis, though. Hylissang going forward here. Finn trying to do what he can. Pulls Hylissang across the wall, but the Glacial Prism's going to hit on 113. And Chasey finds the flank. Kobe already down. Second up is Jonghoon. Elioya dashing across the wall. Niski follows suit. And they can't choose. It's a plethora of riches. A plethora of death for Mad Lions. Ball down already. Hylissang looking for the hook. And 113 waits it out.
Hylissang, he's not having many hooks land today, but it doesn't matter. The hooks that land do in fact count. Mad Lions have the right set on the end, and they played the fight beautifully. The focus wasn't the Baron, the focus was the fight, and they're able to turn it around. Great performance from the solo laners in that final fight. Niski was set up for success by the jungle support, and now they're gonna look to end this game.
Yes, they are, and they're going to do it in style. 15 kills to 3, a 9,000 gold lead. Mad Lions so far clean at the start of winter 2023. I say that as Hylissang dies, and what a way to round it out.
This really was just dominance from Niski, but he wouldn't have got there if it weren't for his jungle support. Hylissang and Elioya already looking like a seasoned duo in terms of how they move around the map, work together. And yeah, there were a couple combos, you know. I think like a good performance, like, yeah, okay, there's some things that could be improved from Niski's Akali, but overall, really great performance. Absolutely dominant, and he was just tearing through the team fights. And like, we kind of talked about it, when you have a lot of squishy members, you don't have a lot of lockdown for the Akali, she just kind of gets free reign. And he was really good at finding those avenues into the fight, finding those flanks, and he was just very good at tearing apart Astralis. So Mad Lions now find themselves top of the table, 2-0. Of course, still 3 games to go for the rest of the day, but a great way to start off your season.
Oh, it really is, and you can vote for one of them in your player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Elioya, Niski, and Hylissang are the options. All of them obviously had great games. As you say, it was kind of a combination of those 3 that allowed Mad Lions to take home the win. And for Astralis, a bit of a struggle as at the start of the season. Another composition without too much hard CC. Weren't really able to find them a purchase on this game. You know, Finn had a good top lane, but apart from that, everything kind of collapsed around him. And you have to wonder how they're going to be able to bounce back, because they have another game tomorrow. Like, there's no breaks on this train of League of Legends, right? You have to keep playing, and you need to start picking up wins pretty soon. Otherwise, you might be relegated to the bottom of the table.
Yep, 3 weeks of super weeks, basically. It's just relentless best of ones, all on the same patch, and Astralis. Yeah, I think the biggest feedback is when you are a brand new team, when you do have new rosters, when you've got new players trying to figure out how to mesh together, you got to keep it simple. You know what I mean?
Press
and I
off.
feel like that, I feel like that at its core, you've got a pretty solid jungle support. We just need to see a little bit more from Astralis.
And that's the hope. We'll see if they can bounce back tomorrow. But for now, we're going to hand it over to Shox and Goldborg at the desk. And Elioya will also join them in a few moments' time.
Can you not see him, Medic? He was already here. Maybe you didn't, though. Hola.
Hola.
¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien.
¿Todo bien?
¿Y vosotros?
Sí, muy bien. ¿Y en la juego?
También muy bien.
Sí, sí, sí.
Todo muy bien, ¿no?
We're just kidding. We're just trolling with Goldberg. But since we have a couple of teams that's been taken over by big Spanish influencers, maybe we all need to work on our Spanish.
We all do.
We all do. Regardless, your English is also fantastic. First up, congratulations on what a start from the Mad Lions, right? I feel like you can be pretty happy when you look at the 2 games overall. What are your biggest takeaways as to what you did well?
I think we played pretty well around mid-jungle, both games. Like, we had some solid performances, me and Niski, I would say. But it was still like, I'm happy because we got both wins. And from these 2 games, I think there is so much to learn. So it's happy to learn. And, like, if you can learn and win, I mean, you take those, you
That's
know?
the best
Yeah.
combo.
Like, you're happy.
That's true.
Yeah.
I was really wondering because you know, Niski level 1, when he tried to get ward on enemy red buff as well coming
Yeah.
into the game, he took a really big chunk of HP. How much did that influence like your early jungle pathing as well, that you kind of had to bail Niski out a little, because it felt really close to him dying so many times in the mid lane?
I had to adapt, yes, but I'm used to my mid laner being 1 HP, so
Right,
it was like
right.
one more day in the office, you
Of
know?
course.
Like, Niski, sometimes he's not like a level 1, sometimes just he takes like the worst trade possible, so it's something that I've learned, you know?
Just
It's-
another day in the office.
Exactly, yeah.
Regardless, it was a great day in the office. We have actually some replays of the kill scores mid, because you were really duoing up a lot, just like we've seen you do in the past. Do you feel like your synergy with Niski is still evolving? Or
It is for sure. I think we have still so much to improve on, like in the Rift and outside of the Rift both. Like, I think when you find like someone you like as a duo partner, like you can sync together well in the game, but it's also important really outside of the game. There is so many aspects that people don't take care that I feel like are really important. So
you mean feedback, or do you mean like, you know, friendship, or what are you?
I feel like having a good relationship and knowing the other person, like I know Niski and I know when he's feeling down or sad, he's gonna have a way worse performance. Everyone, right? But I know now how to cheer him up. I also know when he knows that when he wants to play a champion, even though it's not the best draft, he does this a lot, he has to play the champion. If he doesn't play this champion, it's not gonna go so well.
And last year, you guys were the best mid jungle duo we pretty much had in the league. Coming into this year, do you still feel confident kind of obtaining that title for you guys? Because now we have additions with G2, with Yike now being together with Caps. How do you feel like you stack up against the rest of the teams now this year? And do you have anyone specifically you're looking out for?
Yeah, for sure. I think Yike, as you mentioned, Yikes and Caps, I think are two to keep an eye on, and for sure also Vo and Perks. So I think also Razork and Humanoid, like there is pretty strong mid jungles. I still think we are the best, but they are for sure like way harder competition than last year.
Final thing about Niski, because I'm sure his ego is getting strong enough. He's a Kali, reached his final power spike by solo killing Finn's Cassante. Cassante have seemed pretty damn oppressive at times. What has been your experience playing against him?
Remove this champion. Like,
Again?
come on. Like, it's a tank that you can never catch this guy. Like, he's gonna EW into third Q into EW again. Then he will ult you through 4 different walls and one-shot you.
Yeah.
So, just riot. Like.
It's also just the stats. It's like, oh, you're supposed to like drop your stats, become super aggressive with your AD, but you're still super unkillable while you do these things. So yeah, definitely one to look out for, but didn't really stop Mad Lions today from really exceeding. I think you guys had a great job in terms of just playing the game fundamentally. It didn't really look like, oh, big highlights play here and there. It's just like, well, we're stacking Drakes, we're just gonna come back. How was this game from your point of view? Were you sweating throughout any point of it, or did it just feel like a cruise in the park?
I think this game, I mean, it felt easy because everything was going in our favor. Like, sure, not even like the first blood when they got the first blood on Xante. Like, we didn't even like panic at any point. I felt like we had this game in control and we liked our comp. We knew we had to flank. We just had to find those flanks. And in game, they weren't paying much attention to that. So I think it was an easy one, yeah.
I don't mean any disrespect to Astralis. I don't mean any respect to SK yesterday as well, right? But you will be going up against teams from a different caliber entirely in the likes of G2 and Vitality, etc. We were talking in the green room about the fact that last year you guys had some issues with mid-game direction, be it over-focusing, be it objective setup, be it whatnot. How do you think you're evolving in that department, or will you only know when you play those teams?
No, I think we have already taken a big step on that regard because I think Healy is making a really great job. I think the addition of Healy to this team is helping me so much in terms of shot call that I can focus much more in, let's say, team fights. And yeah, he's also, he's a really big help for us. So I feel like coming into these games, we are going to be way more prepared. Yeah, I think also, like, we and me as an individual also, we have improved so much compared to last year. So I don't have any, I'm not scared of mid games into good teams. I think we are going to always come out with the winning side.
I was reading an article with Mac right before this game finished as well. And he was kind of talking about how your team now, what was the sense of it with Chasey and Hillisan coming in the different voices. And he was talking about his responsibility as a coach. How do you feel like your responsibility as the team's jungler has changed now that these different pieces have come in?
Well, I wanna. I mean, I took a bigger step on this, and I want more than like a good player. I also wanna be a good teammate to my team, and I think that I've been reading. I've been researching on how to boost your team and make them play better.
Yeah.
So I wanna have as much pressure as I can. I wanna make my team shine the most, and I mean, I want them to have the best performance when they are playing with me. So that's like, I think I'm taking like a lot of responsibility, and it's also what I like. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
It's awesome. I'm thinking back to the first time you were on the desk like a couple of years ago, and how different you are and how much you're evolving. It's awesome to see. Final thing though, you happy to have Carzy back?
Of course.
Yeah, you guys get along really well. So
yeah. It's always. I mean, Carzy is the one that I always like. I had the best relationship with, so I'm really glad that he's back. So yeah, I mean,
good vibes.
It's of course, it's
good
a lot of
vibes
fun.
overall. Okay, lovely. Thank you so much, Elyoya, and we're gonna take.
I hope I hope they don't give MVP to Niski for this one, guys. Like there was a Sejuani not missing ultimates. Come on.
I don't know. He got it. Niski got it.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, he got it. Sorry. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, it's Vitality versus Team Heretics.
Maybe next time Wukong again, not Sejuani. Yeah.
Two prodigal sons of EMEA return to the bottom lane. Reckless and Hans Sama.
Throughout my career, I think Hans was the hardest player to play against. He was pretty much the only one in the early days that stood up against me.
I think it's really exciting to play against Reckless. It's always been since 2017 when I first came, and it feels like we've been competing against each other for a long time already.
Sama's doing the pivot. Reckless! He takes it away! Reckless dodged the petrifying gaze! Reckless and Intersect get in the back door! The perfect team fight! They take it all!
This year starts with our biggest rivalry, as old names will write a new chapter in the history of G2 and Fnatic.
that Bo?
Yeah, I think it is.
Bro, look at him go, man. He's just tearing through those chips like he tears up solo queue. Do you hear that he got like rank 1 on the server, like just after joining the server?
Wow, yeah. Super crazy.
Yeah, you think that's cool, but do you hear about the book?
The book?
Rumor has it that if you grief him in lane, if you troll him, if you get on his bad side, hell, if you even look at him funny, he's gonna write your name down in the book. Do you wanna know what happens if your name gets written?
But you mean in game, right?
No, bro. I'm not talking about in game. Oh no. I know he's looking at us. Bro, I think he's writing our names in the book. This is bad. This is bad. Daniel, why did you look at him right now?
I didn't know. Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Aw. Could have been a friendship. Could have been, who knows?
They ruined it. Benny is spreading these wild rumors, and it comes back to bite him. He missed his opportunity.
Yeah, Bowie had a great introduction to the LEC. In fact, in major region win streak of 11-0. And today he's facing Jankos, which is really, really nice. When it comes to Bo, I guess he was one of the most talked about players coming into the league, and I feel like he kind of lived up to that.
Yeah, I mean, just right out of the gate, we got that level 2 gank. It was a little different style than maybe we were expecting. But just to clarify that 11-0, 10 of those wins were in the LPL.
Yes,
so,
yes.
So pretty impressive stuff.
Actually, more impressive, probably.
Yeah, probably more impressive
What do you mean?
than
That
one win in the
victory
LEC.
from LEC outshines 10 victories in LPL.
True.
Dacta's not here. We take these right now.
So Vitality Up versus Heretics, I feel like they mirrored each other's strengths and weaknesses yesterday, Goldberg. Is that correct?
I would agree with that statement too. I felt like the early game, you talked about both at the level 2 game, that set Vitality up for a great start in that game. But the early game went well, but where it started to fall apart from them was in the mid game, where Fnatic started getting a lot of objectives for themselves. In Heretics game, though, they really struggled in the early game against Astralis. Jankos was pushed out of his own jungle. He got first blooded. Astralis was running away with the entire game. But then it was through the mid game and really good skirmishes and team fighting that Heretics started coming back. So there's a little bit of a mirror matchup in terms of, well, not mirror matchup, but a
inverse,
mismatch,
right?
exactly, where they kind of play into each other here.
We also got to listen to the voice comms of Vitality in a very important skirmish in the mid lane, and I just wanted to pull that up again so we can listen to it, so we can learn about how the communication works in that fragmented team. Let's listen.
I'm coming again though.
Yeah. I think enemy support will come here.
Yeah, I think we win. But we can't no flash either, so we can actually kill him
Varus
as well.
can be there too. Varus can be there too. I push back. I'm coming. Careful. Care Varus. I go TP. Can we fight?
I will chase. Yeah. Give me the flash.
Can you? You guys care?
No. Go. Oh, maybe. I can't. Oh.
It's fine. Back home. I will level up. It's fine.
I can go top
I have to go top. Yeah. You can base. Oh, you go top? Maybe?
Yeah.
What's really crazy about this play is the fact that you look at that and it looks like a play that's really well, perfectly set up, because Perkz is shifting up towards the top lane after, Photon's not even dropping a wave. But what's crazy is the fact they're not talking about any of that. This is just players with pure instinct who's popping off in a team fight or in a setting where they can see the play and it works for them. So it's crazy to see, despite the communication not being there yet, for Vitality, the individual and raw skill of the players is really just taking them across the finish line.
I would say in a certain way, like the communication is there in the simplicity, right? Because there's like the obvious comms like I'm teleporting in, but then also like, can you chase? Like I can or I can't, you know, good emote there. But like all over, and then within that, right, within the very simple comms, everyone's sort of pushing the limits, understanding what their characters can do. And that was what was so impressive, to turn a losing play where Perkz gets picked immediately into one that looks looked really good for Vitality.
Yeah, Perks also said in PGL, this is actually what we want it to be like. Even if we evolve more, that means we're already at a certain point. But he says clean comms and less comms are actually the ideal comms when it comes to if you want to play these fights like this. And I tend to agree with him, but it all has to work out, of course. Let's take a look at their opponents in Team Heretics. And I want to highlight Ruby in the mid lane. I think maybe he wasn't talked about as much because we were all talking about Jankos joining this team, but also a very impressive debut on this side.
Yeah, we were basically calling him the last airbender or the avatar behind the scenes just because he's been through 4 different regions now to finally make it here and just master a skill from each region he's been in. But he had an impressive performance yesterday. He had the Cassiopeia into the Ryze matchup, which is usually favored towards her, but it's just kiting out in the mid game that really worked out well from him against the composition. And there's so many times where it looked like he was going to die in an unfortunate skirmish, and he either just won or traded 1-for-1 in it. He had an amazing performance yesterday.
Yeah, I remember that one like bot lane fight where he's like 2 players running down at him. He's able to trade out. It was really, really impressive. And I think that's a great sign for this player to show that you have like that team fight style in the Cassiopeia that you can play back into. I hope we get to see another look for him as well, because he is a guy that can play all the different styles in mid lane for his team. You know, he's a new player. He's a new name to a lot of LEC fans, but has been around the world playing League of Legends.
Absolutely, and now he gets to play in the most fun region in the world.
Oh, yeah.
The LEC, and we'll head over to our casters. And I know the camera's not that high, but show off the pants, Dracos.
Yeah.
They're high. High-waisted. Look at the pants. It works. If you're a boy with thick thighs and hips as I am, you just hide them by making your pants go higher. That's some fashion tech for the men out there. Genius. AKA the Harry Styles. Welcome. We'll stop talking about Harry Styles. We'll start talking about the game in front of us. It's exciting. Both of these teams, very interesting games yesterday. For Vitality, it kind of feels like they stole a win to a certain degree. For Heretics, really rough early game. Jankos getting solo boloed, Finn kind of disrupting his pathing so much level 1. We'll have to see what they can do this time around as we once again get ready to meet the players. So it begins. There we are, looking adorable, posing behind their chairs. The players now don their headsets and get ready for the game. I gotta say, Cadril, before we begin, gotta throw in some trademark LEC narrative.
Hit me.
Jankos versus Perks, brothers facing each other off, fighting to the death.
The 2
drama. If this was a best of 5, you'd hear us talk about it a million times. It's a best of 1 in the second day of a brand new season, so it's not as significant, but you know that it is still a little bit personal for these boys. Wouldn't be surprised to see some all-chat action.
Wow, and we're in draft already, so let's see what they've got cooking. Obviously, I think a lot of people yesterday were excited for Bo specifically, you know. They talked about it all yesterday, about how he's been tearing up solo queue and he's undefeated. I think the game overall was pretty good. Not a huge shining light in terms of just complete 1v9 performance. He got his Graves. Does Heretics want to take away that Graves? Does Jankos have an answer? Because I think that's something he'll find comfort on. And comfort's key in week 1. We'll see if Perks can fill the role of a more supportive style. We saw the Ryze. We saw him trying to roam around the map. Wasn't very successful, but the idea behind it was good in the sense that he will always lean to his younger side to make sure he can get a lead rather than push out extra waves. So we'll see if he does that again.
Yeah, Vitality's game yesterday versus Fnatic was thrilling. There were so many kills, there was so much back and forth. It was definitely not the cleanest game from either side, so I'm curious to see what Vitality's game plan is coming into today. Obviously, the start of their game versus Fnatic super good. That creative level 2 gank from Bo was a pleasure to see, but Jankos again, first blooded yesterday, but known traditionally, first blood king, another hashtag narrative for you. So I want to see what his early game looks like, because obviously I feel like he's at his best when he has a champion that can just impact his lanes as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, Sejuani comes to mind here. Are they going to ban it away here, Vitality, or first pick it? It doesn't sound like a Bo champion to me, but there's the Ryze ban onto Ruby. I feel like taking away Vi and Maokai is one thing, but then leaving open Sejuani for Jankos on 1-2 is quite an easy escape avenue for him. So we'll see what happens in the jungle picks. Lucian's taken away. Yuumi is still up. So they can go for some kind of Zeri Yuumi here if Vitality want to first pick it. I'd be surprised if they don't take it away. They're going to go for the Heimerdinger ban. So does Vitality first pick the Yuumi? Is that something they want to go for? They could also go for the Zeri and then just take the Lulu or the Yuumi. Does make it easier because, of course, if you take away Yuumi, they take away Zeri Lulu, then now you have to play some kind of Sivir lane.
Yep, I like this. I think the heads-up play overall to grab the Zeri as the first pick. See what the options are now from Heretics. Probably just lock your bot lane here. Would love to see some early prio on a jungle lane. Kalista would be a much more aggressive option.
Classic.
Berlin, I love how much you love the thumbs up already.
Wow, we've got a Kalista Wukong instantly locked in. They don't care about the range support. They're going to let them have the Yuumi or the Lulu and play some kind of Nautilus or Leona on 3. You have to imagine Amumu is another good champ that works well with the Kalista. A lot of team fight already for Heretics, a lot of early game push. There's the Sejuani. Is Bo going to go for it? Yes, he is. He's going to go for a tank jungler. Will help his team set up, and I'd be surprised if they don't pick the Enchanter now. Are they going to go for Photon's Jax? Yes, they are. Sejuani Jax locked in. Now, does Heretics respond with picking their best support and banning out 2, or do they respond to the top pick in something like we saw Wunder's Gragas into the Jax? Did get solo killed, but it's a good matchup overall. Just body slam as soon as he jumps in. You can also go for things like Gnar, Fiora if you want to be looking at skill matchups.
And Gnar, traditionally a very big Cumber pick of Evi's, did have a pretty solid showing on the Cassante yesterday. 1 or 2 difficult moments, but was able to get solo killed, find solo kills. Was a successful day. Now as we enter the second ban phase, pretty much matched on both sides. The support pool wide open. This is where you have to feel that the Lulu and the Yuumi can be taken away by Heretics, and then suddenly the options look a lot less good, whereas Kalista has a ton of viable, aggressive pairings that are still up and available.
Will they ban the cat is the question. The crowd wants it to happen.
I'm sorry, wait, who has the please pick Yuumi side? I thought that was not allowed.
There's an imposter among us.
How did that guy's the imposter? We found him.
I saw him bent.
3 years of Among Us later, we found him.
So there's the Renata ban. Kalista Renata, fantastic pairing. Wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of a Mumu or Nautilus ban. It depends how much they value support counts, because if you ban Lulu here, then it makes it a bit harder in terms of blind picks for Kaiser. Or do you value mid counts picks? Syndra is still up, which is very powerful with a champion like Wukong. Galio is something that Europe hasn't seen just yet, but is also quite strong. It's going to be an Akali ban from Heretics. That signals to me that they do want to look for some kind of Syndra blind pick.
Leaving the options open. What Perk's preference is going to be. Curious what the engaged support pairings look like for Zeri. I've gotten so used to just Lulu or Yuumi that I've kind of forgotten what else she works with.
It's been years since we've seen another support
I
with Zeri.
assume Nautilus, because he kind of works with everybody, but I'm ready to learn once again.
Cassiopeia ban, taking that away from Ruby. Surprised. Normally Cassio's only really picked into a champion like Ryze because of his short range. You can trade a lot harder onto him. So now it's mid or support. Do they value counts pick on support or mid? I think Syndra blind is just the easiest option here. I don't think there's many incredible counters. I mean, Victor is normally the answer to it.
Yeah.
And I think the Akali ban is just to take away a melee mid that works with Sejuani. All that's left now is Sylas, but the ultimates aren't that good. But it's going to be Kalista Nautilus. Really good bot lane for all in. Does give Vitality the option of a Braum here. If they want to play Zeri Braum, I'm not sure how strong the lane will be, but just natural counter.
Yeah, Braum also paired with the Sejuani, paired with the Jax, paired with the Zeri. So much lockdown. It's going to make it so much more difficult for the Wukong to navigate these fights, for Cassante to navigate these fights as we move later in the game, especially for Kalista, a champion who's so mobile, who gets to dance around champs like Sejuani. Once a single concussive blows hits you, obviously gets so much harder. And well predicted, Cadril. It will be the Braum in the end here, so a very defensive option on the bottom side. But now Perks is going to have to select something.
I feel like a mage here is just best. Yeah, Azir, Insta-lock. Simple and easy. I mean, they've got 3 melee champs now, so Sejuani's pretty happy with that, and 2 incredibly strong hyper carries for the late game. So rounds out Vitality's come quite nicely, whereas Heretics have a lot of early game and a lot of skirmish potential. They need more damage in terms of burst or picks. I think Syndra fits it, LeBlanc fits it, anything that can assassinate. Kassadin,
okay.
Also works. Very skirmish heavy around level 11, I will say. Does scale incredibly well, of course. I think a lot of people will be spamming, you know, the little Monka W with the clock 16 inbound.
But I think it is important to note that when we play solo queue, we're used to level 16, the game is over, but pro play is not like that. If your Kassadin doesn't do anything until level 16, you have lost the game, or your opponents are not putting their hands on the keyboard.
To be honest, I want to criticize Heretics a little bit here. I think Talia last pick there, something that can push in mid and move towards this Nautilus lane and help the Kalista get ahead, would have suited it much better. The amount of dashes on Vitality as well would have been fantastic, but they've gone for Kassadin, so you've got this Kalista lane that, I mean, they can play towards in the 3v3, but it's not like there's going to be much help from mid in the early stages.
And I think it's just very clear that they want to go bot, right? That is essentially where that they've decided to put their eggs in the basket. they've now got Cassante, who can sit in that lane pretty comfortably, can sit fine in the early game. You've got a Kassadin who's probably just going to get pushed in most of the early game, and it just says to me that very telegraphed, very clear game plan to play around Jack, Spectre, and Mercha.
Definitely. And the Kassadin's again double AP mid-jungle, so that's just a natural counter to that. Merc treads early, get the Rod of Ages, start stacking the tier, happy days. It will be incredibly strong later on, but we'll see how their game plan unfolds because their pressure is coming through bot, and I expect top lane to be in isolation as it normally is.
Both these teams finding wins yesterday. Ruby, an excellent first showing on this stage. See if you can replicate that success picking up the Kassadin. We've only ever seen it in the hands of Certus. Did not look great, very low impact, but we know on paper how incredibly powerful this champion is in the current meta, but we have to see them make the efforts to make that happen. If you sit and you wait with this pick, yeah, Vitality, you're just going to take over the game.
Yeah, they are. Hopefully their bot lane is their bridge to that late game. And, Vitality have a late game of their own. Azir and Zeri will be incredibly strong later this game goes on, so both teams have that insurance behind them. You know, they've got the early game, the Sejuani Braum, the Nautilus Kalista, but the insurance is there just in case they fall behind. A lot of wave clear as well. We're booting up, getting ready for the game.
Well, looks like there is a bit of a brief delay heading into game. Get you more context as we get it. I think there's just a quick lobby remake, some sort of the classic bug splat, you know what I'm saying? For all the OG League fans out there.
Remember when you had to type "there is no Earth" level or something on the client to get back into it?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? You open the client and the server's down, you type in "there is no Earth" or something, and it gets you in.
Yeah. So there was a game crash as we went in, so they're remaking the lobby, same picks and bans, yada yada. All that means essentially is it's just going to take a minute, however long it takes the animations for each champion to get clicked and locked in, and to redo the picks and bans appropriately. And you might be wondering, why don't they just ban random nonsense? Because for our stats team,
it's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare to sort through the fake bans.
Brand was banned. Annie?
Brand was Annie?
1% ban rate throughout the entire year. It was picker banned.
What do you mean they banned VITXD? That doesn't make any sense.
TSMXD. They're memers.
Moments away.
Yes.
Obviously, first week, second day on stage, on top of, you know, the endless temperamental technology that just exists in the world. I mean, some small delays here and there, but we are moments away from game. I'm curious, this is the best part about what we've seen on the Vitality side, is I think we are now get to see, we saw Bo on a carry jungle yesterday in the Graves, now we get to see him on a tank. So if you are a guy, or a person rather, who's been excited about Bo at all, you now get to see both sides of the Bo champion pool. How does he play on tanks? How does he play on carries? The carries yesterday looked pretty solid. Again, nothing about the Vitality versus Fnatic game yesterday was super clean. You know what I mean? It was a scrap. It was a brawl. We have games that look like chess. We have games that look like pit fights. Vitality versus Fnatic was a pit fight. But we'll see if they can clean it up today and how Heretics can respond, because Heretics had a similarly difficult early game. A lot to give credit to Finn on the back of that level 1 invade from Fiora, just making it so Jankos really couldn't play the game, which was really good, which I think is a great call out. So I'm really hoping, from the Heretics perspective, that we get to see more from Jankos today, because that early game was rough. You know, first you get your flash burn, then you get solo boloed by 113 in his first game on a stage. Like that's difficult.
Do you know where Finn got that strategy from to just level 1 invade on Fiora? It was Morgan. Bro, in the LCK, just walked in and pushed him off his buff. Giga Chad,
if you don't watch LCK, bro is their team tag.
Yeah,
but also bro.
There's 3 undefeated teams in the LCK right now. T1, D+, Kia, and bro. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But you're right. How is he going to do on a tank? He's got a lot of carries around him. Jax, Azir, Zeri. Doesn't take any kills. Gives all the resources. Gives up his camps. Definitely not something we're used to seeing from him, specifically from solo queue. But Photon on the Jax, I think he had a really good game as well yesterday. I mean, a lot of people talk about Bo on this roster. Photon coming in, I think, had a really good game. I don't want to say unsung hero, because I think he did get a lot of praise too, but I think he won the MVP. But yeah, fantastic game on the Jax. Incredibly powerful champ, super strong blind pick. Normally in the eastern regions of the LPL and the LCK, the counter, or the answer, I think is a better word, is things like Fiora, you know? The old answer would be something like Jace. You know, you just poke him down, he jumps on you, hammer form, knock him back, and you try to poke him down. And we see this in those regions. But here we're seeing things like Gragas. Now we're seeing the Cassante. And I think we saw Odoamne solo kill Broken Blade in this matchup, Cassante into Jax.
Yep.
So we've seen it swing both ways.
And I think the thing that is really exciting right now about top lane, specifically in the first few weeks, specifically on this patch, is that unlike the Ornn metas, where it's kind of, can you go even, and then what can you do in a team fight, we actually get to see a lot more of the individual laning prowess of these respective players in the first few days. And it's been pretty thrilling. I think Irrelevant definitely a player who surprised me despite his team's underwhelming results. And similar with Photon and Evie, these are guys where I didn't really know how they would stack up against the competition, but in both of their games, we saw really shining moments from each of them.
We did indeed. So, players just talking strategy. You'd imagine they're talking strategy, but you look at Jankos's face and his smile, and he's got this massive grin on his face. So I think he's done talking about his pathing and his game plan and his win conditions. He's just having a little bit of fun, getting a little bit of memes, and that's the power of Jankos. You have all this wealth of experience and knowledge, and no matter what's thrown your way, he'll know how to deal with it. But also in the little pauses or the downtime, he'll start screaming, or he'll say something stupid, and it'll make you laugh, and you'll feel a lot less stress in the team environments when there's someone having so much fun next to you.
I think my go-to in the pause, if like we needed to break the tension, and this could backfire, I'd be like, hey, would you rather fight 1 horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? I feel like that always brings out the best in people.
There was a producer in my ear when you asked that question. So can you say it again? What was
1
the question?
horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses?
I feel like 100 duck-sized horses.
I thought you were like really pondering. I thought you were like, wait.
No, I was like, wait, did he just say horses? Like, what? And then I was like, okay, I'll have to ask
The
it
best
again.
part is when a producer's talking in your ear and you miss entirely what your co-caster
And you're just like this, just
and
nodding.
you're just nodding, and the entire audience is like, dang, just like left you hanging. They'll never know.
They'll never know.
They'll never know.
Only you. Well, actually, will you know either? Well, yeah, you
maybe I won't. Maybe I'm just not funny. That's also acceptable.
You're very funny, man.
Thank you.
Also very handsome.
We're now remade and in draft, I've been told, which means, again, just waiting for some animations. In the meantime, we're going to look at scenic shots of players locking in the exact same thing they did just minutes ago.
Want to see me do it again? SpongeBob with the rook.
Want to see me pick Cassidy and make Cadril mad? Want to see me do it again? I like the Talia angle. Is Talia actually good? I haven't seen a lot of her.
Yeah, Talia mid is being picked now and then. Just basically used. I mean, I think in the LCK it was Talia Elise. I think the plus Kia played that, where it was just push in, roam to side, dive, or Genji, someone like that. Some of the teams played it.
Yep. I like the roaming angle, and I definitely like the call out on just the sheer quantity of dashes. Because obviously, when you get to late game, her lack of an ult can sometimes feel bad, but I think it's more than made, or a damaging ult rather, it's more than made up for by the strength of that E Unraveled Earth, just because it's actually unplayable for so many champions in team fights if there's a Talia with E ready to go.
Yeah, and they have a melee support, right? So just one auto attack from Nautilus, it sets you up for your combo really easily. But they've gone for the cast in a little bit more scaling. We've also seen that. I'm surprised we haven't seen Elise yet in the LEC. It's being picked a little bit over there, and I think Jankos is probably our best Elise player, our notorious
Historically.
OG Elise player.
But I look at Elise the same way I look at Jace, in the sense where it's one of those champions where you need to get value out of it. It's not like you can get value out of it in the other game. It's like you have to get value out of it early on. And I think that historically, EU hates those champions. That's why generally up until this season, we didn't see a lot of Fiora picks. We didn't see a lot of Jace picks, because these are champions where you kind of, they do one thing and they do it well, but your team has to be ready to adjust to that.
There's the draft. Look, they finished the champion select.
I was going to ask production what Jax skin Photon was going to use, but now I don't. Thank you, Camera Theme.
It's the orange god. What is it called? I don't know.
God Staff.
Yes,
God
Staff
Jax.
Staff God Man Jax.
Staff God Jax.
That one. That's the one he's playing.
Staff
I saw it
boy.
just in the corner of my
Elder Staff Jax.
I hope Bo's playing Poro Rider Sejuani. I think that is the best Sejuani skin.
That skin is so weird.
It's the best.
How did they get such a big Poro?
It's the best.
What?
Well,
where in the lore did that come from? I'm just trying to understand.
Maybe they poured. What's that thing called? The purple liquid.
What is it called?
In Arcane.
Juice.
The juice. It's not Hextech. It's
Slurm. What is it?
Everyone at home screaming the answer to us.
Been told to toss. We're about to get in the game. Let's go. Vitality versus Heretics. Welcome to the Caster Desk, where we can't figure out what the purple stuff is called in the show Arcane. Tweet at us if you know, because it's going to eat at me for this entire matchup. But in the meantime, we focus back in. Again, two teams coming off of rocky starts yesterday, but ultimately both able to grab the dub, and that's really all that matters in such a tight race format. Only 9 best of ones, 8 remaining, 7 after this bad boy. Some counting for you to start the cast. And already seeing the invade, trying to shut down Bo's pathing early on. We got 4 members in the area.
It's called Shimmer. Ender's come with a book. He's going to show us.
Shimmer, thank you. You're my shining light, Ender.
Just ran over from the
Ender might join us if there's another pause. Is that planned? Have producers approved? No, but that's generally how Ender segments work.
It's just going to happen, and you're going to let it happen.
Yep, okay.
There's just going to join the cast. There's a third headset here somewhere.
There we go.
I think it's next to me. Anyway, top side start for Jankos. Looks like, is Bo starting on Raptors on Sejuani? I think he is. Is that a W start? I haven't actually seen that before. Normally on Sejuani you start E, and then you single target damage buff into Gromp or something. We saw Malrang do red into top.
To be fair, did he take it when they invaded? Was he just trying to get the multi-man slow so he could walk away? Or I guess just clearing Raptors makes sense.
Yeah, I often when I've seen his solo queue games, he always does like start Raptors. I've seen him play Lee Sin, starts Raptors with E. Just makes it so the solo leash is a bit easier, because then you can go to Krugs and then go back to red. That's where you level up.
Also, when you have the AoE, it's a pretty fast camp to take, all things considered, especially if you're willing to burn Smite. But he's held onto it for now. So now going to Krugs. Don't think we will see a level 2 gank from the Sejuani, but again, reminder, yesterday we said that, and then Malrang did a level 2 gank on Sejuani, so
yeah,
we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, Aftershock makes it hard. I think the phase rush is what makes the level 2 gank viable. Just helps you get in and out of fights quite quickly. But the Aftershock will help up against the Wukong. Both on early trading, going in his favor.
Very much so. Both with pots as well as cookies, though, so good amount of sustain on both sides. And bot lane normally has been just about who can push the other one out. A lot of Varuses, a lot of Heimers. This lane going to be a little bit different. Kaiser consistently going towards the more aggressive support options, and this time around, Heretics happy to match.
Looks like it's just going to be a full clear for both junglers. Normally it's 3 camps into play. You know, you do your bot side camps, you walk mid, you look for a gank, you try to find the enemy jungler, push them out. But if you go to Wolves, that's just a telling tale of a full clear. This is the power of Braum. You hook in, shield comes up, and you lose the trade because of the Q passive.
And another obnoxious thing about Zeri, obviously, can just Q and push. Ooh, Photon! Tower shot now coming out, blocking as much damage as he possibly can, going back in, just extending the trade a bit with the power of the Counter-Strike, but well played by Evie.
Nice pushback there. Knocks him with the Q3 and then pushes him back into the tower. Photon will heal up though, of course. The lower HP is, the more help he'll get from things like Second Wind if he's running it. Needs to crash this wave, which is a bit annoying. You know, when the ranged creeps are in this situation, when the melees die here, this is where top lane gets awkward, because if you walk up to last hits, you're in tower range and there's no minion to tank the tower shot for you, so you just have to stand there and watch these ranged creeps die. The bot lane keep on fighting.
Another hook, but you can see it really is just trading hook for unbreakable. Cooldown probably favors Nautilus at this point in the game, but as long as they don't get caught out too many times consecutively, it should be fine. Jack Spectre burning through mana very quickly, it seems, just to keep the lane pushed out. Spotted here as Perks just continuing to harass Ruby. Ruby able to, I think this wave must have bounced back, and Bo in the area. Ruby going to be in trouble. Slowed down now, flashing from Bo. Another kill, this man racking up first bloods. Perks now on the run. It's brother versus brother. A stun now coming in. Jankos firing back on Perks. Mercer now in the area. Bo now caught out. An advantage to Heretics as they grab the second kill.
Massive early play. Perks will be able to TP in here, so I think he'll only miss the cannon minion, but it looked really weird from Heretics at the beginning because they knew Bo was on the top side and Ruby still walked up, but I guess the reason he walked up was because Mercer was first to the move, so they knew they would trade to an advantage state. So Flash is blown across the board on mid jungle. Mercer flashing forward to make sure he can lock down Bo before the Q comes up again. And Jankos pulling it off, forcing Perks out, gets his Flash W's over the wall to get the kill. Great start for Team Heretics. Of course, they're running the Kassadin and they've won the mid jungle 2v2 now, pre-level 6.
This is big, especially because Ruby did go down there. It feels like you need to get something back. Ruby might still suffer in the individual 1v1 at this point, but was able to buy the tier. Can at least work towards something. But I think also just good for Jankos after yesterday's pretty miserable start that he was able to make that play happen. And shout out to Mercer for being quick on the roam up as the ward here spots this out.
Yeah, so Ruby will run down because he sees Jankos on the ward, but then he runs back up and he's a level 4 Kassadin, so I'm not sure what he expected to happen. He just wants to crash the wave. Jankos is here, but of course they're going to lose. But watch Mercer on the minimap. He's on the way up. I suppose they thought that if Perks commits, he's going to die. I don't think Perks needs to commit this hard. W-ing over the wall straight on top of Jankos. I think Bo has the kill there. If he just plays a little bit more passive, I think it's just a 1-for-0 clean trade. As Bo is now top, Evie has the flash.
Evie obviously can just W through here, but they're going to body block as much as they can, and then he dashes out to safety. And this is the mobility of K'Sante. As long as the Pathmaker is up, he can just pretty much get out of any small exchange.
Nice escape there. Doesn't have to use anything. Can TP back. I don't think the wave is in too bad of a state. I mean, the stacking, you should be able to push it in when Photon takes the base. And he should be able to crash that. Looks like Heretics, because they saw bow top, have gone for the Dragon. They have the bot push, which is helping out a lot. The Kalista lane, as much they're not playing towards it in terms of getting kills or blowing summoners, they're using it to allow Mercer to be first on the move. Kaiser is just kind of stuck in bot lane, helping Neon catch the waves, just constantly pinging that support's missing. Bo will be rewarded with a crab spawn, so it's not the end of the world for him. But the early Dragon stacking will pay off late in the game. Goes Ruby ticking over to that level 6, so despite not having the flash, very, very safe.
Mercer hooking out to safety. And I think this is the one thing about the Braum that's difficult. While it is compositionally very strong in the lane, obviously you just feel like you're perpetually on the back foot with this option. And Kaiser was able to roam significantly more in the early game in yesterday's game. But today, obviously, a little bit more limited in what his options are. For now, though, small gold leads across the board outside of bottom lane, where we got that nice kill donated over to Mercer, keeping him 400 gold ahead of Kaiser. But everywhere else, not really significant gold leads. These don't matter a whole ton, but we have to keep our eyes on some of these lanes to see how much further ahead Photon or Perkz is able to get.
Yeah, junglers in the current meta are very explosive around level 3 and then level 6, right? You know, Vi, Maokai, Sejuani, really, really strong at level 3 setup. But then level 6, they can also offer a bunch of tools in terms of getting ganks off. With Braum, Sejuani, you can take any skirmish whatsoever after level 6, even pre-level 6. So we'll see if Vitality start looking for fights, maybe start invading onto Jankos' Gromp would be the easiest direction to go for. Herald spawning in 45 seconds, could look for a push-out bot with Bo hovering around doing his red buff, base together, and then start to force that objective, because they would love to fight Heretics with a Kassadin.
Certainly
at
would.
that time in the game.
And Ruby, obviously, yesterday was a scrappy game, but was able to have an incredible showing, a lot of individual standout moments on the Cassio, a very mechanically demanding champion. Huge damage. Will be hard to replicate on Kassadin this game, but can still look to have a similar impact. I think important that he does so not super soon. Obviously, Kassadin's always got a strong scaling element, but would love to see them leverage some of the skirmish power that they do have. But again, if they pick the wrong fight against Sejuani, against a Braum, Kassadin falls behind very nicely too.
Jankos looking for the gank. Photon jumps in, knockback comes in.
Trying to push him back to the tower, holding on for now. Unstoppable will leap forward. Dash in, waiting for the Q3. Ultimately not able to get a whole lot out of that, but do push Photon back, do get his flash.
So, this was on the Herald timer. They tried to chunk Photon out, they got his flash, they didn't use any ults. That's really crucial here, because Jankos and Evie still have ults to work with. Problem is, Perkz has so much mid-push because Ruby had to come from base. This chunk won't get them a Herald. Bot lane's moving up as well. You can see Kaiser and Neon on the minimap sprinting up. They really want to take this fight. If Heretics get sucked into this fight, this could be a disaster. They're so strong right now. No level 6 on either support. We'll see if Kaiser gets it off this mid-wave. I'm not sure. He's halfway through, so he won't get it. Just going to push Ruby back.
Moving forward, and the Braum, obviously a nightmare for the Kassadin. No matter how slippery you are, auto attacks will eventually stun you.
So they decide not to take the fight. Smart choice, I think. Just go for bot plates, get Jack Spectre ahead, and try to zone away the Zeri from bot tower for as long as possible. I think they'll get about 2 plates from this. Herald gives 1.5. I think Vitality should be able to answer, but it's the local gold of the objective, which will be the net win here. Neon will lose a couple creeps, and as expected, the play unfolds in just Vitality picking up the objective, and Heretics not taking the fight.
Yep. Gold ultimately will be relatively balanced out when the plays come through. It's going to be about what Vitality can do in the meantime. And of course, on the side of Heretics, if they want to capitalize on the flash being down in top lane, if Jankos wants to put more attention up there, could also double down on the small bot lane advantage that they have been building. But do feel like Heretics have the potential to make a bit more happen here before that flash does come up.
Blue buff handoff from Bo. Game will quiet down a little bit more. I think Heretics now just going to wait till level 11 before they take any kind of fights. Flash came back up now for Perkz, so really hard target to look for. And see if anyone decides to roam around the map. It looks like Mercer is the only real one with a move in the majority of this game so far. He's heading back towards bot, but like you said, the biggest vulnerability right now for Vitality is top lane, and I think Vitality will want to cover that.
So, alright. Wasn't sure if we were going to get flash over the wall. It is Europe after all, you never know.
X-Flash is superior, just flashes over, puts a ward, and then runs away. Refuses to elaborate. He's looking for Neon.
Trying to find information.
Yeah, just deep vision. So many wards. No sweeper on Bo because he has the Herald, which makes it a bit tricky. So Kaiser will find this ward. W over, very smart.
Oh,
Neon
nice.
just calling him over, saying, I think Nautilus warded around this area, pulls him across the wall.
It's the little things that matter in those circumstances. Not having information on where Bo is going to go. Could look to lane gank, but again, a little bit difficult here. Jack Spectre with the cleanse as well as Kalista ult to save Mercer.
Drake's up in 38 seconds, so Heretics just trying to get as much bot side vision as possible. The question is, how does Vitality respond? Perkz looks like he needs to base and TP soon. Maybe he'll have his Mythic. They have bot push, they have mid push. They need about 10 to 15 seconds to set up here, Vitality. They're going to have to use the Herald maybe on bot to push Heretics back. Just the question is, can Perkz join them in time? Because Ruby's first to the wave. Once he pushes this in, he'll be the first one into the Fog of War, which means they can't really put Herald down. So it gets a bit awkward, gets a bit tricky. But they definitely want to push them out. Perkz can now move, so the Herald is likely to be placed, so they can actually start to force this. 3v3.
Wide.
Will it happen? Will Kaiser look for a Q forwards? Ruby's first, Perkz on the way, 4v4.
That Scryer's Bloom doing a lot of work there to spot out Ruby and any potential plays. Meanwhile, on the top side, the 1v1 pullback will not quite bring them under tower. Meanwhile, the fight now breaking out. Unbreakable is getting procced in the backline. Neon and Perkz aren't really doing much of anything already. One getting taken down on the top lane. Perkz now pushing 2 back. Versus still in the backline, flashing out safety. Ruby still standing strong. What can he get done? Perkz hungry for blood. 2 kills going over to the side of Vitality. Cassidy will get one back in return, but Ruby's got nowhere left to go. 4-4 the kill score.
Sejuani Braum is so powerful at just singling out targets. First it was Jankos and then it was Mercer when he jumped in with the Kalista ult. When he falls, Jack Spectra is so vulnerable, and then they turn to Ruby. But all the meanwhile, Evie solo kills Photon in the top side, gets his kill, and then he realizes his team is losing the bot fight, can't TP in, doesn't have the Unleashed teleport, but he will be ahead in gold. Dragon Opus Vitality, 3 kills. The Zeri is going to start to pop off soon. Doesn't have an Enchanter by her side, but she has so much protection with the Braum and Sejuani.
Certainly does. What was originally a small gold difference in favor of Jack Spectra on the back of those plates, now shifting over to Neon on those 2 kills. Double crit cloak. Oh, never mind, he sold one. Got a Vamp Scepter. I was ready, I was like, double crit cloak, let's go.
It just goes full psycho build.
Just GP thing.
So I think Evie pushes him back into the tower again and then ults him perhaps. We'll see what happens. Q3.
Preps Q3. Gets the ult sim to bring him back to the tower. Q3 back, but doesn't get tower aggro.
So the ult buffer happens as Photon jumps. He lands, but then gets pulled back. And I guess that animation is similar to like Jace E. When you dash on top of him, he knocks you further than you would normally be knocked. So Bo goes in, incredibly tanky. Watch Jankos here. He's going to flash over, get a knock-up, but then he gets pushed back away. This is where the single targets come in. Mercer is the first one. Has to flash away. Jack Spectra has no cover. Jankos has to run. As soon as the stacks start coming in, if you get stunned, you're dead. And Neon is just the benefit of all of this, getting 2 kills, just dishing out as much damage as he wants. Here's the Herald in bot as well to get some plates before they fall off. This Zeri is going to be about 1,000 gold ahead of the Kalista. Jankos running from base as quick as he can down here. Ruby's hovering around. He really needs level 11 on this Kassadin to match.
Such a difficult early game now. Just as we shift into the mid game, his towers are going to start looking to fall shortly. 1 plate left standing. 30 seconds till the plates fall, and then it'll be easy pickings. But that early lane, very strong. The pressure in favor of the side of Heretics, but Vitality in that skirmish just getting so much. 1,000 gold for both Perkz and Neon is huge. Additionally, when you look at that fight, I mean, there's so many little things that could have just gone better for Heretics, but ultimately, if you make any mistakes, again, against a Sejuani or a Braum, you lose the fight.
Yeah, Kalista, Wukong, right short range next to the Kassadin, and the Azir can just hit them so far away, so they need to gap close. They need to get the Wukong on top of the Azir and Zeri, get the Kalista ult on top of them, maybe a Cassante ult backwards into the team, whereas Vitality can just stay at range, kite back, hit the first target, nothing to stress over. Plates have fallen off. Not sure if Heretics can get that bot tower entirely. Maybe they can. See if they commit into it. I think they'll get engaged on the second they try to finish it off. It's just a question of, can Vitality get here in time and punish it? Jack Spectra will back away, playing it safe, being respectful, doesn't have any summoners. If anything hits onto him, he's dead. Mercer can be a little bit more free to play more up with the Kalista ult, but I think now Vitality will focus this bot tier 1. They know that Team Heretics' bot lane has the base, they don't have a mythic, Perkz has mid push, hover down towards his bot side, they have to back off, first tower to the Zeri.
And this is, I've been informed by production, the first Chemtech Rift. If you don't know, the plants are all now
stronger,
jacked up, they do some different stuff.
That's what happens to Poro.
Oh, it's Chemtech Poro.
Chemtech Poro, that's how she...
Radiation, man. Makes a Hulk, makes a big Poro. You never know what you're gonna get.
Makes plants do...
Yeah. The only one that really matters, there's like a bunch of different, slightly little different things. The only one that matters is that Blast Cone now throws you really far.
And it's fun.
And it's fun. Everything else, man, you know, whatever.
Halfway across
you get
the
a
map.
shield, cool.
Yeah, these little berries give you shields.
Whatever.
And
Big Blast Cone.
Big Blast
Again.
Cone. And then the Scryer's Bloom makes you run faster towards the enemies when you see them. But Big Blast Cone.
Big Blast Cone.
So we'll see how they use it.
Let's see.
We'll see if Mercer
Observers, just masterclass. Here we go. Huge. Goosh.
Airtime.
And if you're like, guys, we've seen this, it's been in preseason forever. This is for the people that just show up for the LEC, you know?
Oh, geez. Just watching the LEC games who, I mean, maybe they haven't played preseason, maybe they haven't read the patch notes. There's people out there who do. Maybe you play ARAMs and you don't know where the plants are.
That's true. That's
one of us on this. One of us.
One of us on this desk. Anyway, Vitality now going to grab an uncontested Herald. Of course, it is traded for a tower and more gold into the back pocket of Jack Spectra, but this is a difficult situation to be in. They really need to capitalize on all this money that they're giving to Jack Spectra. Sadly, he's still at an individual deficit despite all of that effort. And the Herald going to get used topside, breaking open another tower mid, the last tower remaining for the side of Team Heretics.
So I think they're heralding top to threaten a tier 2. I don't think they'll commit to it, but they're making Heretics respond to it, which means they'll get access to Dragon. We'll see if Heretics take the fight, because I think Vitality ideally just want to back off now and then move towards bot side.
And that was the speedy blast cone. Ruby and Jankos slightly faster.
Speedy. Yeah, the thing is, if you played League in like Season 2, Season 3, you still watch it, but you don't play it, you're kind of like, what the hell's going on
What
now?
are these plants?
What are these changes?
Why doesn't the map look terrible?
It's all green.
What happened to my terrible map?
Been destroyed.
What happened to my RuneScape dragon? Why does the dragon actually look like a dragon now? What happened?
The Infernal Rift just destroys everything. The walls are gone.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's too much. Photon has the bot. Is that a TP coming in? Yeah, it is.
Here we go.
Pings on the ward. Here he comes. There's a match
Heavy
straight
coming in. Instant match.
Perks.
Heavy going to be here first. It looks like maybe just a trade of TPs. Heavy just immediately going to get out there. Don't mind the play. So far, just a trade of summoner spells. But now, Heretics with 5 members in the area can look to contest this Chemtech Drake. 1-1 the Drake score, so not a soul for either side, but Heretics clearly ready for a fight. Kaiser leaping forward. Knockup now going to go in. They're trying to burn through Mercer as quickly as they can, forcing out the Callisto earlier. Photon in the back line, finding the stun. Big damage now. Yanko's trying to turn, but Perks is untouched on the back line. Jack Spectra has to be the hero. Jack Spectra has to turn it. He's the last strong carry remaining, and he's trying to turn right back on Neon. This is his moment. The shutdown is huge. Jack Spectra, the Callisto remains untouched. Ruby leaping in, leaping out, but Perks will fire back. No, he can't finish the kill. Still, the Callista standing tall. At the end of the day, he's pulling the spears out. He's making it work. It's a bloodbath.
It's all Jack Spectra. We'll see if he's done just yet. The setup was fantastic. Perks wants more of a fight. Mercer, can he find the hook? He's too low to go forward. Perks gets
finding
it.
it. That's the killing spree. Bo trying to peel as much as he can for Perks. No one can pull the spears out, but no. Oh, Perks, the hubris. Yes, he got the shutdown, but he'll take the jungler down with him.
What a back and forth fight. Vitality struggling in the engage. All of them get knocked up. It's a bounce house, but Perks saves them with the Emperor's Divide. They're able to chase in, but the fight is so prolonged and they chase for so much that Jack Spectra just mows them down. So let's look at this again, because they go onto Mercer. They don't use any ultimates on him, I believe, because they know that the Callista ults will come out, so they're being very careful. The Brown ult's actually used, but then he gets pulled out. Then they turn their attention to Evie, and this is where the knockups come in. Massive Callista ult knockup, then the Wukong. Perks then pushes them back, and it looks dire for Vitality. Everyone's dashing away, but then Evie takes Photon back. Jankos has to flash away, but it's Jack Spectra here. Watch his flash instantly onto Neon. Saw that he made a mistake. He dashed way too far. And Vitality have committed now. They have to continue chasing this castle in. Perks flashes over the wall, leaves his jungle support alone. Jankos sees the angle next to Jack Spectra. Mercer hits the hook, and then they can stay together and push forward. The fight prolongs for so long that eventually Perks finds Jack Spectra, and he falls. But here's round 2.
Oh, give me a bell. Round 1. So close. So many low health bars. So many blinking health bars. Ultimately, Heretics coming out on top. Photon leaping in again. Evie unstoppable, bringing it back in. The Dragon has now been taken down by Mercer. In the meantime, Heretics already grabbing the Dragon, now trying to retrieve Mercer, burn through. They don't have the Callisto ultimate. Perks now pushing multiple members back. Evie trying to fight for his life. Photon ready to go back in, pulling him in. Yanko spinning to make sure his top laner can stay standing. Jack Spectra immediately cut down. Vitality will not make the same mistake twice. They are going for the throat in this exchange. They will lose the Drake, but they will wipe Heretics off the map.
Oh, the range is too much. They can't commit past the Sejuani Braum. It's so difficult, and then when they do, they get pushed back by Perks. Neon has the lethal tempo stacked up. Perks is at arm's length, and Jack Spectra can only do he can't do anything. He just has to run away. He can't get any auto attacks in. He's slowed. He's knocked up. There's just too much for him to deal with. And as long as Vitality stay together, it's almost impossible for them to be broken. I think Heretics need to find flanks to try to split them up a bit. Ruby's trying to defend this mid-tier one. That'll fall. And Heretics did get the Dragon, though. Mercer picked it up somehow. He must have used E and then just found that he slayed the Dragon. But as long as Vitality stay together, Crown of the Shadowed Queen on Perks. Look how far back Neon is as well. And once they commit, you'll see this massive ultimate from Perks just push them all back. Too many tanks in their face. Jack Spectra can hardly move.
Yeah, Mercer obviously doesn't have the luxury of the Callisto ult this time around, so it's cut down very early on. One single member taken out. Heavy unstoppable, but now finds himself in the middle of the entire team. Has to flash safety. Love the second stack of the ultimate there just to make sure that Photon doesn't get pulled in by Evie's Q3. Ultimately not going to be enough to stop them from just getting really dissected at the end of this team fight. Only Ruby making it out alive.
Baron wasn't up yet. It was 30 seconds until the spawn when that fight happened, so not the end of the world for Heretics, but they're down around 4,000 gold. The Kassadin is scaling, yes, but Zeri, Azir are just going to get stronger and stronger. Highest gold in the game right now. Vitality looking for topside vision. Their Baron is really quick. If they have Braum Sejuani hitting it with an Azir Zeri, that'll go down. Oh.
Finding 3 members in the bush. The blast cone denied. No matter how big the blast cone is, the CC will still interrupt it. Bo trying to make it stick, but first waiting over the wall. But who's stuck in with who? Ruby now running. Neon still standing for now. Neon trying to make it out safety. Yanko's finding the kill. It is a back and forth. Ruby running to safety. The Ignite still taking Jack Spectre, getting cut down in an instant. Perks from over the wall with the Sand Soldiers making it count. Photon with the setup. Now leaping forward. Will not find the counter strike.
Big chase.
Perks trying to find the flank. Ruby waiting for the cooldown to reset so he can get the cheap TP out to safety. Will not have enough time. Evie now being run down. 3-4 on the stacks. Perks coming in to clean up. Vitality taking fight after fight after fight.
And that's going to be Baron. Neon is dead, yes, but there's 3 members dead on the side of Heretics. They have an Azir. They can just rush this down. All they need to do is be very careful about Jankos. Bow Smite coming up in 10 seconds. He hasn't based yet, but he has the plants next to Kaiser to heal up. And they should be able to secure this. Can Jankos steal? Mercer has 6 wards he can put down. Jankos has a pink of his own. There's a blast cone.
Flash, big blast cone. Mercer got the last one somehow.
Jankos has flash as well. He just sees vision in the pit. He sees it.
Photon going over. Gonna take the blast cone up into Jankos. Jankos has to be careful about using the W. Okay, now he has to commit the flash if he wants to get into the pit. But Photon is just generating so much space. Maybe they can get the pit. But no, the Azir wall trying to control by Jankos into the pit. Jankos wants to finish it, but no! It's too low! Ruby won't be able to make it in the pit either. He has to leap out to safety. It's an absolute disaster. They tried to contest, but Neon is now on the hunt. Mercer and Jack Spectre able to walk away. Only Jankos will get taken down, but it's 5 members of Vitality wearing purple, looking strong. So far in the lead. 7K. This is going to be devastating.
The patience from Vitality there was exceptional. They left it at 2,500 for about 10 seconds, waiting for Photon to push Jankos out. And despite trying to push it down, they actually got it down to around 1.8k health because they thought Jankos was out. He then eased through and flashed over the wall. They all stopped damage instantly again. They killed the Wukong. So that was just really clean execution there from Vitality. You can't really fold Jankos. He was trying to kite and dodge around. But it all started with Bo just kind of walking in, getting vision. Vitality looking to put some wards topside to look for a Nash rush, but Heretics saw him move in, and then Mercer's hook here was great. But where's the damage? Stops the blast cone, yes, but hang on a second. Ruby
Caught out, stun gonna land. There's not enough TPs in the world to get away from that one.
You're playing 4 melee champs into Sejuani Braum. It's so hard to do anything against this composition of Vitality. Dragon's up in 45 seconds. Does Vitality care? It looks like Neon's pushing out top. They don't have a wave just yet. It's on the way though. They have a small mid wave. They have an Azir tower they can put down. I think they're just going to look for objectives here. And if Heretics don't defend the base, then they're going to lose 3 or 4 towers. And if they do, Vitality have a free dragon. So it's win-win right now.
Vitality so confident to keep this push going, even unaware that all of Heretics is shadowing underneath them, unable to move in. Well, now finally going to see Callista, Jack Spectra step into the mid lane to try to stop this push from happening. But I think it's going to be too little too late. That last creep still standing, Cannon Creep going in. They're not going to break an inhibitor, but Vitality continuing to extend their lead. Almost 10,000 from what was a neck-and-neck game, from what was a dragon fight favoring initially Team Heretics. Vitality run that fight back and then just keep winning exchange after exchange.
Relentless. Once they start rolling, you can't stop them. I think Heretics don't have any range. They don't have any wave clear. They have 4 melee champs. There's nothing they can really do. They just have to throw themselves on top of Vitality and see if anything sticks, see if they can find a target, but they haven't been able to. I don't think they'll fight this dragon. They have objective bounties. Top tier 1 looks like an easy objective. It's incredibly low. Maybe get the cast in towards 16 before the next Nash spawns is the idea, but they're running out of options. Vitality are just going to continue to snowball this game. Bot tier 2 is another easy objective. Push out mid, secure the dragon, join Photon on the next bot wave. That's another tower. So Heretics always trading from a disadvantage.
Kassadin, of course, does always have the late game potential. Has certainly not just been sitting there waiting to scale, but with the massive gold lead the Vitality have built for themselves, champion scaling items, it's just not going to be enough to turn this back in their favor. Evie unstoppable, but pulling the Jax in with him does mean that he's going to get stunned, tries to get his ult to get out of it, but it's just not enough. Vitality trying to kill every single person they see. They are so far ahead. It is effortless for them to find these picks. Meanwhile, on the sideline, Ruby desperate to get anything back in this game to keep their hopes alive, but this is a 4.3k Baron power play as it starts to fade away. Vitality just looking like they want to end this game.
Yeah, Ruby's just pushing. He wants this tier 2 objective bounty experience on the wave. He's going to have the base now, though, because they can almost end the game. Evi's still dead from the 20 seconds. Ruby's on his way. Jack Spectra has the Hurricane to help clear waves. Photon's going to get mid in him. It's a bit hard for Vitality to hit this Nexus tower. Walking up is still dangerous against the Wukong and the Nautilus, but we'll see if they can find it. 5 seconds on Evi. I think they're going to have to back away.
Can wait for the supers to come in, but this seems like it's going to be the stop. We've got third Drake for either team, so it's not a soul. It's not going to be massive. Baron up in 2.5 minutes. If Vitality get that, the game should end, but might not even need to with these 2 massive pressure points. That said, the longer the game goes, taking those inhibitors down does mean a lot more gold funneling into the pockets of Ruby or Jack Spectra or Evi, depending on who's going to pick it up.
There's the Demonic Embrace on Perks. I think he realizes that Heretics have no percent HP damage in the sense that they can kill any of the front line. He's just the only target they can kill, so just be as tanky as possible. Crown, Demonic Embrace, and then he can slowly scale. How close is Ruby to 16? He's very close. One more wave. Is level 16 Cassidon enough to pull you from a 10,000 gold deficit? We're about to find out. It's incredibly hard against our champions, but he'll level up off these 2 melees, I think.
I'll believe it when I see it. Because... No. Maybe if there wasn't a Sejuani and a Braum, you know, maybe if they were a no CC and they had like a ranged support and a squishy jungler.
Agreed.
But the beefy boys don't die fast enough. And now Perks is also a beefy boy, so it's just...
And he has no Merc Treads either. I think as soon as he gets stunned, he's dead. Doesn't have the Void Staff, does he? Yes, he does. So that's it. 3-item spike. TP behind instantly. Let's go fight, guys. The game's over if we don't win a fight now. I'm level 16.
Cassidon on the flank.
Can
Photon
they engage?
Pushing in the bottom lane. Photon with TP could look to come to the fight. Bit of poke here. The retreat now coming in. Ruby. Neon is the priority target. Leaping back to the safety of his teammates. Already the TP feels like it's fumbled. And Photon instantly going to find the stun to the backside. It's follow-up CC means Ruby's just getting taken up before the fight even starts. Big shield coming in. Might just be enough to buy them more space. Already Neon finding 1 kill. Triple pullback coming in from Evi. It's a huge, huge fight, but it does not mean anything. Evi with a heroic effort here on the backside, but Perks leaping forward to take down Mursa. Vitality taking their time in the exchange. Evi might make it out, but this is Vitality's game.
Evi did so much work. Is he going to die? I think he is. One more spell, and he's going to fall. A lot of dashes.
No.
Taken down by Kaiser. Perks is ending the game. They tried their best, their Heretics, at the end. They had to go for a Hail Mary fight, but it didn't work. Vitality just way too far ahead. They won one of the Dragon fights, but round 2 they lost, and then Vitality just ran away with it, got a Baron, and the game was over.
A game entirely decided around that Dragon Pit. Vitality will find their second win, 2-0 in the winter split of LEC 2023. Eventually.
Let them get the creeps, let them get the stats, let them farm it all,
They're
and then
S+ farming. They gotta
get the Nexus. But, I mean, you think back to most of the Super Weeks that Vitality participated in last year, they went 0-3, 1-2 at best in those Super Weeks. Now already 2-0 in the first week of the 2023 season is fantastic for them.
And I think you're already seeing the team coordination. You know, when we talked to Perks at the season kickoff event, he, I think, undersold the team's ability to communicate. It seems pretty solid, even if it is simple.
Yeah.
Very clear the players are very often on the same page, executing well across the board. And bow on tank junglers, not a bad look. Neon stepping up a bunch in this game as well. So
it's one of those things where if you can play carries to a certain level, playing tank should be kind of like a no-brainer. You know, it's just the easier version of how to play the role in a sense, right? So you're just more of a dog than you are a carry.
Wow.
You just have to take a step
just
back.
Taking down all the tank players.
Take a step back. But yeah, great performance so far. Like the draft a lot coming out of Vitality.
Liked it as well. We'll see how Heretics recover going to the match on Monday. The last little fist bumps, high fives.
What did he say?
He said something about quick shot.
Luca,
you want to come back and say whatever you just said again?
What? I couldn't hear what he said. I had the headset on. Said something.
Something about quick shot.
Yeah, I heard quick shot.
Something
quick shot. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. What does Luca mean? What is his secret wisdom? What is his secret success? We'll find out later.
I remember he had a secret that he didn't tell Yankos once in a game. That was funny. I think it was a clip. Perks has a secret, but he won't tell.
It's true. Wonder if Yankos ever found out. For now, though, again, 3-day weeks every week. All these players, even if they had a difficult loss, do need now to recover and look ahead towards the next challenge waiting in front of them. But for Vitality, it's a happy day. Again, yesterday, super scrappy, super close game. Today, not nearly as much. Really good fight around the Dragon. Yes, Mursa did ultimately take that objective, but saw Vitality mitigate a lot of the early game pressure. And I think the things that we saw there is that the Callista really didn't come to fruition outside of that single fight where she sort of popped off a bit. And then after that, the Kassadin did not have the same impact. So far, we're 0-2 on the Kassadin games. I believe it's strong because on paper it's strong and because I've seen players in other regions pop off with it. But so far, in the LEC, hasn't looked that great.
Player of the game?
LEC on Twitter.
LEC on Twitter. Bo, Perks, and Neon. I think Neon had so much kind of... He had like a massive shield in front of him, and he was just like throwing arrows, shooting his gun.
Damage.
You couldn't touch him. You can't touch this. And yeah, great game from Vitality.
And speaking of the man who had that beefy front line in front of him doing so much damage, he's standing by with Lore to talk about that game.
Thank you, Drekas and Neon. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats so far. Fantastic start for Vitality. Is this something you expected when you entered this week in the LEC?
Well, to be honest, I didn't know what to expect because it's like our first week, right? And we're like a little bit limited in terms of comms. But scrims have been going great, so I had good expectations, right? And so far we've been doing, I think, good for the start.
I can only agree. And when you think about the game yesterday and the one you played today, it feels like mid-game skirmishes were an issue for you guys yesterday. Already corrected during this game. Is this something you've been working on? And what's your feeling towards this? What made it easier?
Yeah, I think yesterday it was a first game on stage for
sure.
For us, right? And for two of our players who have not been on the LEC stage yet. So I think it's only natural that our gameplay in terms of coherence wasn't the best. Today, I think we're more comfortable. We also like drafted and like played more as a team together, so that was good. Do you want me to talk about the Drake fight now, or like?
I mean, you're way ahead of me. Let's look at the fight now because everything went right for you guys. But this Drake fight especially was a bit messy on your end, and Jack Spectra really popped up. Give me the Baron fight then. All right, thank you, production. Let's look at this one and talk me through communication and what happened during this fight.
Nice.
Bo,
can you go?
Let's listen to Bo.
I will ult him. Wait me. Wait me, just wait me. Yeah.
Finish.
No, wait.
Okay. Kill him.
Kill him, yeah, I know.
Nice.
Finish. Can me?
I'm here.
Careful, I can't.
I can. It's okay.
Oh, back.
They might chase.
I have ult.
It's okay.
I have ult.
It's just base.
It's fine. Careful.
Good job.
I love the cohesion and synergy during this fight.
Well, so guys, as you can see, our comms are a little bit simple at the moment. It's just using very basic English words to get the idea across, right? So this is how we currently play. Both of our non-English speakers have like stepped up their English massively during the last 2 months. Like I'm actually very impressed by how fast they're picking up and learning. So I'm very confident that as the split progresses, we are going to be better in terms of communication and so better in team play as well.
And that's amazing to see, and that's something I was talking about with Kaiser yesterday, especially when it comes to Photon and Bo, as you said, progressing really fast when it comes to English. And we know that especially the jungle role is very central when it comes to communication. So tell me more about his impact and how much trust you have in him and how everything is going so far with you and Bo.
Yeah, so I mean, it goes without saying, but I'll say it again. I'm insanely impressed by Bo. I think it's probably the best player that I have ever played with in terms of raw mechanics, right? So I'm really also surprised by how good his comms are. Even though his English is not the best, he can still like communicate his game plan across and like make sure you're on the same page, which I'm really surprised by, right? Because like even though Bo, we all knew that was really good, right? Like I wasn't sure how good he would be in like a team environment, but so far I've been like very pleasantly surprised by how well he fits into the team, and I love playing with him. Like he's super nice, and I have a lot of fun playing with him. So, yeah.
It was a big question mark, especially when we saw what he was capable of in solo queue. Promising start so far from the side of Vitality, but a bit more about you, Neon. By the end of the year, a lot of people were saying, rightfully so, that you were underrated as an AD carry. How do you respond to that, and what are you hoping to achieve personally this year?
Well, once again, underrated, overrated. It's like who gets to judge? The only thing that I could judge myself by was my last year at Misfits, and I thought I did pretty well, so I think it was only deserved that I would get another shot in the LEC, and here I am, and I'm going to try to do better than last year, and make it to Worlds with Vitality, and like carry them from, well, they're not so nice last year, so yeah.
As I said, promising start for the team and also for Union. Thank you so much for the interview. That's all for us on this side of the stage for now. We will be back in a couple minutes for Koi versus Excel. Stay tuned.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Off-season was looking kind of shaky for me. The fact that I ended up being free agent was something unexpected for a lot of teams, I guess. It felt really bizarre for me because I felt like my individual performance was like the best it has ever been. I think this year was the best year I had in terms of, like, you know, how hard I worked, how good I was in comparison to like other players on my role and all of this stuff. I was kind of disappointed by how it ended up, with the fact that I was kind of like, you know, misled for the whole year into thinking that I was going to be first option and I was going to resign. And the person in charge of this move is telling other teams that at the beginning of spring split that teams should not reach out to me because I'm planning on retiring at the end of the year. For me, it just felt like, you know, full-on personal vendetta, just because the the person that was in charge of this decision just didn't get along with me on a personal level. But then the Excel offer kind of came out of the blue, and it was a great option for me. Project was looking great, the offer was great. So for me, it was kind of like a win-win. And I don't have anything against Rogue or Koi, because everyone else except that 1 or 2 people that did this to me has been exceptional to me. It has been the best org I have been ever a part of. My grudge is not against the organization, it's just against those individuals. I'm coming into this season just as hungry, just as dedicated I've been so far, you know, because they shouldn't stop me from doing more than I did so far.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, obviously not holding back there for Odo. Says, you know, I've been treated shittily. I'm glad he speaks out on it. He's not naming any names, but it just shows in what of a perilous situation he was in, right? Not even knowing if he'd have a team after that performance.
That's just absolutely
That's crazy.
I feel like I've never heard like a story like that, like from an actual player. Like you hear like rumors sometimes what happens, but like the tea spilled all over the table.
I feel like we've heard in the past, and maybe it was even connected to Odo, if I remember correctly, about people unjustly saying he was thinking of retiring and stuff, and that really influenced the possibilities that he had. So it really sucks to hear, but I'm glad that he's found a home. And now Excel is playing Koi, which is kind of poetic, and I had a quote that I just saw on win.gg from Larson, who gave an interview about playing Excel, where he said, Larson said, it's the biggest game of the split because it's again Odoamne, so I definitely want to win more against him than any other team. The expectations are hopefully we'll stomp them, and hopefully Odoamne will feed, because that would be funny. Maybe I will try to camp him. It's kind of a double punch with that SOT. I don't feel like they're connected, but it's a good quote, and it sets us up perfectly for this match.
It's funny. It's like Odo's like, I don't have anything against the org, and then Larson's like, I want Odo to lose. That would be funny.
Thanks to Lee Jones, by the way, for the interview on win.gg. But I wanted to take this as a jump-off point to talk about the top lane matchup in detail a bit further on, but maybe starting off with the top lane meta and the top lane mechanics that we've seen so far in the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is like Jax and Cassante have just been sort of taking over, I think, in terms of what LEC players are going for. And to me in particular, like I heard a lot about like how strong Jax is going to be coming in. But what I've seen from our LEC top laners is Cassante is like winning that matchup at times, like finding solo kills. And to me, when I think about this Cassante pick, it fits into a similar role that we've seen from like Renekton in previous years, where like he has the ability to like be very powerful in lane, but then also contribute strong ways in a team fight. Like, it feels like he's almost like jack of all trades, and everyone's trying to find like niche ways to counter it.
Yeah, Renekton wishes he could drag them through a wall. Though,
yeah, exactly. He's like
instead,
way better than Renekton.
But I think that's a great segue as well, because we still see Renekton come through as well, and specifically for Segunda too. And it's a champion that can still find its footing. It's great because Sejuani is also meta, so it allows you to play these composition that wants to hard camp on the top side instead and play through the top side as well. Of course, playing into Jax is still not as good as you would like it to. That Counter-Strike Jax is just the S tier right now, and we have also seen Fiora, more Fiora than I expected out of our EU top laners. But the more I see it, the more I start having the idea that it's not necessarily just the players that can't play the Fiora, because we've seen it work, we've seen them get the solo kills, but it's an entire team dynamic in terms of, well, how do we actually play around it? And not just from the lane, but how do we win the game with the Fiora?
Oh,
100%. I mean, no, that's a fantastic point, because it's like, a lot of times, yeah, you'll see them do well in lane, but like, are they destroying a side lane so hard that it's creating enough pressure that their team is able to capitalize off it? No, we haven't really seen that yet. Are they finding ways to team fight? That's always been a struggle for EU teams, to sort of get that type of split push top laner incorporated well into a team fight, and that's also not quite there.
It's a historical stigma, I think, of Fioras that aren't LCK or LPL, specifically for LCS and LEC top laners, it feels like, right? But it's really interesting, and I'd love to follow up on the dynamic if it's really right. It's not played out correctly by the team in that composition. Moving on, though, a little bit more in detail about this specific matchup. Obviously, Odoamne on the side of Excel versus Shigenda now on the side of Koi Goldberg, who I think both had a great game yesterday. Even though Odoamne wasn't able to win, he still impressed us. And Shigenda, flawless entry into the Koi team.
Yeah, I think you start on Shigenda. He just, you know, he's facilitated by his team. He's a guy that obviously has been brought in a lot of trust. And we heard it on the analyst desk as well. The guy is just getting resources. Even if if he doesn't want them, Malrung will just show up random in his lane and be ready to facilitate him. I think it's great to see that a new player like Sugenda, who didn't have the best start, can come back into LEC as well, this time around with Koi as well, and come up with a performance where we didn't see flashy things in terms of individual plays, but the way he destroyed Adam with lane management was perfect.
Look what he's doing here. Like, the lane is just completely locked. Adam trying to make excursions down into the river because it's very hard to farm. And I think when Shigenda was crashing the wave, you can see it's 2 waves sort of stacked up, a lot of ranged minions that he can get a fast push in and then go move on the map, right? Anytime he was pushing, it was for an idea. Here it was to walk down and sort of fight over the Scuttle Crab. Later in the game, we saw him building up 3 waves to try and attempt to look for a turret dive. That dive didn't come in, but all of these ideas led him to going up to, I think it was 50 CS at some point, just absolutely destroying the top lane.
Yeah, it's great to see the tag team, the fact that, Malrung was behind, I need to help him out a little bit, so he uses the pressure for the team too. A guy that probably wish he had a bit more team pressure in his first game was probably Odoamne as well when he was playing that matchup. I felt like he played amazing. He had
solo kill and almost
a
second one?
And solo kill as well, and with multiple people being up in his top lane. I remember when they were just vultures around him, 3 people versus 1, and he still manages to find solo kills. This maneuver where top laners gets pushed on the turret from a Cassante, I've seen a little too many times, and I'm hoping it's something that's going to phase out. But Odoamne, I think, in terms of lasting, want him to feed. I think he's going to fish for it a little bit. He's definitely going to have to camp it, because I don't think he's just going to get solo killed by himself.
Look, I'm just thinking back to 2022. Odo's just got Broken Blade's number. I'm sorry. The carry top lane can't shut down Odoamne. Here, this is cheating. Obviously, we agreed that bringing a jungler to the top lane is just unfair and unsportsmanlike. But that 1v1, he was absolutely smashing. I think there was just like a quick heal that BB actually got, because Odo had the damage in his combo without that slight heal to make it happen.
And I will say, this is probably what Odo has to get used to, because he has been the self-sufficient top laner, but Shigenda in this matchup is going to be the guy that's going to have Malrung up there.
Yeah,
so
but
yesterday
Odo
was like
knows that.
training grounds.
Odo knows that, right? He should know everything about it, even though I feel like for Malrung, there's always like an edge of like, no, he might do something that you didn't expect. On the other hand, though, are we being a bit disingenuous to the history of Odoamne by saying that he's only ever played weak side? I know we had this discussion before, but there's something in me that tells me, and we've seen it, that he can do the other side of the coin as well.
The thing is, that's why I used the word self-sufficient, because even when he is playing on, that's not going to stop him from solo killing the enemy team. The weak side, in essence, is really difficult because, yes, he doesn't get as many resources as other top laners, but he does the most with the little resources he gets.
And I think that history makes the whole Koi situation so interesting because, like, the biggest question we had for them was, stylistically, how does this change, right? We know Shigenda is a strong top laner. That wasn't a question. We've been tracking him through the ARLs, but as a guy that likes playing more of the carry tops, demands more resources, like, how does that play out? Koi camp top lane, and it works, right? Like, they're already trying to bring him into the roster. I think we've seen this from a few teams, bringing in rookie players, doing everything they can to support him.
I mean, and Koi's lane also were fantastic yesterday for Excel. They're going to have their work cut out for them, but how sweet would it be if Odo wins that grudge matchup? I don't know. Let's head over to Cadril and Dracos.
It'd be pretty sweet, I would say. It's always weird because normally it's like teammates, former teammates, you know, it's like friendly, but also you really want to win. But obviously Odo also has a bit of some personal grievances that maybe he would love to resolve against the organization, even if it's not against the 5 players on stage today. So we'll see how that affects his performance. And I think the analyst has highlighted it. Some great moments from Koi yesterday. Bit more of a struggle on the Excel side. Felt like lanes were collapsing very early on.
Bot jungle really struggled in that game. I think the solo lanes were all right, and I think they will be again, but they need to make sure they have a bot jungle they can work around and play around. It feels like pushing bot is just so important right now.
Certainly is. And we saw 2 very different shades in terms of how to deal with the Heimer matchup. We can talk about that more as we get into game, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that champion banned away now in this game. And maybe we see more favoritism towards engaged supports. That's what I'd prefer. But I imagine based on how successful these teams were or how much priority there was from both of these teams on picking ranged options, these pushing powerhouse laners in terms of support and AD carry, that we'll see more of the same today.
Definitely will. And I feel like, you know, if Heimer's banned and there's no Caitlyn Karma lane, it's basically like a Yuumi or a Lulu. So I guess you, in a way, can play a melee support if you play around it and look to try to punish it. Then it's definitely an avenue that EU teams are happy to take. We saw Rakan even come out from Fnatic.
True.
So any kind of, I feel like the EU teams really love team fights and they love any kind of form of let's start an objective and just look to turn.
Certainly is the case. Of course, taking your time here, getting ready. The players, gotta think of their super sweet intros to do. We don't need any more time. Let's get into it. Time to meet the teams. Shout out to the one dude who basically just death metal screamed Trimby's name. That was sweet.
I love how Shigenda
Everybody did great, but that person gets a special shout out.
You see, all of them were facing forwards, and Shigenda was just standing, looking at the wall behind him.
He wanted to see his photo, dude. That's respectable.
That was great. That was great. Okay, so we're about ready to get into draft. Players are ready. I can see Odoamne wrote to Malrang. Do you know what he wrote in chat to Malrang?
What'd he say?
He said, "Come gank top, you little rat, level 2." And then the draft started.
Oh, wow.
Odo just firing out shots to Malrang.
Maybe it's more personal than we thought.
Jesus, that was brutal.
Okay. Vamos, Koi. Oh, I was so lost. Got it, go, Koi. Got it.
Yeah,
Espanol.
Let's go. Yeah.
Let's go. Caitlyn banned away. Seeing that one consistently.
Wow,
banned.
Koi knows something.
BM?
They know something about Odoamne.
Full faith in their brand shiny new top laner to take him down in the carry v carry matchup. Sejuani also limited from Malrang. No more cheeky level 2 ganks from the Pig Rider.
I mean, he'll do it on anything. He can play Soraka jungle and you'll get silenced level 2 in mid lane out of nowhere, just flashing out of a bush. I can see it already. Get rooted, first blood, runs away and gets the kill, thumbs up. I know it will happen. But bot lane, a lot of champs still open. Varus, Heimerdinger, Yuumi, Lulu, Zeri.
I don't want to see Jhin again.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm done.
I'm done with the Jhin.
Day 1 was enough. That's our sample size, however many games were played there, and I don't need any more. So Jax can get banned, though. I do like that one. Jax has looked really strong.
Yeah, it has. Even though it's sometimes struggled in the lane phase against champs like Cassante, just looks so powerful. So many bot laners are up. Lucian, Nami, the Yumi's up. I feel like that's where the teams will focus. Vi, Maokai, Wukong, the junglers are up. Heimerdinger too. Does XL want to play Heimerdinger? They struggled a lot against G2's Heimerdinger. Is it something that they want to opt in for? It's such a plethora of options, and I think there's so many OPs that it's just a debate. It's like they think Lucian is the strongest.
Okay, opting for the Lucian, Nami, and Koi.
Wow, Kalista.
You have to assume they're going to pair it with something aggressive, but opting to go now for the Maokai, definitely a champion who can level 2 gank, a champion who's been just about perma-banned this entire season thus far, finally going to go into the hands of Malrang.
Wouldn't be surprised to see something like Wukong Nami here, Vi Nami, any kind of meta jungler that they want to play around. It feels like a lot of the solo lanes that you early rotate are gone in the sense of Jax, Ryze, and Syndra, unless you want to go for something like Gnar or Cassante. But Nami will be no surprise, just locking in a little bit later on to give you more time to think, because on 3, they're probably going to pick a melee support, you have to imagine. Something like a Mumu or I don't know, it's Trimby. I feel like Trimby always has something up his sleeve that he's ready for. And if he went into the draft meeting and said, are we giving them Lucian Nami? And the coach said yes. And says, what are we playing? Kalista. Okay, let me cook. Let me think of something.
I mean, absolutely. If there is any AD carry who allows you to cook, it is Kalista. Play whatever you want, she will bail you out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw his Kalista Soraka right in the finals.
Oh my god, I can't believe that worked. I can't believe it not only worked, but it worked so well.
Yeah, it did.
Interesting choice here, though. It looks like prioritizing Odoamne with the blind pick Renekton, knowing that now Koi are essentially forced to respond with a top laner or have 2 options banned away, or they can match support here. But if Trimby is really digging deep into the champion pool, they might not have to worry about locking in his pick early.
Yeah, it's a denial pick. I think Shigenda maybe wanted the Renekton on 3 himself, so Odoamne is saying, let's take it away from him. What's the answer for Shigenda? No stranger to carries. I thought we were going to get an action for a second, so I got stun locked. But they're going to go back to their Kalista Soraka. Won them a championship. Got them a triple knock-up around Dragon on Soraka with the Kalista ult. It was beautiful to see. We'll see how much it can do in this game. Will help out the side lanes a lot in the sense that you have a Soraka ult to work with when you're fighting up against champions like the Renekton.
And also incredibly obnoxious for a champion like Lucian who would love to dash in and out of fights. The second that silence field is down, that ability is one of the most disgusting abilities in the game. Instant AoE silence, ruining. If Renekton wants to leap into your backline, he's not going to do anything. Lucian wants to leap in, he's not going to do anything. It is such a difficult ability to play around. For now, the focus on taking away some of the jungle options. Xerxes, of course, played the Wukong yesterday and a significant amount in summer last year. So they have opted to take that away on the side of Koi.
They ban top laners here, XL. Do you ban away things like Gnar or Kennen or anything that can look for team fights? GP maybe is something they could look towards. I feel like Koi have a lot of zone control right now when it comes to the Maokai ult especially. We'll see what they opt into. Cassante, another champ that's just incredibly powerful in this patch. And with Ryze and Syndra being taken away, Azir feels quite strong. I think Larssen would love to pick up Azir on 4. When you're playing a short-range AD carry like Kallista's, pairing it with something with a lot of range is always insurance tax and helps out in the team fights. But Koi right now focusing on the junglers. Could look to buy another. Vi is another jungler that's quite meta right now. Viego kind of works. Xerxes is no stranger to playing things like the Hecarim as well. But there's the Victor ban from Koi. Maybe they're setting up for the Azir.
Knowing that they're kind of going to have to be the ones to fight into the opposition with the Kalista, with the Maokai, so wanting to limit that scaling option. Oh, I wish. I wish a million times over, but that's not going to happen.
Flashbacks to Canyon. So Aatrox, yeah, carry top into the Renekton. Makes a lot of sense. We'll see how many more melee champs XL decide to go with, because Aatrox loves playing up against melee champs. And any kind of double AD jungle just to get an early Ninja Tabi along those lines. Happy days, and they'll counter pick mid. No mages left. Ooh,
Diana.
Xerxes gonna...
Aggressive, lot of burst damage.
I'd be surprised against those champions. More of a meta jungler feels easier to lock down the Kalista, and that's exactly what he will go for. The Soraka can peel by, you know, as the Vi ult comes in, the animation of the knock-up, you can put the silence on top of the Vi, so by the time she lands, she's rooted, right? So that could be a nice little thing that they can play around here, Koi. Now it's blind pick mid. For mages, not many left. I think Orianna could be something they could look towards. But they need to dive. Yeah, Ahri is the best. Something that can actually get into the backline. XL have committed here to just full dive onto the Kalista.
This is going to be a difficult task. Burden of execution certainly feels like it's on the side of Excel. Soraka, as we get later and later, is such a difficult champion to deal with.
Oh.
What is the option here for
Galio
Larssen?
would be great for peel. The second the Vi ult goes onto the Kalista, just a Galio ult on top of it would be a nice knock-up. I'm not sure if Larssen is a big Galio player, though. I feel like he's more of a mage-leaning player.
Are they going to be low on damage if they go for Galio? Kassadin.
I don't know if I've seen Kalista Kassadin today already.
So mediocre. That's what I will say. I am ready to see Larsen's Kassadin. I am ready to be proven wrong. Again, I know how strong this champion could be, but we have not seen a good Kassadin game yet in the LEC.
I mean, last game, I can kind of understand why they went Kassadin. I would have loved Talia last game in the last draft with Heretics, but against Azir Sejuani, you see double AP mid-jungle, you're getting sucked into it. This game, it's just Ahri. So we'll see what value this champion brings. I would love a lot more space control for the Kalista to work with, you know, Galio or something along those lines. But again, we're seeing a Kassadin hold on mid and scale a little bit while you're on the tower. I think this is not gonna impact bot as much. I think it's gonna impact top side actually. I think the Aatrox will struggle if Ahri Vi can move up towards that top lane.
And we look at these drafts, a lot of potential for early setup here. You look at the champions available. Ahri with the charm can set up for the Vi as well. You got the neck on the top side with the stun. See what they can do with some of that early game power. Will be difficult in the bottom lane. You have to imagine Lucian on that first item is always going to be a powerhouse. How will they navigate the early laning phase, though, is the big question on my mind. XL yesterday did not hit the ground running. They struggled in the early game. We never really got to see them play a mid game, to be completely honest with you. So this is an opportunity for them to start fresh. Coming into day 2, show us more of what they have in terms of individual laning prowess and not fall behind to any pre-planned or set plays from the opposition.
I think we're about ready to jump into game. The players are loading in. The fans are chanting. XL fans going for it. And we're ready. Game 4, XL versus Koi.
You're a paid actor. All right, well played, audience. We kind of are paid actors, though. I don't think they were talking about us in this case, but
no. Are we acting?
Well, sometimes.
Wow. What the hell?
Synergy.
That was scripted.
Shout out to our stats guy who loves to do people dirty. Larson, 7 career Kassadin games. He's 2-5 on the champion. He can break his own Kassadin curse and the LEC's Kassadin curse right here today.
Not a good look. But, yeah, like you said, we'll see if he can break that curse. First strike on the Ahri, taking the W first. It's very nice into melee matchups when you're playing a range mid to just take first strike and just get as much gold from them as possible.
Is Larson's theme this year green skins? Because he played green Rise yesterday. Does he think he blends in and it's harder to hit skill shots?
Like camo in a bush. Yeah.
If that's the reason I'm going to die, that's so funny.
Maybe it's just his favorite color. His favorite color is green.
That's
I'll
also
have to ask
fair.
him, though. I would love to ask him.
You would think it would be purple, but understandable.
Kassadin, TP, Koi, a lot of things line up for purple.
Yeah. So, all right, so far level 1 going way better for Excel than it did yesterday. Heimerdinger did not walk up and take 80% of their 80 carries health, so much more even status.
So also, Malrang no level 2 gank. He's done Raptors, and he's gone down towards his bot side, so he wants to play around top, I expect. Just clear out bot camps, get level 3, and then take red buff later on, because the idea of playing around top lane here is that he left his red buff intentionally, because then it lasts longer, right? You keep the red buff for longer, so you can skirmish heavier.
Odoamne, big trades here. Persigenda trying to extend the trade here, trying to land an extra stack of the Q just to get a little bit of something back.
Yeah, and this is what we saw yesterday, kind of in the XL game. Solo lane's doing great, pushing in, getting CS leads. Odoamne even getting that solo kill, but it's just the jungle bot that struggled. But now they're not up against the Heimerdinger. Patrick and Targamas will need level 3 before they can start impacting the lane incredibly hard. And now Xerxes, after those 3 camps, is moving in, maybe looking at Malrang's red. Doesn't have any information just yet, but once he sees that it's up with this mid push with Kassadin being on the tower, it should be an easy pickup. Even Odoamne can join.
I like this invade. If they send a top set, getting spotted on this ward's rough. They're committing a lot of time here, but Malrang already roaming up, not even starting a camp quite yet.
I think they're a wave early. I think they could have pulled VTO after the next mid wave, and then they would have a threat of a dive. It would be such good setup, but now they've kind of wasted their window. Malrang's there to cover. Maybe they could have forced Larson TP or something along those lines. With the plays dead, they didn't take any camps. Level 3 on comp. Patrick needs level 3. When he dashes forward, he could have done a lot more damage there, but they're going to look for it anyway. They don't know Malrang's here.
There's a walking up. Okay, not a whole ton of damage here quite yet. Expect that we will still see the Demonic Embrace build. Bubble going wide is going to be big there. But Patrick now going forward. Comp is so incredibly low. Soraka now healing up. Comp, they're trying to cut him down, but Patrick getting burned. Trimby, the bananas! Oh, that is not what you want!
He's
so much potassium in this bot lane. Another heal coming out this lane. So obnoxious. Targamas running. But they need vision.
Flash banana.
They need vision.
Banana.
Oh!
2v2 kill in the bot lane for Koi. Patrick dashing forward, so much healing on the side of Koi's bot lane. Xerxes off screen there, managing to force the red buff down. We'll see if Malrang wants to contest. He has vision of it. Yeah, Xerxes has to give this one up. You can see Shigenda's moving from top side after TPing back. VTO's around. They have so much pressure in mid, but they can't use it anywhere right now. And bot lane has fallen apart again for the second time this weekend for XL.
It's so rough, because yesterday we saw both these guys play up against Heimerdinger lanes, but Patrick had it so much harder. And yes, he was playing against Mickey Hansama, but to get the same result again, tragic early start here. 35-16 the CS. The action's not done yet, though.
I think he might die for this. Let's see. Oh, Malrang got it!
Malrang got the smite! Xerxes!
Oh, no.
Here come the kitty cats. Run, Xerxes, run.
Here come the kitty cats.
I love that skin. That's my favorite skin in the game.
Run! Xerxes gets out. He doesn't get the red. He has to flash away.
Look at him go. It's the best skin. Oh, it makes little cat sounds.
It's so cute.
Best skin.
The only kind of cat that's cute in League. I hate Yumi.
That's true.
Nice.
Much better cat.
So let's watch this again. Targamas bubbles the bush thinking they're recalling, but they run forwards knowing that they'll try to stop them, take the fight. Patrick gets a lot of damage, so he thinks, oh, I can maybe win this fight. Heal, silence, has to run out of the silence, and by the time he turns around, he has a lot of spears in him. His Q auto doesn't get the kill. Comp flashes out. The bananas are too strong. Patrick knows he's dead, so he just tries to do damage, seeing if Targamas can trade back. But then the heal from Trimby comes in just in time from the W from Targamas, and then it's another one. Can we get a slow-mo of this one? Are we going to get it?
I gotta say.
I think we are.
You
ready for
never...
this?
A little bit of a visual bug there. There it is. Ooh, not even a banana. Just a piece of the moon.
Oh my god. Not even the full moon. It's a half moon. VTO?
VTO gonna be in trouble now. Larson leaping in. Level 6. Charm goes wide.
Kitty cat.
We'll back away.
No, keep him a friend.
I need you to do that every time that happens. Can you do that for me, Pedro? I just need to meow.
Every sap
I'm not meowing for you.
You just meow for me.
If not for me, then for who, Mark?
You can meow for me. You already did it once.
Okay, all right, I got you.
You're going to be the meow.
Another trade going down.
Oh.
Initially, Comp appears to be losing. Then the spears get pulled out, and Trimby starts to heal him. And again, such a difficult. This is a massive. This is a 1,400 gold in the bot lane alone for Koi. This is devastation in the early game. Yes, Oduwamne, 200 gold above his lane opponent, but it doesn't matter.
It's only going to get worse at this point. They have so much push, and Xerxes can't really impact bot side. There's so much vision that Koi have. They have the Scuttle Crab around Drake, 2 wards on bot side, permanent push, and they know Xerxes is trying to get top ahead, but Shigenda's not been dove. They've missed their windows. Malrang's been covering, and yeah, Koi will be very happy about this early game. We'll see them probably force a Drake soon with this much bot pressure when Malrang visits down here with these Swiftless boots. So quick around the map. Has the phase rush. Expecting some kind of AP Maokai build, but we've also seen things like the Jack Show. We'll see which direction it goes in.
Again, Malrang, so you never know what you're going to get.
I mean, we've seen Knight's Vow at extra V since. Ooh, Odo. Expected a trade.
Not at the trades. Odo clearly very confident in this matchup. Obviously one we saw a decent amount of in years past. Aatrox's fallen away a little bit in terms of overall popularity, but still a solid pick.
Ready?
Ready?
Sad.
My entire life is now waiting for this. Like the crowd waiting for heralds and pink wards. I'm just sitting here.
We should do this more often.
Just waiting.
So buffs have respawned. These are first buffs. Xerxes will get his. I don't know if Malrang will give blue buff. Is it worth to give blue buff to a Cassin at 7 minutes? Well, Malrang seems to think it is. Larson's on his way over to take it away.
He plays for the team.
He does. He is such a team player. Could get to level 6 faster. Could gank less and farm more, but
so slow clearing the jungle.
This is
agonizing to watch.
He's just got Swiftness boots clearing his jungle. Poor Malrang. He knows he has to be everywhere. You know, he's got places to be, people to see. Mostly Shigenda this game. Did get VTO's ultimate though, but the CS lead in top, not huge. 20 CS lead. I think Shigenda's very scared of picking up this wave. The amount of jungle pressure that's been up here.
If 20 is not a big CS lead, how big of a CS lead do you want?
Well, I think I meant it more in the context of like, Renekton's up 400 gold, but Vi's been hovering the entire game. They haven't found a dive, they haven't gotten his flash. He hasn't really had much vision to work with either. He's just got 1 ward on his Krug, so he has to keep sacrificing. He's in a base. Koi are going to go towards Drake after this crab, you have to imagine. And Herald just spawned, so interesting. Koi a bit late to Drake, which gives XL a window to go to Herald, so it'll be an objective trade. Slightly Herald favored in the early game, because I'm not sure how many plates Comp will get. Patrick's basing, we'll keep our eye on it. I expect him to push and look for them unless he has a freeze.
Honestly, pretty solid map read and map play from the side of Excel. Playing towards the strong side of the map, Oduwamne, of course, has a decent lead at this point and wanting to get away from that bottom side, so shifting their attention towards Herald. So overall, now bringing the Lucian up to the top side of the map and leaving Oduwamne on the bottom to match, trying to get away from the lane where the Kalista is so far ahead. I like it.
Yeah, and I think Koi are communicating that they have a stacking wave bot right now. Imagining maybe they can dive the Lucian, but once they see the Lucian top, I think they'll just push this, get this into tower, and then look to base and match. Try to match the Herald. This gives XL maybe 1 wave to just fast push this in and try to take an entire tower. We'll see if Oduwamne tries to come down here and defend this tower by clearing the entire wave. He will risk his life if he does. Koi are playing with information here. They're saying Malrang is bot. If you walk up, you're 3v1. Yep. Joke's on them. Malrang is top. So see if XL get baited into a play here by Shigenda. See if they can defend this tower as 2. VTO is actually hovering around now, so Koi's bot lane will have to be very careful.
Resources being allocated very rapidly. Oduwamne now stepping forward. Renekton still an absolutely terrifying threat. And instantly in goes VTO. Comp now trying to pull Trimmy back, trying to reset the fight. Spears are now going in, but will it be enough? Oduwamne trying to cut through him. The Fury now stacking. Cold-a-Meek not enough. Comp still standing. This has to be infuriating to play against.
They got out of that play. XL, I think they had a guaranteed kill. We'll have to see the replay to see if they executed it properly. Comp does get over the wall with his Q. And no Herald plays top. It looked like Xerxes is base to come towards bot side. So Larson will be able to crash midwaves. Has a 300 gold lead of his own now after VTO looks for this roam. And Shigenda's safe under tower.
That's such a frustrating situation for the side of Excel. You really want to get a kill into that Ahri, let her start to take over this game alongside a level 6-5, but the fact that they're not able to get anything while simultaneously Larson is just free farming is devastating.
So Oduwamne flashes in Qs here to get the empowered W and uses it on Comp. Now you might be like, well, Comp has cleanse, why does he do that? I think it's because they have the Soraka ult. Maybe they could have focused Trimby a bit more in terms of damage and that would have helped them out. But I think they did as much as they could. I'm not sure if VTO could have gotten more damage out, and then with that chunk onto Odo, he has to back away. Tough one. I think, yeah, they probably should have focused Trimby down a bit more despite the Kalista ult saving him from the stun. I think the damage was what was needed.
Very, very difficult. VTO flashing out to safety. Meow. Has to run out.
Wait, are you meowing if they hit or if they miss?
I don't know, man. I committed to something before I had fully planned it out in my head.
I like it though. Let's keep that up. I like this. Biggest gold lead right now is on comp. We'll see if XL can pull that back with this Herald. This is exactly what they did at level 3. We'll see if Patrick walks up. Silence, doesn't get baited, puts the ward down. He's safe. Malrang's on his way up, out of vision. Larsen's on his way up as well. Small level lead for him because of the roam from VTO. Look at how far those E's can be thrown.
Dang it, I don't want to... Meow.
They can be thrown very far to
Why
get
did I
vision.
commit to this?
I love it. Well, there's Odd.
No, I don't want to. Meow. Look.
Wait, what do you do when he ults? Is it just like a meow storm or something?
I'm just going to shout about it. I love it every time it happens. It's the weirdest. It's just a bunch of
kittens just
like
rolling.
Long, weird-looking tube cats just coming at you. Horrifying, horrifying ult. It's like Five Nights at Freddy's, but a cute kitty ult. It is scary.
So,
it's a scary game.
Because the 2 kills went to Trimby on Soraka, look at his items. Moonstone already. I think he had that a couple minutes ago. We saw it on the side there, 10 minutes roughly. From base after the 2v2 in bot side.
Look,
your meows are getting better. They have more of like an twang.
Yeah. Also, observers, shout out to you for insisting on probably showing us.
I think they're laughing backstage, just like Pepe laugh. He doesn't know what he's gotten himself into. There's the Herald. They haven't given it to Patrick. I think the reason is they can't get any top push. You can see on the minimap, Comp and Trimby have them under their tower constantly, and if they ever step up, they will get punished. So just put it in the Kassadin lane.
Well, and I think that the window of opportunity for Ahri to be relevant in this game feels smaller than for Lucian. If Lucian gets 3 items, he's going to be good. He can sit back and farm and wait, whereas the Ahri, I always feel like she's a champion who really needs to impact 1 or 2 items and try to push and snowball, and especially up against the Kassadin.
Yeah, definitely agree. Base is coming in though. Mythics being slowly picked up. There's the Gale Force for Patrick. Chainsword for Circe. We'll see what they can get done. 1 minute on the next dragon. I think they're going to have to take the fight. Their champions do spike on first items. You know, Ahri, Everfrost, Lucian, Gale Force. That's really where you want to start dashing forwards and punishing things like the Rod of Ages, Kassadin, especially around dragons. Blade of the Rune King for Odoamne. He will start winning out on the 1v1. This is where we should see XL slowly come to life. We'll see if they can make any plays.
Chempunk Chainsword as well coming in for Xerxes. Help mitigate some of the absurd amount of healing potential on Koi's side. I like it calling it out. Really do not want to let a Kalista team start stacking Drakes early. Already getting 1. 13.5 minutes in. As plates start to fall away, the Chemtech Drake will spawn.
Yeah, Koi are a bit weak right now. Despite the gold advantage, you see Shigenda doesn't have Eclipse. Malrang doesn't really have an item complete either. Rod of Ages doesn't really count at this point. So this is it. This is where XL needs to start taking fights. They know it. They're going to move into this bot side river.
Hey. Oh, meow.
The double combo.
Meow.
The double combo. I like it.
I just have to work them in, just casually mid-sentence. Oh, 2 times in the top lane. Xerxes going to start this objective off. For now, it looks like they're happy to just funnel more gold to the back part of Larsen and not risk skirmishing here around the 1-item spikes. You called it out. Clearly, Koi have recognized it as well. This is kind of where XL are strong based on the composition. Meow. 150 Scuttlecraft.
I didn't even see that one.
Gotta be ready,
You're
bro.
keeping me on my toes.
Eyes like a... I was going to say hawk, a cat.
Cats have good eyes?
There's going to be maybe 3 people on the internet who think this is funny, and a lot of people who are very annoyed by the end of this cast.
Just pissed off. Sitting there like,
please stop.
Stop singing.
This is a serious
Maybe they're joining
professional
in.
sport.
Maybe they have cats and the cats are looking at the screen every time you do it.
That's
just
true.
Like perplexed at what they just
Calling out.
heard. Just communicating to everyone's pets at home.
There you go.
Patrick still pushed on the tower constantly, Comp keeping him there. Herald spawning now. Koi have set up, which helps them if they want to force this. They'll get top tier 1 as well. VTO will want to catch that wave, but I think XL should just take the fight still. I think they're stronger despite the gold deficit. We'll see if they look for Larsen here with a Vild, or if they're just here to show themselves. Malrang's pushing his way in. Larsen's half mana. VTO close to level 11. Definitely wants that level up for the next fight.
Yeah.
And they're going to base here, Koi. Not going to go for the force. Shigenda can engage. Look at the damage from the Blade of the Rune King.
Blade of the Rune King is massive here.
Yeah.
Instantly getting the Conqueror procced as well, and able to walk out there for the Q3, or the first Q for the Dark and Blade to come in.
Maybe dive him here, Odoamne, if he wants. The problem he has is Soraka ult. If there was no Soraka ult, he could go for this. Shigenda's scared in the 1v1. He knows Malrang's top, I think. They saw the 4-man top after the mid-wave was pushed in. And that means Odoamne will be the one to get the first tower in the game, winning out on this 1v1. Shigenda's recovered a little bit in creep score, but he's just paying a lot of respect to XL, making sure he doesn't give over any kills.
Yeah. And right now, Renekton obviously terrifying. Level 11, 2 points in the ultimate. Can't burst you down so quickly if you take a bad trade and go down to 50 HP like Shigenda just did. Then the threat of the dive is always there. Will get easier now that he's finished the Eclipse. But looking across the board, very quiet game
And to me, Cadron, you can correct me if my situation, or read on the situation is wrong. I feel like this favors Koi. I'm just looking at Larssen sitting comfortably through this game, looking at XL, yet to find a kill, yet to make these really big plays on the map, and this feels like a game much more where you can go, oh, 12 out of 16, timer's ticking.
Yeah, it's hard to say because on the one end you have a Kalista and you're like, wow, Kalista is going to get the push, so she's going to start stacking up the dragons, it's going to be so strong. But then on the other side they have a Kassadin and they have so much mid-jungle control XL that they can choose which side to go towards. One apiece. I think Cloud Soul is not that impactful on these champions. I think things like Vi and Ahri, it definitely is. Yeah. I think, are they on Herald here, Koi? Dash forwards from XL, looking for some big
damage. Patrick now silenced, has to walk away, but Shigenda's still stepping forward.
Koi stopped the Herald. A bit worried. Hasn't reset just yet. Larssen's keeping it on the leash. XL moving in. I think they need to take a fight. This is it. This is where they're just so strong, but Patrick's low. They don't have any vision. Xerxes too afraid to walk in and get silenced, so objective over to Koi. All they need to do now is defend this mid-tier one, and they should be net positive in the objective department. We'll see if Koi forces this.
Gonna be forced to pull down here. Malrang still has the ultimate up and available. Is gonna use it now. Here come the cats, and the silence connects us through. That's everything! Oh, I don't even need the stab pulling. XL now on the retreat. Larssen now stepping forward. The Kassadin is massive. Odoamne in the backside. Just trying to make sure that his team can make it out to safety, but that was a disaster.
Yeah, and here comes the painful part, because I think they can run towards mid and pop the Herald if they want to. Get that mid-tier one down. XL have to resettle their zone so far away. Looks like Koi won't go for that play. Maybe they think that XL can get there in time. VTO has TP. They don't really want to get sucked into a long play and get engaged on again. They'll take the small wins. They're scaling. They're in a good spot, but now XL looking for a play of their own. Koi have thought that they base, but they've stuck around. Xerxes waiting for the Q to come back up. It's up now. He could charge it when Larssen ults right now. They'll go.
Excellent opportunity. Can they capitalize on it? Can they take Larssen out? Larssen trying to leap out to safety. More than enough damage to burn him down. The TP now coming in. They just barely managed to finish him. And now Zagenda caught in the middle of multiple members, but he's going to take down Xerxes. No, Xerxes flashing out to safety. Odoamne now looking to pick up 2. That is huge for the Crocodile on the top side.
It's Odoamne who's keeping XL in this game on the gold. 1.8k ahead of Shigenda. Kills Larssen despite him flashing away. Kills Shigenda as he TPs in. Mid-tower falls. Patrick picks that one up as Koi tried to defend their bot side. The first play we've seen from XL in the last 18 minutes has worked. Double kill for the Renekton, building towards that Prowler's Claw.
That is massive. Downside is, of course, Larssen dies and immediately picks up the Archangel Staff. 324 out of 360 stacks necessary to evolve it. And I like the play overall. This is what we talked about. This is the strength of the Vi into picks like Kassadin or Kalista, is that you do have this guaranteed lockdown.
Yeah, and that's it. The ult forwards, that is the go button because he doesn't have ult. And then chain CC with the stun on the buffer, and then on his next dash, Odoamne will flash auto attack before he can get it off. TP comes in from Shigenda, can't get the kill on the Xerxes. Q3 won't land because he'll flash away. And then Odoamne will pick up that kill. Shigenda's got no chance, no way out. So much damage from the Renekton. So now let's see how XL use that. Look at the items on Odoamne. Just picked up the Prowlers. Dragons in 1 second's time. Malrang's looking to take away this blue. Needs to be careful though.
Going in, lost sight. Charm now coming in. He's a very squishy tree. The cats are now coming out, trying to smite the objective away. And now on the retreat, leaping out to safety with the calling. Oh, it's just tickling his backside. Won't quite finish the job. VTO now stepping in. Down goes the tree. The deforestation efforts of XL going well.
30 seconds on Baron. They can't force it, but the Dragon is up if they want to move towards the bot side of the map. Odoamne has TP, so he can join them. Top tier 1 is up as well. A lot of objectives here for XL. Koi.
Larssen over the wall, though, is big. Patrick's going to be in trouble here. Larssen taking his time, though. This is what's so frustrating about Kassadin. He can just wait for you to try and dash away before he has to leap in.
And Odoamne will get that top tower. Larssen's on his way up. Shigenda doesn't have TP. Dragon's up. This is 2 objectives for XL off the back of that kill. Bit greedy by Malrang there, looking to take away the blue buff. Didn't have any vision. And I think he wanted to get out of there. Had to use the W to avoid damage, but there's so much CC. The Charm, the Vi Q, the Everfrost, then the Vi ult. If they layer it properly, there's no way that Koi can get out if they single out a target.
Yeah, the pick potential is incredible. Xerxes now going to grab that second Drake again. Cloud Soul, not massive. It does help. And really, it is a story of the massive bot difference where Comp and Trippy were able to pull so far ahead against Odoamne, who was pulling slightly ahead, more and more, until it really exploded with that double kill. Now it's 3-3 the kill score, 300 gold difference, but it's 3 towers to 1 in favor of XL, really bringing this game back in the mid game.
So they look for now. Topside vision is where both teams will look. Larssen level 13, very close to level 14. Rod of Ages 3 stacks away to give him that extra level up as well. So a couple minutes time, he's gonna be level 16. Just needs to catch these waves, keep continuing catching these waves. But the game has slowed down a bit ever since Koi got that double kill bot. They were really, really strong, were able to cross map nicely, trade heralds for dragons. But how much can this herald get done? Will XL let this crash? Xerxes around, Koi don't have information on either of the solo lanes. They're in base, but they could be around either side of the river. So they're not gonna be confident enough to step up and push this herald into the tower. Won't get them anything. And they just want to buy time here. Larssen keep catching waves. Jugenda get towards his second item, Death Stance, whatever it may be, and slow the game down a bit because this Renekton is a bit out of control.
Certainly the case. Even more so now that he's managed to pick up the Prowler's Claw as well as a stopwatch. Going to be a very hard character to just burst out. Especially when you look at this composition, it's mostly sustained damage. Until we get very, very late game, Kassadin not just going to be able to one-shot that health bar. And you can see total gold, Ottawamne and Comp neck and neck, less than 100 between them, or around 100 between them. Everyone else trailing pretty far behind.
Definitely are. And now it's just playing over windows. When you have push in one lane, you can transition that push to another. And I think it's going to be mid to top here for XL, of course, because of the Baron. Koi just on defense duty. XL going to slowly start to push their way in here. Need to be careful, though. Not a lot of instant lockdown CC other than the Maokai. So if they see Malrang on midwave or anything like that, they can feel a lot more confident. But he's hiding in the bush, throwing out the cats, checking to see if XL want to step up.
Nope. All right.
Just going to sit there.
Respectable. And the thing I do like about XL's composition is while it will be maybe more difficult to execute as we get later into the game, all that single target CC in the mid game, especially now that tier 1s are falling, makes it so easy to pick off Koi if they ever misstep. We saw it with Malrang in the jungle. If anyone else is out of position and tries to contest vision without someone backing them up, very easy for this to fall apart. Meow. Rude. Baron did not do anything there.
Rude. Wait, they're going to start Baron. Hang on a second. They know all of Koi's around. They just saw the Malrang throw a sapling over. Are they trying to force Shigenda's TP? VTO's not TPing. Their sustain is not that good.
I'm not.
Okay, so, I mean, they get chunked out by the Baron a bit. Maybe they were just trying to make Koi sweat. I mean, they had nothing to play around, so a bit confusing, but still nothing lost in the play.
All I will say is that we have seen a decent number of teams seemingly for no reason start Baron over the last 2 days.
I've got a theory on that. So nothing happens for 5 or 6 minutes in the game, and then one team's just like,
yeah,
dude, should we just like start Baron? The game's getting kind of boring.
That's the most ADHD thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Just try and like force a TP, do something. This game's too boring, and then that just happens. I'm convinced this is exactly what happens. They have no setup right now, XL. You can see that ward on the blast cone. They need to push past that line. They need
silence.
To get into
locking
the red
him
buff.
in with the pit. Meow. Missed one. Sorry.
I'll forgive that one. I'll allow it. Larssen did get the Rod of Ages 10 stacks though. He's level 15 and a half. Look at VTO. He's just dinged over to 14. So this is going to be really painful for XL. Their window is slowly closing. It's been great for the last 8 to 9 minutes.
Yep.
They've had push on side waves. They've been able to control objectives. They've been incredibly strong. The mid game is slowly falling away, and we're going into the late game now, towards the 30-minute mark, which is where Koi will be their strongest. But it's slowly going into their favor despite this gold deficit. Level 16 Castle will be really dangerous on side lane. Ottawamne should win against them in the 1v1 easily, but it's more around those team fights and navigating them.
In the case, Patrick just continuing to leap forward just to test limits, see how much damage he can get down before Trimby heals Comp right back up. But it is a good call out. Does feel like XL's clear window of opportunity at least is starting to close. Of course, with enough CC, they can always look to just one-shot some of the opposition, but with Kassadin at 2 items that make him very tanky on top of a stopwatch, not really a viable target to burst out. Comp similarly has a stopwatch of his own, so the amount of priority targets that can be picked off in the midst of a fight are going to be much, much harder to find this time around. That said, you highlighted it already, Ottawamne is still a very beefy boy. 2.4k individual gold lead, 2.5 items working towards that GA.
I wonder if Koi will take this fight. Larssen is so close to that level up, and I don't think this level up is just going to decide the game, right? It's not like XL all of a sudden become useless or anything like that. The Kassadin doesn't get infinite amounts of damage. It's just the mobility and lockdown is just becoming difficult. You have to invest Bio ulti on the Kassadin no matter what, you have to imagine, rather than maybe use it on Aatrox to peel. I think that should be a guaranteed dragon. Larssen has the TP up, but look at the Baron pit. You see question mark pings. That looks like they're just trying to get vision. XL smartly going to get this bot tier 2. Did they just start it here? They see 2 people bot. They know the Vi is on dragon, and they have good secure. Xerxes hesitant now, wondering if Going towards his bot side was a
TP
mistake.
being
Here comes
used.
the Baron Force. Odo hasn't used his yet. It's just VTO first. They're testing the waters. They're going to commit.
Patrick now stepping up. Ulti now being used by the Maokai. Cat's coming out, not too much effect. Tidal Wave coming over the wall. It's going to lock up Larson. Larson going golden. Odoamne ready to instantly stun him down if possible, but he's leaping out to safety. Odoamne dashing backwards. Bit of a fumble there. Now getting locked up. Odoamne isn't able to use any of his gold. Koi playing beautifully around this, denying him any opportunity to get into the back line. Shutting him down. What a beautiful dissection of the Fed top laner from the side of Koi. Larson now charging forward, blood in the water. They see their opportunity. Not strong enough from Patrick to stop the coming tides. VTO still running. Shigenda stepping forward to knock him down. It is a clean ace. Only Maorang and Trimby falling in exchange.
Can they two-man the Baron? I think they might be able to pull it off. It's actually three-man. They don't even need to use any TPs. They don't have any, so they will be able to pick this one up really easily. That was a huge team fight for Koi. I think Odoamne made a massive mistake in it. It looked like he walked forwards, wanted to use the stun onto Larson. Larson dashed away, but then he flash E'd in the wrong direction. He went towards the left side instead of the right side. And then stopwatches were popped. I mean, let's just keep our eyes on Odoamne because there was just so many things that stopped him from getting into this fight. TP's in from VTO, TP in from Odoamne. Koi stuck at the back of the pit. It's either dash out here or commit, and they decide to commit. Larson stopwatch. Odoamne wants to stun him. He dashed away. Then Odoamne is in the chains, gets pulled back, flashes E's to the left, and then he gets knocked up. And then he gets rooted and silenced, knocked back away. Then he looks for the stun with the Prowler's Claw into Comp, and as he does that, Comp stopwatches. Then he stopwatches himself, thinking he'll wait for Comp to come out of his, and then Comp flashes away. Finally can land the stun onto Maorang, and he's dead. So it turns into a 4v4. Your Fed Renekton's gone, and Koi can just run you down.
Maorang on the flank here again. There's another fight breaks out. Looking for the third Drake. Maorang could just get bursted down here. There's no room for him to play into this pit. They delete the jungle before the fight even starts. Maybe they can win the 5v5. Keep your eyes on Larson, though. It's going to be big. Trimby solo health in the back line. He can't keep anybody standing. Odoamne buying as much space as humanly possible. The GA now coming out. A few moments till he comes back up. Surely he should fall. Dashing out to safety, but no. Denied his escape. And again, Koi will take the exchange and take the Drake to follow.
They can kill VTO as well. Look at Larson go.
Larson.
So many dashes.
Here we go, baby. Level 16. Larson on a rampage.
They have a small wave in bot. They'll be able to take this bot tier 2. Look, tier 1. Look for the tier 2 as well. Xerxes trying to take mid tier 2. See if he can find an answer. Larson basing, gonna try to stop him. They haven't even gone for the Drake. They just want to push and get as much gold as possible.
Such a difficult exchange. Yes, they can cut down Maorang, but they just cannot finish any of the other carries.
Their damage just falls off so quickly when Odoamne dies. Patrick struggling to get involved in the fight. VTO can work in small bursts, but he has a Banshee's Veil second item, Lucidity Boots. There's no real damage on this Ahri until the Rabadons comes in. Looked good initially. Maorang went in. Odo managed to get his combo off. We'll take a look at it again. So Maorang split. Larson's joining the rest of the team. He goes in, but this is the stun here from Odoamne. Look at the damage that he can dish out. Patrick can get the combo off. Looks great. They use a lot of ultimates here. Koi's tries to keep him alive. How does Patrick die then? Because it looks like the root comes in. Patrick's using the culling onto Trimby. It's just Shigenda that just solo kills Patrick. There goes the damage. Odoamne can't take down Comp with the Prowler's Claw. Trimby too much healing. And then once Patrick's down, they just have to run.
Yeah. Sapling's pre-laid in that bush as well. Quite annoying. And I'd have to say they're out of time. Mark. Maorang just running in the jungle pretty fearlessly. You can see the damage in the last team fight. Odo versus the double carry threat of the rest of the team. Mount.
What is he?
What's he?
What's he He's meowing at them.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That is absolute confidence from Maorang. Forces the ult out from Odoamne. Yes, it's a low cooldown, but that will matter next few moments. Koi, so incredibly powerful now with 4K gold lead to back it up as well. 4,000 Baron power play.
Yeah, 5-man top from Koi. No tier 2 bot, no waves pushing in, no one going towards Dragon. They're just 5-manning top, see if they can siege this down. They don't have any range though. They only really have Comp and Trimby to hit the tower, so they need to use spells to push them away. Let Comp step up, get the wave down. I don't think they can get this. They need to be really careful unless they commit to some kind of full dive. There's no real objective here, but their Baron was fading. They only had a couple waves left to play on, so they thought maybe they would just try something top. It didn't work, and they can just move towards mid and Dragon now. They control the rest of the map. Rabadon's picked up for VTO. We'll see if he can dish out a little bit more damage in these fights.
And Cadril, I think it is safe to... Oh. Yeah.
Carry on.
Thank you. Did you really stop me so I can hear?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. I think it is safe to say that the window of opportunity for Excel to really capitalize on their advantages has closed. Meow. It's really hard to make a serious point.
I wonder if the crowd's going to get involved in this one day.
At this point, they're looking for fog of war picks, big flanks, but that's about it because Trimby's now just building armor. Because he knows the only way they really lose a fight is if he gets one-shot by someone, and the only person who's very likely to one-shot him at this stage of the game is Ottawamne. VTO not able to contest there. I think I might have missed a meow. Sorry.
I got you covered. I dropped it.
Oh, you dropped it.
Yeah. See, I always got your back no matter what. Even in
I appreciate that.
In a meowcode situation, I'm there for you. Shigen is going to push in bot 4 items for comp. Level 18 Kassadin getting towards Rabadon's death cap. Guardian Angel is something that XL need to wait for. They need to wait for Ottawamne's Guardian Angel. I think that's their only really window of opportunity. Just flash Prowler's Chlorine, one-shot comp somehow with VTO and Xerxes behind you.
Yeah, but the somehow, you're just saying an imaginary thing in the middle. You're like, flash in, do something that doesn't
like when you're playing like
maybe exist in League of Legends.
It's like when you're playing like a wombo combo. It's like, let's just like use our spells and just hit all 5 of them.
Yeah. I mean, if he hits them all with the big Q, stuns one person, and then they all stand in his AoE, he can probably kill the entire team. But maybe, I mean, Trimby mispositioning, I think is probably the biggest thing that could go wrong before a big 5v5. Trimby mispositioning 2 times consecutively in a very short period of time.
Now we found the solution.
Okay.
Let's see if he does.
You can see we're grasping at straws here, and that just means that if XL do manage to find a way to come back in this game, it is all that much more impressive.
I saw the Fnatic Vitality game yesterday, so I won't count them out just yet. We'll see what Koi can get done. The game's slowed down because there's no objective. Both teams have 2 dragons. There's no soul point to be played for. Dragon's 3 minutes away, but Nash is spawning in 30 seconds. I think Koi will try to start that up. They have Maokai to tank it. They have Soraka for the sustain. It should be pretty easy to secure with the Kalista. XL will have to walk into all of these Maokai saplings. Here comes the push. Try to push them back. Larson has infinite mana to work with that blue buff.
This is so frustrating.
And even if he takes 20% of your health bar for 40% of his, he can just dash away and get healed by Soraka, right? So no problemo.
And also he gets hit by flawless chain CC overextending on an ulti. There's pretty much no way Larson dies. Of course, Vial is an option, but there's so many relevant threats now that it's difficult for Xerxes to know where to go. Maybe a Miracle Steal. The silence, nice. Stop from entering the pit. Patrick over the wall. Larson just trying to dash in. Again, going goal. Goes the chance. They steal it! The steal is massive! The rest of the team now going into buy, still standing. Ahri has been taken down, but XL have bought themselves a bit of time. Xerxes now running, but at least 3 members will still be standing with the Baron. They pay with the lives of Xerxes and VTO to secure the purple worm.
That is worth it every single day of the week. 2 people for a Baron, no waves to play on for Koi. Maybe you can see them desperately trying to push top as quick as they can with Shigenda. Maybe they can look for a tower TP in with Larson while there's death timers, but that's about all they will get. VTO is the one to pick it up, and Koi actually just basing, not going for any objective. They can work with this Baron here, XL. That should help them for setup for the next Dragon spawn. Try to control the map, get some wards down. So how did VTO get it? They have Kalista and there's 2 smites in the pit. The Ahri is the one to secure it.
Where does the pull happen? They're pulling, they should pull and smite at the same time. The knock-up comes in?
Frames per second there. It's gonna have to go through all the numbers and all the math, but regardless, VTO gets it, he gets rooted, there's no way out. Xerxes flashes over the wall, Larson's playing Kassadin, he dashed over, there's no way out for him, but the rest of XL escape with their lives, and Koi get nothing off the back of it in terms of objective. Patrick building towards what I expect to be an Infinity Edge. I think when he picks that item up, he will be doing a lot more damage. Rabadon's Infinity Edge, these are the items that these champions like Ahri and Lucian need to bridge themselves to the late game, but Larson will have one of his own soon, and that's a full build Kalista now with a Guardian Angel.
Ooh. And miraculous, really, to keep XL in the game. Credit to VTO for being able to find that steal. But, I mean, that just should never happen. It's crazy. That's going to be one that I think we have to look back again on at a certain point, because with a Kalista, with a Maokai with Primal Smite in the pit, you should not be losing objectives to Ahri, but again...
Yeah, if you just combine the damage, right, both smites, what is it, 1200, 2.4k?
1200 plus however much damage Kalista can do with a Rage Blade, stacking up those spears, which is a lot. Well, that said, they made it work, and now I have to see what XL do with it. This is their new lease on life. 3K difference, the only thing that separates the team. Ottawamne still the very strong point on the map, and you can already see Koi looking to collapse, but maybe, just maybe, they'll get caught in the rotation. Trimby.
They're looking for it.
Taking a lot of damage here already. The ulti now coming out. They're trying to disengage. The wave coming in as well, but Vi is now stepping forward. Trimby has now been locked up. It's a big, big bubble. VTO leaving them as the team. Comp, will he get taken down? He goes golden. They buy 3 more time. This is a massive fight for XL. They've got the momentum. They've taken down one. Ottawamne's spent so much time.
This is it.
Top lane and mid still stand for Koi. Maybe, just maybe, they can turn this back, but VTO is hunting for blood. A massive charm onto the Maokai. Malrang fighting for his life, but he will drop in the end. Excel have found the pick that they need, and they still want more. It's clean from VTO, the charge, and can they time it flawlessly? They will! They get it! Larson knocked down! It should not be possible, but they are making it work! They refuse to stop! Will they have enough damage? Yes! The ace! It is everything for Excel!
It's a miracle granted to them in that team fight. Koi were the ones who wanted to take it. VTO TP's in. Let's look at it again straight away. So Trimby and Comp split off from Shigenda Larsen. 2 fights will happen here. One on the bot side between the bot and jungles. One on the top side where Odoamne is against both the solo laners of Koi. GAs go down at around the same time, and he's buying as much time as possible. He will eventually fall, but by the time Odoamne dies, you see Larsen flashing on top of him. The kills for Excel start reeling in. They get 2, and then this charm from VTO was just beautiful. Dashes over the wall, pops a W for move speed, gets past the red buff, lands onto Marang, and then it's just the chain of kills. Larsen has no mana, he just uses ult to clear the wave. Has so many stacks that he can't use anymore. Charm Flash is good, Stopwatch buys a little bit of time, but the full dive commit comes in. Yes, Shigenda gets 1 on the back of it, killing Patrick, but I think we might have to go back to live. We'll see if they take this fight again here, Koi.
Can they keep it going? Comp now running to the pit as well. Should just be able to take this one down, but no, the Smite Steal. Give it back in return. Now Odoamne will fall. Double TP's coming in. Koi see this as an opportunity to end the game. Here comes Larsen. The bubble will not connect. They need to retreat as a 4-man unit. If anyone else drops, surely the game will end in favor of Koi.
It will. 50 seconds on Odo. A glimmer of hope for Excel, slowly starting to fade. The Baron's off. They didn't get the Dragon either, so all of these kills have given them basically gold, and at this point, gold is not that important. Patrick.
Big damage onto Larsen, holding over the wall, trying to finish off Trimby. Larsen going right back in, wants to finish the job, but the healing coming in is just too much. Maokai now locking down Patrick. Cleanse now bringing him out. Malrang backing away. Goes golden for a brief moment. The charm connects, but XL do not have the damage to finish the fight. The healing coming in from the Soraka so consistently. 300 health after 300 health, backing up the front line of Koi.
Trimby clutched that fight. The silence on the culling stopped him from falling. The Kalista ult wasn't up yet. He would have died if he didn't land that. No summoners either. And then Larsen is the one that gets engaged on. Still has the Zhonya, so he was fine from the get-go. Just he got chain CC'd, so he couldn't use it on the Vi ult. So much healing coming out, like you said. A lot of healing reduction slowly being built up here by XL. They need the Putrefier here. I think Targamas needs to get that as quick as possible. Pings on top wave. Maybe they want to play for top tier 2. Baron's up again in a minute's time. And I think we're going to have another fight on our hands. Gold is basically becoming irrelevant. It's just about setup, landing your skills, and landing the right targets. Guardian Angel for Shigenda will buy a lot of time.
It's all execution. Stopwatch now for VTO. He can play very aggressive with that option, but always have to be careful about stopwatching in the wrong position. The silence will come down, can shut down so much of that defensive utility. But this very well could be the final fight for either side. A complete ace for either Koi or XL should just end the game.
And I think Patrick's actually just ahead of Comp now. He's full build with a more 80% crit, and Comp had to sell the Guardian Angel to buy a QSS because he doesn't have Cleanse up for the next fight. 20 seconds on Baron, he won't have Cleanse in time. I have to sell this and buy QSS. If I get hit by a Charm, the game's over. So smart purchase, just loses out on raw stats, and because he does that, Patrick's ahead now. He'll do so much damage with the Nami next to him.
And Lucian, the burst and the sustained damage, incredible. Kalista needs so much more time to get that damage down. Patrick now trying to back off. Mikhails is available for Targamas. The extra cleanse, courtesy of the support. As long as he can stay standing, McCoy still feeling confident. Barrel into mid lane, push that wave in, set their sights now on the Baron. Odoamne knows he has to TP.
Yeah, he has to come in early. He knows he can't arrive too late.
Powering on the flank, he's not even in the pit, but they shouldn't need him. Comp and just take this objective away. Ult is big. Patrick now backing off. The team is there to body block. Odoamne there to body block to make sure that they have an ammo. VTO off onto the flank. Xerxes now going into the midst of the team. Big damage over the wall, but will it be enough? Xerxes now getting cut down. Odoamne desperately trying to find a kill, but Koi peeling back beautifully. Trippy down means the healing is gone. Odoamne trying to get something back. The burst is big. It's Patrick versus the world, but Patrick will be knocked down. Shigenda reset after reset. Koi taking the exchange.
And that's gonna be game. Koi can push in mid now and end it. The flank from Marang. The ult was good, but I think Xerxes just hesitated a bit too much. He went way too deep, ulting onto Comp. There was no follow-up. Odoamne's flash was 10 seconds away. His Guardian Angel was 10 seconds away. I think XL just needed to stall that out a little bit more. Have some patience. VTO will try his best here, but he's going to pull back, I think. No. Larsen.
Chains. Double snare is going to be big. Larsen making it out with the QSS, but VTO should just have nowhere to go. Shut down. One more kill to close it out. An absolute slugfest back and forth. A valiant effort from XL to bring themselves back into the game after a rocky mid-game. A miracle steal and a couple of miracle fights, but not nearly enough to stop the onslaught that is Koi. One final fight will seal the deal as Koi find their second win in the winter season.
It was a tough one, but they managed to pull it off. There was points in that game where XL had full control, but then Koi swung back because of the scaling, and then the team fights were just such a mess. They lost the Baron, but they came back to take away the Dragon, got themselves on soul point, but that Baron fight was so intense. If Odoamne had Flash or GA, if he could just gap close onto that Kalista, they would have picked up the first kill. But he just couldn't close the distance. The Divide dashed in, and Vito had to dash away because they turned onto him. Good game overall, though. Signs of hope for XL, and Koi looking strong.
Definitely the case. Making good again, 4 out of 5. The championship roster had to face the former brothers today, but ultimately Koi coming out on top, and I think well earned. You know, we saw it in the early game. It was really about the top gap versus the bot gap. Odoamne finding those big leads, while on the opposite side, Comp and Trimby building big leads of their own. Such a nightmare to be locked down in XL. Even though they were able to find and mount that comeback, it needed flawless execution throughout the entire late game if XL were going to find that win. Trimby breathes a big sigh of relief as he walks by, shaking his head a little bit, knowing maybe it wasn't quite as clean as it could have been, but ultimately...
Yeah, it's one of those games where, you know, you have the bot lane situation, you 2v2 kill them, the Strack has 2 kills, you're proxying, you think the game's as good as done, but then fast forward 30 minutes, it's a 40-minute game and it's a slugfest around Baron. So looking strong, but still a lot of things to clean up. That mid game was quite tough, and we'll see what they can produce tomorrow.
We will. 3 days. 9 best of ones, 2 played so far for Koi, 2-0. Definitely a good start. Player of the game at LEC on Twitter, Larson, Comp, or Trimby. Let us know who you think deserves it.
The scaler or the bot? The bot domination.
I don't know, man. There's only one guy who's really won on the cast.
The Ginger God.
The Ginger God.
Self-proclaimed Ginger God.
Is he self? I thought someone else proclaimed that for him, or did he proclaim that?
No, he proclaimed that on Euphoria. He said he wants to be called the Ginger God.
Yes, the Ginger God.
But the gods play Kassadin? Sometimes.
Certainly don't play Yuumi.
No.
That much we know.
Only Meow.
Magnificent cast from us, if I do say so myself. But time to hear from the man who won the game in fashion, none other than Larson.
Thank you, Dracos and Larson. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking down XL today. How personal was this one, considering the top laner you were facing off against?
I actually didn't hear anything.
I was asking how important was this one for you, considering you were facing Odo on the other side?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love Odo a lot, but you still really want to beat him. I hope he was gonna run it down a bit, but he actually smurfed. He almost 1v9 the game in bot lane when he killed me and my top laner. So he played very well, but it's a big win there. It's the biggest game of the split when you're playing against Odo, I think.
I can imagine, especially when you play against a former teammate. Really strong start for Koi so far, and I want to say that I'm surprised, given the fact that you said in an interview that you started scrims rather late, which is something that Trimby told me also yesterday. Tell me about starting a bit late, maybe. How did this happen, and were you expecting this result so far?
No, I didn't really expect to be too. I mean, it's just two best of ones, anything can happen, but the scrims were not too great. But at the same time, when we won in Malmö, the scrims were absolutely terrible. So maybe it's just our way, feeding scrims when we're on stage.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll win a bit more in scrims soon. But wait, what was the question again? I forgot.
You answered it rather well, so yeah, we can move on to the next one. Channeling the Malmö experience, I want to say, starting the scrims late, given the changes of the format, how much do you think it impacted you? Because you have 1 day less per week to train.
I don't think it really matters. I think starting late was very important for us because last year was such a long year. I mean, we went to quarterfinals in World, so it was a very long year and very tough mental year. It was a very hard year. So definitely need a break. I'm still taking it very slowly. I'm not playing too much yet. I'm just easing it in, and I'm taking it very slow to the start. I know that now is not the time to peak.
Yeah.
So,
Slowly and surely. Things didn't change so much from Rogue to Koi when it comes to the coaching staff and the environment you have. So how is this experience different for you?
It's very similar, but also different because the fans there are so many Spanish fans, and maybe need to tweet in Spanish or say some Spanish words, maybe learning some Spanish. So that's the biggest difference. Otherwise, it's kind of similar, but it's really cool to have Ibai streaming our games. It's really insane, and watching you stream is so fucking fun. So.
Amazing. Lots of support from the Spanish community. We're gonna have match of the week next, Fnatic versus G2. Who do you think takes it, and how strong G2 looks right now?
I'm not sure about Fnatic yet. I mean, they played pretty well yesterday, but I'm not sure about their lineup yet. I will have to see a lot more from them. because it's a big change to change the bot lane from like a hard carry bot lane to a kind of weak side bot lane. So I think they have a lot of work to do to fit in. I think G2 is like really strong. I mean, Hans played like 1,000 games in off-season in like Korea. So, I mean, they should stomp them because they're like off-season nerds, kind of. So.
And former teammate Hans also. Larson, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on taking down Excel today. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back for match of the week right after the break. G2 versus Fnatic. Stay tuned.
Champions, now we're right back at the start. You made me break blue walls of pain while you laid waste to all I gave. I kept the faith your sins so grave, and now I'll never be the same. It's the same old story. Can we regain our glory? Heartbreaker, you traitor, you put me in chains that set me free. I remember all the pain, it's true. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, my savior, I believe in all that we could be. Even if we know it's not forever, we're better together, we're better together. We were together, you stabbed me in the back, then I got better, but now your tears fully stacked. Just like my heart, your arms are now pitch black. How did you think I would react? This back and forth, the ricochet. Off and on, will you please stay? The way we play is not the same. Can we be beautiful again? It's the same old story. Can we regain our glory? Heartbreaker, you traitor, you put me in chains that set me free. I remember all the pain, it's true. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, my savior, I believe in all that we could be. Even if we know it's not forever, we're better together, we're better together. I was so upset, I was so alone. I can't forget all you have to atone. I was so upset, I was so alone. All these regrets, can we take the throne? It's the same old story. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, you traitor, you put me in chains that set me free. I remember all the pain, it's true. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Heartbreaker, my savior, I believe in all that we could be. Even if we know it's not forever, we're better together, we're better together.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
I guess there's a couple of things to this whole story, right? The first thing is that I shouldn't have left Fnatic in the first place.
They're looking for Reckless, they're looking for Reckless, upsets him as well.
We won't see Reckless. We won't see G2 at Worlds this year.
G2 were actually in the right to bench me and multiple players in the team because we're supposed to win everything, we didn't win anything. The only thing that I didn't like was how they blocked me from going to other teams. If they are so confident in themselves, they could just compete against me.
I have not won so many games with any team ever in my career, ever, in scrims. It's crazy because I feel like this roster has the highest potential I've ever had on any roster.
The roster that they have built is going to be a good one. I think there will be a team that everyone is going to fear.
G2 are inevitable. G2 are inescapable.
For the first time in 875 days, Fnatic take down G2. Fnatic rule Europe.
G2 are the greatest team we have ever produced, and they go back to back to back to back.
But this match is not about the rivalry of G2 and Fnatic. It is about one of these lineups taking the first step on the climb back to the top. G2 and Fnatic are no longer reigning champions, but they can be again.
I've been on both sides. Now Reckless, I guess, is also back. He's been on both teams. LEC is back on G2, who's my former teammate.
I think it's a lot more hype now that Reckless is back in Fnatic. And I guess Wunder's there as well that I'm excited to play against.
Two prodigal sons of EMEA return to the bottom lane. Reckless and Hans Sama.
Throughout my career, I think Hans was the hardest player to play against. He was pretty much the only one in the early days that stood up against me.
I think it's really exciting to play against Reckless. It's always been since 2017 when I first came, and it feels like we've been competing against each other for a long time already.
Hansama's still in the pit, but no, Reckless! He takes it away! Reckless dodged the petrifying gaze! Reckless and LEC get in the back door! The perfect team fight! They take it all!
This year starts with our biggest rivalry, as old names will write a new chapter in the history of G2 and Fnatic.
It feels more like a hype matchup on paper. Off the paper, it's not going to be so hype because they're getting good stuff.
G2 getting into the studio. I don't know if you caught it, but the hand puppets, one is Wunder and the other one is Reckless, actually. Roman came to show them to us in the green room before, but that's great. Also, the whole G2 gang in terms of the fans, they've been making the party in the studio all weekend, and I just met a couple of them over in the fan area as well, so I know they're excited just as the Fnatic fans are. But this match of the week, a mix between players who have ruled Europe in the LEC and in the EULCS at different points in time, mixed with new blood that is looking to rather rule Europe in the future, seeing how they can get on with each other and if they can rekindle some of that magic on both sides. I also love the fact that as our sport is aging, we now have this situation where, yes, you used to be on this team, but now you're on this team again, and now you're there, and the storylines, they're just mwah.
Yeah, I mean, Trader, Heartbreaker, you know, we get it all into it. But, I mean, genuinely, it's fantastic to see these two kind of, as you say, a rekindling of these old rivalries, right? Obviously, there's the G2 versus Fnatic, but within this as well, I mean, the fact you got Hansama and Mickey back together, this has been a bot lane that it was terrifying when they used to play together, and we're kind of seeing that, at least from yesterday, once more. Now you got Yike stepping up to try and go against Razork, who also turned over a new leaf, I feel like, with the Kindred yesterday. This game is going to be a banger.
I think it's just building on the rosters as well. I think Yai came in with an amazing debut yesterday as well, and brought more from just that one game in terms of explosiveness. Like, everyone was willing to pull the trigger. Once Shemi gets CC'd, okay, I flash forward. I'm just going in. And even on the side of Fnatic, they were so willing to fight as well, and specifically through the top side. Remember, all year, last year, it was all about Razork having to be, well, I'm not going to play for myself. I'm going to play for my lanes. And then yesterday, well, let's put Razork on the Kindred. Let's try and play for him. So it seems like there is evolution on both teams as well, with some of the roster swaps coming through, albeit Razork, of course, stayed there.
And I love seeing the willingness of both these teams to play towards their jungles, right? I think one of the big things that we saw from Razork last split was like, hey, he's going to go Poppy, he's going to play around mid. That's kind of the game plan that we're going to come in with. But yesterday, seeing Rooks coming out of the bot lane to support Razork, especially against an aggressive jungler like Bo, it feels like you're nearly going to want to do the same here against Yike, because you saw the exact same story yesterday from G2. We're going to go for these early invades. We're going to make sure that we're able to support him. We're going to get Mickey out of the bot lane on this Heimerdinger, and we want to take over. So I feel like we're going to need to see a similar story from Fnatic in their early game yesterday, which was actually quite successful against Vitality, whatever about the mid game.
Yeah, and I was all about this as well coming into today. I think after watching today, where we've seen more Sejuani as well to come in, maybe we're painting a different picture than what we might see, but it's just the fact that you have two junglers here that was willing to take the carry mantle on towards themselves. And I think specifically as well, having junglers being facilitated, from what we saw, that needs to come from the bot lane.
From the bot lane, indeed, individual lane matchups that are gathered. We said it already, Hansama and Mickey. We saw it yesterday on the other side. Of course, the reintroduction of Reckless now with Rux. It's going to come down to a lot. Again, I imagine if you think about the pedigree between these two players, and also if we look at how G2 played yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to see Hansama and Mickey getting their hands on this Ashenheimer bot lane. It felt like it gave so much control to set up for Yike. And you can see, like, Hansama did not miss. I mean, genuinely, I think I saw about 50 million tweets talking about, can we check Hansama's PC for how accurate he was on these Ashe arrows. But it was so incredible. And I think once you got this advantage now for G2 on the bot side, getting Mickey out of that lane, consistently roaming mid, working with the jungler, this was what brought around that success for G2.
Yeah, that's the big thing. That's how they started up, stacking objective on objective. And despite Broken Braid having some issues against Odo's Katana up in that top lane, it did not matter, because every single time that there was a 1v1, well, it was never a 1v1. The rest of G2 was around that area like vultures because of how enabled they got.
And the motivation is sky high for G2. We avoid or try to avoid overreacting, but they've been doing it a little bit themselves, right? Hearing Broken Blade saying, the best environment I've been in. Mickey saying, 2019, don't sweat it. We'll top that. It's very interesting because it also, for me, contrasts with a Fnatic who I think is under so much pressure to perform, to not go 0-3 as they sometimes have done in these opening weeks after that game yesterday that they had in the palm of their hand.
Yeah, it's not the first time that we see a slow start coming through, but I will also give the benefit of the doubt if we are talking bot lane pressure specifically, right? Reckless was level 2 ganked by the Graves coming down as well. You never really got to play that 2v2 as you really intended. And despite that, it was still Fnatic that stacked up all the dragons. So despite, the bot lane not functioning as it could have, it didn't actually stop Fnatic from making the objective go their way, and specifically in the mid lane, or mid game rather, because the early game did not go their favor, but they managed to pull it back, and unfortunately had the biggest throw of the season on day one. So that doesn't really say much, but against Vitality.
But I gotta praise them for how they did play the early game, right? I mean, the fact that we saw consistently Rooks matching a lot of these roams that were coming through from Kaiser, making sure that he was able to keep the mid and the jungle safe, was really, really strong. So I want to see a very similar story here from Fnatic once more, where they are setting themselves up for success, and then you can try and slow things down come the mid game, right? It felt like they kind of got a little bit ahead of themselves when we came to that big Baron fight, where they were like, oh, we can close out the game. You see Humanoid flashing forward, just misses the Q. Like, one or two of these things going their way, completely different story. But you have to make sure you're wrapping these up against G2, because essentially what we saw yesterday was G2 got this early lead, and their mid game wasn't the most incredible, but they just bullied their way through the mid game. They said, hey, look, we have a lead. We're just going to fight you. We're going to beat you down. We're going to hammer you back. And that's where I'm getting worried for Fnatic. If one or two of these mistakes creep in, G2 will punish.
Hammer you back, Heimer you back, maybe.
True.
Is it ban-worthy in a situation like this where a lot of bot focus may be in play?
I think it would be completely. And I think it's also just you don't want to let them have the pressure that we've seen so many teams already have with that Heimerdinger. I think another one to maybe consider is that Lucian Nami lane. I think that's pivotal, because if Heimer's out the way, well, you know that Lucian's Nami going to be the next highest on that tier list of AD carries and support duos to come through.
And that's where it gets so tough, right? Because especially when we saw Yike bringing out the Graves, yes, they're like, do we want to toss the ban that direction? He looked pretty good on that. It's like, okay, well, now I still got Maokai. I still got Sejuani. I still got Fight. There's still so many jungle picks that are there. Now we're tossing more at the bot lane. I think this is where teams that have this dynamic, where they can bring through carries in the jungle, bring through carries in the top for Broken Blade. This is where it becomes very difficult to draft against these teams. And when you can have so many different parts of your map take over, it's very, very hard to play against a team like this.
I guess you could say, is there a strategy in the fact that Yike didn't seem phased whatsoever yesterday, even when he made that mistake early on in the game? Razork has a lot more experience, so is that going to be... I won't let you answer because we're going into the game, and that's what people want to see. So let's see. Fnatic versus G2, match of the week. Let's freaking go.
Hello, I'm Wonder.
I'm Reckless.
And we're here for Fnatic versus G2 match of the week.
Look at my KDA.
Good, yes, good KDA. Are there any Fnatic fans in the house? Can we get a cheer? Yeah? Yeah? Yes, of course!
Are there any G2 fans in the crowd?
G2 might have won.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So, that's us and Puppets. Shout out to Ramon G2 for making these wonderful... This is very uncomfortable.
You're gonna be reckless in my heart?
No, I don't want to be reckless with your heart. What are you... Put the puppet away! We're professionals! Thank you for indulging us. Again, shout out to G2 for the wonderful puppets. Apparently,
sweaty.
They are very sweaty, but that was sweet. This is a serious game. It's a fun game, but it is a very serious game. Let's meet the teams for Fnatic versus G2. That we are seeing in house tonight. That is a very shiny jacket, my friend.
Top father. Let's see if we see it today. We didn't see it yesterday.
Indeed.
Struggled a little bit against Odoamne. Wonder also struggled against the Jax of Photon as well with the Gragas. But Fnatic definitely got a big lead in that game. It just all fell apart towards the end, later stages. Yep. Whereas G2 was just a clean, dominant game up against XL. So I wonder what kind of version of both teams will get this time around. G2 on the blue side, Fnatic on the red side.
We're in the lobby, as well as in the game, to make sure we can capture all the banter for you as well. But it's important to note, this is an incredibly historic matchup. We will talk about it till the end of time because it is one of the most iconic, if not the most iconic, in European League of Legends. Today, however, is just a single best of one, and it is less about the history of Fnatic and G2 and more about the present, the here, the now, and both of these rosters showing us what they're made of. Day one was rough for Fnatic. Day two was fantastic for G2, as you highlighted. An opportunity now for Fnatic to turn it around in style. If they do so against G2 Esports, huge boost of confidence.
Caps just disappeared for a moment and reappeared, ran back on the stage. He was roaming, I think. He went for a cheeky roam before the game started. But yeah, you're completely right. Crowd is incredibly loud, and I'm just curious what kind of bot matchup we're going to get here. I feel like Reckless was leaning towards the Varus a lot. I'm not sure how much he's prepared things like the Lucian and the Zeri. They're incredibly meta, but we'll see what he decides to go for. Rux really, the reason I say that is because Rux really likes melee engaged supports. We saw his Rakan at Worlds, we saw his Leona. I love seeing him on a champion that just goes forwards. But when you play things like the Lucian and the Zeri, you play more Enchanter style.
Certainly do. And also yesterday we saw just two very different styles of bottom lane, and less in the AD carries, to be completely honest with you, and more in the supports. Mickey pulling out Timer, Rux, as you highlighted, pulling out the Rakan, pulling out that engage option. And traditionally, you either match engage with engage, or you match range with range when it comes to supports. Often that mismatch can be really, really devastating. So it'll be interesting to see who actually kind of sets the pace for this bottom lane. Is Mickey going to be confident enough that he can take a range support into a melee option, like a Nautilus, like a Rakan, like a Leona, or will he fight fire with fire in that regard? It's going to be interesting to track. Similarly, Yike, a guy who had a fantastic debut, absolutely stellar. Now going up against Razork, who was hands down the best individual performer, I think, in that Fnatic game, at least statistically.
Yeah.
See if he can replicate that same success on stage again today.
And it's kind of like, I mean, we had two Graves players yesterday. One was Bo, one was Yike. And then Bo went into a tank style, right? He showed multiple styles. Is Bo happy to do that? Yike, sorry, happy to do that? I think he is. I think he's absolutely fine playing something like a Sejuani or a Maokai if his team needs it. I think the champions are just so powerful in this patch that you can't ignore it or shy away from it, and it pairs so well with a lot of champions in the meta right now. Jax, Renekton, with a Sejuani, Fiora, Camille, whatever it may be. Wukong jungle is another one that works well with almost every mid laner. Things like Ahri and Syndra really benefits from the CC that he can provide. But jungle and bot lane, I think, is the most important right now, and I think that's where all of the early advantages come from. The push, the invade on that side. We always see junglers do something like 3 camps into invade or 1 camp into level 2 gank, despite it being very kind of like a full clear-ish style from the champions themselves. But there's the Heimerdinger ban. Mickey's not going to get his hands on that. See how this draft unfolds. I really wonder what Fnatic have got prepared in the bot lane specifically, just because how I mentioned how Rux just likes to be that vocal figure in going forwards. Lucian ban, Heimer ban, range support's being taken away. Are they going to ban Yuumi as well? I wonder. Ryze is open.
What else do they want to take off the board? A lot of premier options left on the table. Reckless is Varus going to get banned away. Of course, Hanzam and Reckless have a bit of history together, but really it's more about Mickey and Reckless. They spent an entire year playing together. Will either one be able to exploit the habits of the other? For now, just limiting champion pools, and you can very clearly see when it comes to draft, this game is about bottom lane. 4 bans already. Fnatic.
Yuumi. First pick.
Yuumi.
For Fnatic. I think Reckless will find comfort here in Sivir. I wonder if G2 take away the Zeri and go for something like the Lulu. Very similar situation to, I believe it was Game 3, where Yuumi, Lulu are up, and Zeri. They first pick the Zeri, then they'll take Lulu. Oh, okay, well, they're going Draven. They're going Draven, they're going melee support, I imagine, and they're going to dive you. So Fnatic need to be very careful. I think they're pre-picking Draven here, expecting Zeri or Sivir. Does he go for Ezreal now, Reckless, to be a bit safer? There's Jax as well, so very volatile bot lane matchup, you have to imagine, on 3 coming in.
Difficult situation. Picking Ezreal, you feel like you just concede a lot of that pressure in the early lane. Can be a little bit difficult. Gets easier, obviously, once you have level 6, once you have a few more items under your belt, but do they want to fight back? Do they want to contest here a bit? Zeri, this is a premier duo.
Yeah, you can't not go for it with the Yuumi, right? I mean, Ezreal would be the safe option. Sivir really struggles into Draven. Zeri is just such a powerful champ if she can get rolling. Now, what do they pick here, Fnatic? They pick Gragas. Does Wunder go for the Gragas top here into Jax? Do they prioritize something like Syndra for Humanoid, or do they want to go down a jungle route? You know, something like the Vi into this Draven, get him locked down. Something like the Wukong to disrupt the fight. Sejuani as well. So they've gone for the jungle route. Ignoring solo lanes for now, so G2 probably going to target out Wunder a little bit to make sure that Broken Blade has a good matchup, or take away some of the blinds. But yeah, Draven Nautilus wouldn't surprise me. Any kind of melee support that can get on top of this Zeri, lock her down, and play for this Draven. Yike's going to have to find a jungler here that can assist. I wonder if Elise ban is good here for Fnatic, something that can really dive bot in the early stages. Not as much as a farming jungler as things like the Graves, but I think that's just such a scary trio to play against. Elise, Draven, Nautilus.
And it is, and I really would be excited to see it as well, because you've been building up this Elise all day. You've been talking about the potential that this champion has, and we've really yet to see it come to fruition on this stage. So see if it's something that Fnatic either want to take away or G2 want to opt for. For now, limiting the top pool. Already Broken Blade has the Jax, and now going to take away some of the counter picks, some of the options of that champion, just to make sure that he has the most dominant lane matchup possible. Interestingly, the Vi going to be taken out. With the Nautilus already locked in, there's a lot of hard CC options for the Zeri if she strays too close. It seems like Fnatic does not want to give G2 another one.
Yeah, Vi a good ban. Nautilus ult is basically undodgeable for Zeri. Add a Vi ult to that. I don't think Reckless is going anywhere in those fights. So, good pick up there. They want to make sure they could get the Nautilus for the lane, though. GP ban coming in, interesting. So I think Wunder, I don't think he'll struggle to find a top lane champ. He can play everything. This Yuumi, maybe it's Wunder's, you know? Yeah. Who knows where this Yuumi's going with, you know, Wunder on your team. I think he'll just pick something like the Gragas. There's the Kassadin ban, because I expect Fnatic's playing double AP mid-jungle. Azir is really strong here for either side as well. So G2 could play to deny the Azir and then pick jungle on 5, or Caps might have a pick into the Azir. Varus is banned, unfortunately, so no AP Varus. But yeah, with the Kassadin ban, I mean, Syndra's up. He might have responses. Do you take away Azir? Do you pick your jungler?
The debate. Taking the time on this one. There it is. Viego, a champion who can carry, can also gank early on. Can be an absolute powerhouse, but the fact that they opted for the jungle here makes it feel a little bit like they've got the counter pick up their sleeve for whatever Humanoid wants to bring. The Azir, as you called it out, the easy lock-in for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think you can't pick Gragas here. They're going to have way too much AP damage. Renekton would be some kind of easy fallback. Cassante, yeah, anything that can deal with the Jax. That's a good pick up there for Fnatic. Really well-rounded team fight, comp, a lot of scaling. So how does G2 round this out? A roaming mid, something like the Talia could work to move towards bot side, help out with these Draven lane. Look for dives, could match it with a Syndra, an Azir, and a Kali. skirmish-heavy champion. Will struggle in the early lane phase, as always, into ranged matchups, but will become stronger in the mid-game.
This would be a very, very volatile composition for G2 Esports if they do want to go for the Akali here.
Yeah.
Ooh, and this is high-stakes gameplay. If we go late enough without G2 having massive gold leads, these teamfights are super hard for them to play out. The Draven easy to lock down, the limited range, the Telegraph Axe landing can make it so hard to play against a lot of the champions like the Zeri or the Azir. But if G2 pull ahead in the early game, Mark, this is going to be so impossible for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where if the Draven Nautilus gets rolling, they can like proxy the Zeri in between two towers and just start pushing Reckless back. Razork has to come help, but Viego wins 1v1. So in terms of like raw 1v1s and skirmishes, G2 are ahead in that regard, so they have to force something. But if the game is just even for 20-25 minutes and G2 don't get dragon stacking or they can't force down towers or look for dives, then Fnatic are in a great spot. So Fnatic holding on, G2 pushing the play forwards. The only problem that G2 have, I suppose, is they don't have much mid-push in the early stages, but Yike should win 1v1 against the Sejuani, and after first base, he will be absolutely fine. I think Cap's just coming in, and then once he gets some points in queue, he can start to push back, but I think eyes on bot lane. Top lane will be a bit of a farm fest. Junglers might look for level 2 ganks. Mid lane, Azir will have the push, but it's bot lane. What's going to happen there? Are they going to late invade bot, split the map? Are they going to try to look for hooks level 1 or all-ins level 1 by flashing forwards like we saw with Lebrov on Thresh earlier today? Start forcing out those summoners as quickly as possible.
Very high stakes bottom lane. It's always going to be the case, of course, when there's a Draven in the game, doubly so. When they're playing against former teammates, in the case of Mickey and Reckless. Heard it was a difficult year for both of them. I'm sure they love to take some angst out on the stage as we get into game. Fnatic versus G2 Esports.
Just kidding. There's a pause. So we'll be in the game shortly. Fnatic pause.
Sorry for the headphone users out there. Fnatic pause hack is a chant I did not expect. Seems like players are all just saying ready now, so we should be moments away. A lot of sass from the audience today. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, decked out on the suits as well. I like it a lot.
This is dressed up.
Yeah.
This is a winter formal, some would say.
Here to see the classic, El Clasico.
The new classic. A lot of top father chants. And this is the thing I will say, I said it backstage as well. I love Cassante being in meta because you fight with this champion. You have to fight with this champion. And it means that we get so many more thrilling, interesting lane matchups. Now, Wonder opted to take Flash instead of Ghost.
Yeah, we've seen Flash a few times on the Cassantes. We've seen Ghost a few times. I guess it's just situational. I think Odoamne was running the Flash into Broken Blade in the Jax. Maybe helps to dodge away from the QE jump.
And while it's a bit quiet in the game, the battle in the stands roars from both sides' fan bases. They're debating. Are they taking turns or are they fighting at the same time? This is that stuff you can't get in Korea or China. You know what I mean? They take turns. Here in EU, we go at the same time.
Yeah, it's just a fist fight.
Amp to amp, baby.
Yeah.
Battle of the band. Scott Pilgrim style.
Scott Pilgrim style. Great film. So, bot side wards placed from either side, just covering off level 2 ganks, you have to imagine, or late invades here. That ward will stop late invade, one will stop any kind of level 2 shenanigans. Although if you hug that wall on the left there, kinda you can get around it into river. Just very minute depending on where the ward is. But anyway, Razork going to start top side. Looks like Yike will start on red buff. Both junglers pathing towards bot as expected. Razork needs to be there to cover his bot lane. Yike needs to be there to try to force something in bot lane. No ignite for Reckless or Rux, just running full defensive tools as it expected. Cleanse for Hansama to get off the exhaust and get off the Sejuani. So also as expected. I think are they fake leashing bot? Looks like Hans used mana there. Yeah, they're fake leashing bots, so they're basically saying, Yike, you solo start topside, we'll fake leash bot, we'll arrive into this lane with Draven having an axe in his hands, which makes it look like he hit blue. So they'll say, maybe Viego's pathing top, so I need to be careful there. Just playing with information here, G2.
See if the mind game pays off here. Obviously, early trades very much favor the Draven. Those whirling axes, the massive AD steroid is difficult to deal with. Hook going just a little bit wide there from Mickey. Hansama taking a lot of damage here in the exchange. Exhaust now going down. Fnatic very eager to capitalize on that trade. Good news for Hansama is he did opt for Longsword 3 pots, so can shrug off a lot of that damage.
I don't think he really cares about getting chunked out level 1. He knows they can't all in. They don't have Ignite. There's nothing really to be scared of. Reckless hasn't gotten a creep yet. He can't walk up and farm right now. Yike's going to get level 3 and sprint down here. I think they're going to dive on the level 1 wave. If G2 keeps stacking this really slowly and they don't let this wave crash into tower, I think Yike can just run down and it's just an instant dive. Let's see if it crashes. I don't think it will. So this is a play that Fnatic need to defend. If Reckless loses this wave, these 2 or 3 waves stacked up, the game's basically over. Luckily, Razork's around, but I don't know if they'll get level 2. None of these creeps are low, so I think this is just going to be an instant dive. Yike's hovering around the red. He is spotted. Ward will spot out Razork. I think they're looking for Razork now.
Even just stopping Reckless from CSing, even just committing members here so he cannot farm comfortably is disruptive to Fnatic. But if they're able to grab the kills as well...
Nah, there's no way they can dive this 3v3 under tower, even though they're level 1. Mickey will just fake it a bit. He'll just keep walking forwards to say to Razork, you need to stay here, because if you base, we're going to dive you. And if Razork does base and Mickey sees it, they are going to dive them. So Razork has to stay. Mickey's just faking pressure here while Yike takes away the Raptors. So G2 are just playing with information. They're threatening plays and pressuring Fnatic into making defensive decisions. Razork's based. I think he could just call Yike down now and say, can we dive on the next wave?
Definitely an option, and so much credit to G2 for playing that one patiently. Do not overcommit for the dive. Waste so much of Razor's time. Giving Yike that small jungle lead is telling Mickey just continue to trade here. Again, 5 CS lead when all is said and done. See a bit more trading in mid lane. Cap's playing very aggressive in the matchup, but forcing Humanoid to burn through so much of his mana. Luckily still has a pot, and I imagine should have some cookies coming shortly.
So no dive coming in. Yike's can go to his camps. So all in all, small CS denial. Nice stacking of waves. What G2 got there was pressure and information. Because Razork, they know Razork has to cover this, and now they know where he is. They know he's topside. Cap's really low. Q flash here from Sedge. Not gonna go for it.
What a risk. Caps can, of course, reaction flash, a difficult thing to do, but taking more of Razork's time. So he goes down, and he'll now spot the second Scuttle Crab being down. Red buff versus blue buff, but Yike level 4.
I think they can take this fight here in G2 if they want to. Razork has to be careful. Just has to Q out, I think.
Good Q to make it out.
Yike's not done yet.
Just trading a bit more aggressively, but again, red buff here is the big concern. Yike getting a little bit over-aggressive. They're forcing out the flash. Reckless coming over the wall. Rux now in the area, has the shielding extra for Reckless. Mickey now locking Reckless down, buying a bit more space. Hansama low on mana, but the hook manages to land. First blood! Cash out for the Draven. It's disaster. Rux locked down. Now Yike becomes Yumi. Reckless running. Oh, it's a disaster for Fnatic. G2 just too damn clean.
It's all fallen apart. G2, 2 kills on the Draven, 1 kill on the Viego, no summoners left in bot lane. Confusing decisions from Fnatic. Why are they taking that fight? They're playing Yumi Sejuani. There's no melee support to help Sejuani stack up the stun. There's no exhaust on Rux. Hansama still has flash and cleanse. Now it's over a 2,000 gold lead in 5 minutes. The early game 3-men of the jungle bots have just been gifted a triple kill.
We have to take a look back at this replay because this is, believe it or not, 5 minutes into the game, probably the game-deciding play.
So this is great from Fnatic. Get the Viego flash. Now run away. Why are they staying around for, thinking they can take this fight? Only Reckless can do damage. Razork has no spells left. There's no exhaust for Viego or Draven. And Hansama is just free hitting. Razork gets hooked. If he flashes that, it hits Reckless anyway, so they'll probably get a kill. Rux gets flash auto attacks from Mickey as he tries to jump onto Reckless. He dies. And then Reckless has lethal tempo stacked up, thinking maybe he can kill Hansama if he dives and bait him with the barrier, but that barrier's gone instantly. And I think he realized that, but didn't realize soon enough. Flashes and dies. Hansama, thumbs up for Mickey. And now it's only going to get worse. Dylan's just laughing there. He knows how bad bot lane is going to be for Fnatic and how much Razork is going to have to babysit and cover and pray that G2 make a mistake down here.
And there was a lot of questions around Hansama and Mickey, players certainly with high ceilings, but would they reach that potential? Hold that thought. Yike caught out now. Humanoid trying to punish. Yike blocked down and taken out. Fnatic found their opportunity. Hansama and Mickey, are they still feeling confident in this one? They're forcing the flash because Caps is on the way and Razork has been caught out again. He just keeps cashing out. This man is rolling in money.
6 minutes in, 3-0-1 on the Draven. Already close to his mythic, which Reckless has 2 daggers and a longsword. So kill over 2, Fnatic is good. Goes to the Sejuani, punishes Yike, yes, but I think they should have ran up there. I'm not sure why Humanoid ran down with Razork. Maybe he thought they could collapse on them, but there's no ult on the Azir. Gets bit baited. Reckless dashes away from the hook. Hansama has a little bit of a freeze here. Reckless can't even walk up and get the last hits. It's a 2.2k gold lead for the Draven, 7 minutes into the game.
Yesterday, we saw Hansama and Mickey dominate. Today, again, we are seeing Hansama and Mickey dominate. Last year for Mickey was rough. NA for Hansama was rough. But these players are hitting the ground running. They are hitting their ceilings. It feels like so incredibly fast early on in the season. Already playing like a well-polished unit. And the Draven coming back out, it's just 2018 flashbacks all over again.
It really is. Reckless level 4, Hans level 6, stacking wave bot, no jungler around, but Razork probably needs to cover this. He's hovering around the bot side now trying to get information. Yike could be there. They don't have the information to work with. Yike's just farming right now, but he needs to be here to respond just in case. That's the thing that Fnatic have been asking themselves this whole time. Are they going for it or not? And that confusion is just giving G2 so much of an advantage and just keeping Razork on his bot side. Yike maybe can get a Herald off this.
And what's terrifying is when Hansama backs and spends that last little bit of money and gets his Mythic this early on in the game, I don't even know if they win the 3v2. With Rux's Exhausta, probably. But it's a difficult task at this stage of the game.
Oh my god, look at Hansama's items. Look at Reckless's items. He can 1v2 them right now.
And the thing is games like this, for professional players, don't get played out unless they are on stage. These are the kind of games that players remake on every single time.
Is that
That's an 8-minute Kraken Slayer.
I wonder what the record is for the quickest Mythic we've had in the LEC. Oh, dive coming in. This is
Hansama instant cleanse. Exhaust now going down. Maybe this is enough. Hansama now flashing away. Razork taking so much damage. They get the flash, they get the cleanse, but they will not find the kill or the shutdown.
Caps can,
While in the mid lane, Caps fishing for the 1v1, gets pushed back into the tower. Caps are trying to follow up with a Q. Dashes out, rather. E2 into R.
Razork. I don't think he's getting that recall off.
Mickey now going forward. Waiting for the hook. Ooh, the wall. Saving the day there.
Almost got to predict. So Caps goes all in mid because Humanoid has no flash, but good reaction time. Gets Caps' flash on the end of that. Hansama had to blow both summoners on the dive. Oh, it's just rubbing salt into the wound. It just stings for Fnatic. Now they're diving mid.
Humanoid forced to dash out over the wall. Yike can just keep
ult
chasing.
and flash.
Charging the W. Flash W in. Humanoid is done.
And now they can run towards bot here. Reckless can't walk up. Look at the gold. It's 4,000 now.
I mean, look at the player cams. You can just see frustration on the faces of Fnatic, and you can understand why. Because again, Kadra, you said it. Look at the gold. Look at the difference as the numbers pan out. Hansama miles ahead of the competition, doubling Reckless's gold at this moment in the game.
Unbelievable how far ahead they are. G2 looking so dominant now. But they were kind of handed those kills initially, but the second you do give them those kills, these players are good enough that they're just going to snowball it into such a massive lead. It's only going to get worse now. Reckless base and bought Berserker Greaves, so a little bit quicker, but has absolutely no damage compared to Hansama. Hansama has no summoners though, and Razork has his ult up soon. If you're ever looking for a window for Fnatic, it's there. Just all in bot 3v3. Maybe they can one-shot the Draven somehow with level 6 Yuumi, level 6 Sedge, chain CC, and an exhaust or something. Top lane's just been farming, you know?
Yeah.
This is just my average solo queue game as a top laner.
There you go.
Even, and bot's over.
Wow. Is this the library chance or pretty brutal? Here's the thing though, Kadril.
Yeah.
And this is what's scary, is that the gold lead, early game hold that thought. Caps getting pushed back under tower, now dash backing into Humanoid. Dashing back into Humanoid. You will retreat, just kind of keep Humanoid on his toes, trying to keep him below. So Yike always has that threat of coming in as we see a bit more trading on the top side. Good stun. Wonder now pulling away. I think health bar just too low for him to fully commit to the exchange.
Eyes on bot lane though. Razork just showed mid, so what's going to happen? They're going to proxy them, force them back, pop the Herald, take the entire tower. Maybe they can start to look for a second tower or a dragon. They're strong enough to fight the 3v3. The only issue they have is Caps is under tower and Razork's looking for the dive. He's not even coming bot. He's trying to dive Caps here. Will he be able to pull off and land the ult? No flash on Caps. Humanoid's getting plates and
waiting, trying to dash out. Dashes back in. That's an oopsie. Mouse in the wrong spot maybe, but that's a good kill for Fnatic.
Hits the bullseye.
This is
Fnatic
not
need to
good
run.
though. Humanoid running, he has the flash. He's going to be forced to flash out, but they're already waiting over the wall. He knows he's dead. He won't even commit it. Rux waiting. He's been locked up. He can't push W again. Goodbye to the kitty cat. Catharsis for all the Yuumi haters.
That's so unlucky. Can we get a replay of that from Rux's POV? Because Mickey flashes over thinking Humanoid's going over. He finds such a stray cat and then just kills it.
That is a little brutal.
That is brutal.
That way. Razork getting caught out as well. Yike on the chase. I don't think there's anywhere for Razork to go. Broken Blade just waiting like a little goalkeeper on the opposite side.
Poor Rux, man. G2, it's brutal. It's just close your eyes and turn away. This is, G2 are just demolishing
This is a
Fnatic.
slaughter. I spoke to Mickey in the preseason. He said, get ready for 20-minute games. I thought he was bragging, thought he was boasting. Didn't know if we'd see it on stage, but we are. This is dominance. Now, good news for Fnatic is they do get this catch on the Caps, but he's not the Fed member of the team.
Yeah, the Avengers are coming. Bot lane's already got the tower. So what Mickey does here is he ults Humanoid, and he's thinking that he's going to flash over. I think he's just looking for a flash auto on his flash. As he flashes, hey, wait, there's a cat here! Yo, hands! And then they get a second kill, so yeah, nothing's going right for Fnatic this game.
Nope. Put the cat back in the book. Chalk this one up to unlucky, and I think start again, because Hansama has 2 items 12 minutes into the game. He can probably lifesteal through Reckless's damage quite easily.
Yeah, Noon Quiver not bringing the heat, I'd say.
Nope. No, certainly not.
So,
Cadril, well, I don't think this is playable.
Is this just going to be a Hex Flash hook one-shot?
Hex Flash hook! Hook! Dashes over the wall but forces him away from the tower as Hansama collapses away. This is the problem. Now that they've broken bot lane tower, Hansama has gone from being Reckless and Rux's problem to everybody's problem, and that is very concerning for Fnatic.
They just own the map. Look, they're just walking in anywhere they want. If you want to fight them, fight them. You have no chance whatsoever. They're just going to push in mid, run through your jungle, and run to bot tower, and they're going to hit it. And if you want to stop them, then stop them. But they don't care. You're just going to get dove.
And the problem is they're so far ahead that, yeah, Wonder's pushing on the top side. He's not going to get, he might get 1 plate maybe before plating falls away, but G2 are going to break an entire tier 2 tower.
An ult.
Ulti goes in, hits Hansama. He holds onto the cleanse as long as possible. Yike waiting over the wall, will not overcommit on this one. Big ulti coming out from Hans, getting all those health bars low. Reckless and Rux.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Threatening a tier 2 at 14 minutes in. Yeah, good response by Fnatic. Have to just use something to push them back. And if you're watching at home, if you look at Draven's portrait on the right, you'll see a little number on the top right. That's his stacks. So you'll be able to keep track of how many stacks he has throughout the game.
Which he doesn't have a lot of, again, because he just keeps killing people.
Yeah, 38 right now. Just getting spoon-fed kills. 4.3k gold lead at 14. Back to mid. That mid tower's low. That bot tier 2 is low. Herald spawning soon. And I think the amount of options that G2 have, they can just start running away with this. They're going to get mid tier 1, bot tier 2. They're going to get Herald. They're going to crack open top. And Broken Blade is just kind of battling out against Wunder, watching the game unfold.
Yeah. You can see on the side of Fnatic, no one is speaking, which is a difficult thing to see in a pro game.
Stuff. It's these kind of situations, you know, I think everyone's been in a solo queue, especially in a pro environment. There's nothing to say because you can't just make a call because there's no call to be made. Everyone knows the only thing to do here is just hold on and pray that a mistake happens. And if a mistake does happen, then people will start to light up and ignite and say, let's punish this, let's look for this. But until that moment comes, there's not much to do. Just communicate where they're going and then make the defensive play. See, Humanoid and Razork are right behind Wunder. Maybe if they dive here and go too deep, but Mickey's going to walk forwards and see if he can find information. So now G2 know they're there. Do they go for it anyway? Do they wait for the tower to die first?
Hook now going to go in. Hansama again just does so much damage. Stun going to force the dash away. Yike already on the backside, laying down a little bit of damage of his own. Draven ult now coming in. He's going to get the finish. Untargetable with the ult. Humanoid now forced out. Wunder going to get taken down. It is an absolute slaughter. Every single fight going in the favor of G2. They are simply too far ahead. 10k gold, 15 minutes into the game. This is montage material.
They have a Herald. It's going to hit top tier 2, I think. That's 2 towers gone. This is... When this tower dies, they're 10k up in 15 minutes.
This is the most one-sided game I have seen in a very, very long time.
I think this might be the most one-sided game I've ever cast in almost 3 years.
The gold tells all the story you need. Set up by Santander. Hansama, 10k. Humanoid just barely above 5.
Poor Humanoid. And poor Wunder. I mean, we talked about this before the game started, how jungle bot is everything. And that's exactly what G2 have done. Caps, not to take anything away from him this game, as much as he's not really participating in anything, he didn't really do much. He just fought Humanoid on every wave. Humanoid tried his best to roam down, got him a kill. It's just the jungle bot lane taking over the entire game. Diving in between towers, getting kills early. The solo lanes, there's no real problem there. It's just the jungle bot. Things are falling apart, and as much as they're playing Sejuani, Yuumi, Zeri, and they want to scale against the Draven, they have to play defensive. They just bit off way more than they could chew, and if you give a lead to these champions 3 or 4 minutes into the game, this is what's going to happen. I mean, not to this extent. This is destruction.
This is the lead compounded with what is becoming more and more clearly G2's incredible skill for this early in the season. We know they spent a lot of time practicing in the preseason, and it is clearly paying off on stage. It was dominance against Excel, dominance now against Fnatic, looking like a front-runner for top team in the LEC at this very moment. It is still only 2 games, but both of their games have been so incredibly one-sided.
Infinity Edge almost finished for Hans. Razor can't even farm his own jungle. Mid tier 2's gone.
And this is
tier 2s are gone. 6 towers to 0.
This is such a hard situation. You have to feel for the players of Fnatic. We highlighted it once before, but just have to highlight it again. You are essentially trapped in this game, watching what feels like a slow, inevitable defeat, barely speaking, praying that there's maybe some window of opportunity, but it is just so hard, especially after yesterday, which was a back and forth game against Vitality, and it feels like it just slipped out of your grasp, for today to be absolute devastation. To potentially start a week 0-3, going up against Mad tomorrow, I believe, and Mad looking strong, would be crushing in this new season.
It really would, especially considering it's single round robin. You know, yes, they've been fighting against the stronger teams in the league. We imagine they threw away the win against Vitality. This one is just a shellacking, so they need to start picking up those best of 1 wins soon. Cap's looking for Humanoid. See if Fnatic can look for a bait here, but he's not going to take it. Just look at Hans' items. I mean, Infinity Edge, 3 items, 18 minutes into the game. Dragon going to be picked up, second Dragon. No tier 2s to play for. Sieging tier 3s is quite difficult. But with this lead, I don't think they'll find too much of an issue with the mid wave coming in. They can just start to 1-3-1, rush Nash on spawn, or just try to force a dive.
Yeah. Well, bad news, Mark. It's just, I don't know how many more times we could talk about the same thing. It's difficult. The good news is it's hard to siege, as you highlighted.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait for G2 to make their final play. There's only 1 play left, and it's just taking the Nexus. Here's Fnatic's play, 1v3,
landing, overload
1v4.
on the side, desperate to find the pick. Yuumi not going to connect on the final chapter, but the ulti now going to make sure they do that. So much chance to see Broken Blade surviving for now. They're just barely able to finish him. Shutdown coming in. Tiny, tiny glimmer of hope for Fnatic. Wonder now dashing out to safety. G2 cutting the wave, maybe hoping they can dive them under this Azir tower. Mickey coming around the corner, Hex Flash coming out now. Hooks right in, immediately hits Reckless. Hansama throwing down the X's from the backside. The potential to kill everyone. He does so much damage with Fnatic, peeling back pretty well. Cap trying to leap in. Hansama in the midst of the team. The shutdown, miraculous, keeping hope alive.
2 kills for Fnatic. They are on the chase for more. They got summoners out of them as well. Little bit greedy from G2, diving onto this Azir tower. Reckless picked up a shutdown alongside Humanoid, I believe. And this came off the back of seeing 3 people mid. Look for the play bot. It's very early into the game when they're extending into tier 3, so getting those kills is a little bit easy compared to later on. If this Jax was 4 or 5 items, this would have taken a lot longer. But the kill comes through. Caps TP's in, has to run away. The tower's there. Shut down to Reckless, and G2 are kind of confused here. They're like, well, we could go back mid, but they'll be able to defend in time. So Mickey just says, let's go. Hook hits Reckless. Exhaust comes down onto Caps. Ult was good by Mickey, but then it's just this push from Humanoid. Hans reacts well, but he just gets pushed back anyway. Doesn't flash in the right direction, you have to imagine. So 2 shutdowns over to the Zeri, and Caps has to flash too. So yeah, not out of the weeds just yet at all. Still 10, 11,000 gold lead, but a kill's a kill. Those are the mistakes that Fnatic are waiting for. There's going to have to be a hell of a lot more of them, though.
Certainly do, but the good news is Reckless is now up to 2 items. Getting a big shutdown. G2 clearly focusing up after that play, just going to set their sights on this Baron. But again, this is where we've seen many teams throw away a game. Mickey waiting in the brush, forcing the disengage right off the bat, but the lifesteal coming out already. Yike and Hansama so far ahead.
They have to steal.
Can they steal it? Razor waiting to go over the wall, will not quite get it. Broken Blade going to grab it in the end. Fnatic, they want to keep the fight going. They managed to lock down Mickey X. Can they finish the job? Hansama still standing strong on the backside. Broken Blade leaping forward. Wonder trying to mitigate what he can, but the resets are now coming in for Yike. Yike hungry for blood, leaping in. One more ulti coming out. He is the heartbreaker, not hesitant to dispatch a traitor here in this game. Double kill now for Reckless in the meantime.
30 seconds on the respawn. Wave in top with the Baron buff. 21 minutes into this game. TP back from Broken Blade. Picked up the Zhonya's, healed up. They're pushing in. Humanoid.
Hook lands, pushing him back to the base. Mickey flashing right back over. The mark already down. Humanoid dropping. This will be it. 21.5 minutes into the game. G2 marching victorious into the base of Fnatic. 1 or 2 small hiccups with a massive gold lead, but this has been a masterclass in domination.
I don't know if they can end 4 people alive here for Fnatic. They'll get 2 inhibitors 21 minutes into the game, but they're probably going to have to back away after this unless
pushing for
they
the
look for the dive. Very risky.
Zoning away.
Diving the Azir turret is one thing. Diving the Nexus turrets is another. 1,000 shutdown on Yike. They're going to back away. They have Baron for another 2 minutes, and all they have to do is just reset, push through bot, and it's as good as done. Look at the gold lead on Yike as well. 6,000 gold ahead of Razork. So watch Mickey here. Lands the hook, gets the Yuumi ult, and when they turn back towards the Baron, I guess the main thing to highlight here is just Mickey's hook again, because what happens here is as Razork approaches the pit to queue over, he hooks him before he can get in as they're finishing, so he can't steal it. And then G2 back away for a moment. Razork flashes in, turn onto them, and then Yike gets the reset. And I think once he gets the reset, Fnatic just have to run for the hills.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that Viego's the kind of champion who adds insult to injury. Once you're behind in damage and a Viego team is ahead, he just keeps resetting, and that damage deficit feels worse and worse and worse. Double kill coming through is... That's the only kind of Yuumi I want to see, is the Viego kind. But
the Fnatic Death Brush, live.
A classic.
But they're going to end bot.
Come on, Cajal Ash, bro. Narrate it for us.
Looking for a pick, but the enemy team is running to their base. So the brush has been exposed. Caps, maybe? Nope. Mickey's probably just going to look for a fight. Mickey
dashing out.
Loves a good fight.
Mickey fishing for the hook. Reckless now stepping back into Caps. Caps now dashing through, going invisible. Locked up in the pin, but trying to finish off Reckless. A good exhaust from Rux. Gonna keep his AD carry standing, but already one kill is down. Caps hungry for more blood. G2 taking their time on the final push. Humanoid doing what he can against these Baron-empowered minions. Ignite now ticking down, one auto from Hansama, 700 damage! Just deleting him off the map. Another one gonna fall as well. It was written on that first few kills going to the back pocket of Hansama. A massive lead, 6K advantage for Hans in the bottom lane alone. G2 walking their victory lap into the base of Fnatic. They move up to 2-0. Chance to go 3-0 in their games tomorrow on Monday.
They want to kill Reckless. They want to kill Reckless. They managed to take him down. They lost 2 for it, but the game is over. And it's only been 2 games, but this G2 looks really scary. Twice now they pulled it off through bot. Domination from start to finish. Brutal.
That was brutal. That was an execution. And I think for G2 fans, it feels good to see sparks for this team, to see them so dominant, to hit the ground running. For Fnatic fans, it's crushing, because not only are you now 0-2, you're 0-2 against a longtime rival. Would have loved to see a strong start for Fnatic. And in this season, if you don't have a strong start, you may not even make it to the second stage.
Yeah, it's a long couple of weeks, but it's short in the sense that you only have 9 games now. You need to start picking up wins. G2 looking really, really dominant. Fnatic needs to get themselves on the board. High fives all around.
Yeah. And it's interesting, because the first time in a long time we're seeing a team that on paper should have certain strengths, really showing those strengths so early on in the split. It's a rare thing to see in the LEC. You've had a lot of super teams.
Yeah.
But I think when we talked about this before on Euphoria, I was actually kind of skeptical of G2, because again, we hadn't seen the ceilings of Hansama and Mickey X in a while. Not to discount their previous seasons entirely, but this was something that I think we wanted to see more from, and they have shown it in the first 2 games. They have absolutely dominated in the 2v2 before we even get Yike into the picture.
And you talk about strength, this is a completely different style from G2. Last year, it's all about top side, Broken Blade on carries, you know, focusing up there, Jankos helping out the solo lanes, bot lane just trying to weather the storm, pick safe champs. We saw a little bit of Kai'Sa, such an MSI, but that was the whole way the year worked, Zeta, Seraphine, things like that. But now it's just all about bot lane, it's flipped. Yep. Broken Blade's on his own, just chilling in top lane, watching his team dominate through bot. And as long as he goes even or ahead, then I think the team is pretty much set.
Just chilling. Player of the game at LEC, you see the options down in front of you. Yike, Hansama, Mickey X, but we're standing by with the top father himself. See what he has to say.
No.
Yeah, we are. Come on, keep going then.
No.
No. Go ahead then, it's your chance. You can keep going. Exactly. Yeah, this is pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, they've been loud all day, but I'm gonna say, you know, Hansama's gonna be on PGL.
Yeah.
I don't think he did that much this game.
I mean, I didn't have to do much.
No, exactly.
My bot lane was, and my jungle actually, they were really, really active, really smurfing it up. So for me, I knew like, after they won the 3v3 on bot side, I literally just had to chill, not die to any ganks, make sure Xanta is not fat. And I knew with the way Hansama was talking this game, with communicating, the game is just over.
What do you mean?
And
What was he saying?
no, like he was when he's ahead, he's really active in comms, and especially when he plays Draven, he's just very good on the champ, right? As you could see this game, and I think Yike as well played a really good second game again. Very glad, very happy actually. So in the game, I felt very calm, and mid lane also felt very calm. I guess there was not much action going on there, but bot lane and jungle were doing a really, really good job throughout the whole game. And I was just laying back, relaxing, just playing Jax.
Yeah.
So
it was good, indeed. You didn't need to do that much, and it was a very comfortable victory. When it comes to the draft, though, some could say some risky business, right? They have a lot of CC. You gave Humanoid one of his favorite champions, etc. What was the thinking behind it? Because it spoke to me from a point of a lot of confidence. It seemed like from the G2 camp that you were willing to go for your draft versus a lot of their strong picks.
Well, I think it just depends on how we play certain champions as well. I think we are very comfortable on a lot of those. And I think we just played a lot better, It's also a big factor of why, things working. And again, like once the balling gets rolling, Draven gets ahead, it's just very, very easy. And for me, it's like, I think Jax is pretty strong. So it's just an easy game for me.
Yeah, for sure. You're allowed to say that, if it was comfortable. When it comes to G2, though, we were jokingly making the remark of 2009 G2, like all the things that happened. Mickey said, yeah, no, that's exactly what I feel. We heard you in the Match of the Week video going, the atmosphere is great. I feel like we're going to get such high highs. I feel like that's dangerous at some point, especially in games like this where you're so far ahead. Is there any action to kind of temper the excitement to make sure that you don't get overexcited, or are you just riding the wave right now?
Well, I'm not really sure. We just go with the flow kind of in this team. I think we've been doing really well so far in practice and also on stage, I guess, right?
Yeah.
We won 2 games, which is very nice. Also, there's less games, so each game matters more, which is really nice to win those games as well, right? And I think winning against Fnatic especially feels really, really great as a G2 player, right? So I'm very happy with that. And yeah, just looking forward for tomorrow's game. Hopefully you're going to win that as well.
Let's see. Another question about kind of your development is that we saw this out of G2 also in spring of last year, right? You guys were great. Maybe you had some games that you weren't too happy with, but then you went on that insane run to win the title in spring. And I guess my question is, as we saw that winding down towards the end of the year, unfortunately for G2, this isn't meant to be a flame at all. Are there any dynamics in place in terms of kind of making sure that habits maybe that you had back then or things that you did in game that you should do better? Are you thinking that far ahead, or are you just trying to incorporate the new players into the lineup?
Well, it's a very good question. So thank you for that.
No problem.
I think we have a really, really great staff behind all the players to keep us accountable. So shout out to them, shout out to everyone in the staff, because we all do our mistakes, right? And last year we did mistakes, and I think we all learn from that. And having the same staff over the year is something we can just take with us, and learn from that. And I think we are already making sure our habits are building up, and trying to keep those good habits and trying to get away from bad habits.
Mm-hmm.
And we did it really, really early already. We mentioned a lot of stuff early on already, like potential challenges, how we like to call them in our team, so that they don't happen, or if they happen, we resolve them really, really fast. That's why I'm really, really confident in this team, and I'm very happy to be playing with this whole squad.
Yeah, exceptional answer as well. Final question: when it comes to your main rivals in the LEC in this day and age and in LEC Winter, maybe from behind the scenes scrims and your general impressions, who do you think it's going to be for G2 this year?
I would say Koi, maybe, but probably ourselves. I think I don't want to be too cocky, but I do feel like right now we're the best. Don't want to be too cocky, of course.
You can't just say, I don't want to be too cocky, and then say something cocky, and then...
It's a humble first place.
Yeah, okay, I like it. A humble first place.
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you so much for that, Broken Blade. Happy late birthday as
Thank
well.
you.
And thank you to the G2 fans and all the fans that were here in the studio for the whole
Thank you,
weekend
guys.
already. We're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, it's PGL with special guest Hans Sama. See you then.
Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Laure, joined by Dagda and Hans Draven Sama, the artist himself. Hans, thank you so much for joining us. That was quite of a statement game, if I may say. Would you think so?
Yeah, that was quite a statement. I think I didn't expect it to go that way, like that fast, but all the plans we wanted to execute very well. So yeah, so it's funny.
Does it make you confident to know that now every game you go into, Draven will be perma-banned?
It was the case last time he was in Europe.
Yeah, I remember,
Kalista being banned, Draven being banned as well.
Yeah, every
as
time
you
I
said.
play those in the first games, they start banning it. Maybe now it could be different because those champions sometimes they don't win lane in some matchups, but I'm a really good Draven and Kalista.
Of course you are. Of course you are. And I was
Maybe they
backstage at some point with your coaching staff, and your manager Romain was actually telling me that you specifically requested this champion here. And Broken Blade was talking about the fact that on stage it was an aggressive draft, but also a draft you were comfortable playing. So why did you ask for Draven specifically here against Fnatic?
So I had to choose. The different champs to play, but I decided to play Draven because it's been a while that I didn't play against Reckless actually, and I missed that. It was like more than 1 year or something, and I really wanted to pick Draven and play really aggressive. Always look for trades, be really like on his face, trying to be annoying, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why I picked Draven today. Also, I want to show that my Draven is still healthy. It's still there.
So this is like we haven't really seen Zera Yumi very often in LEC, whereas we've seen it in like LCK and LPL a lot. Is this the reason why we haven't seen Zera Yumi very often? It felt like you had this like prepared exactly for this matchup coming in today.
I was thinking that specific scenarios in the game or situation that Draven is very good against Zeri. Sometimes I kind of was happy when I picked it because I had the exact plan how to play the game, and it worked out.
I think it's interesting because when you look at the way G2 has been playing so far, in the game from yesterday and in the game today, you guys put an emphasis on bot lane especially. Do you think it's the optimal way to play right now as it is, or is it specific for G2 and you?
Actually, I don't know if it's the best way to play in the meta, but me and Mickey are doing a very good job in the bot lane most of the time. So we started to slowly, I mean, we can play everything, but it's more fun when you play aggressive stuff and try to do some stuff around the ball lane, around the map. And both of us, we have a lot of experience with each other. We always try to do more in the lane, and I think that makes us scary as a duo, like being very aggressive, always looking for opportunities. And I think our team is trying in the draft and in the play to make us have more success, set us up for success.
And it is enjoyable when you see bot lanes play so masterfully, if I may say, Dagda. Overreactions after day 2, maybe the best bot lane we've seen so far?
I don't even think it's an overreaction anymore. I mean, they crushed both their games so far. It's been absolutely incredible to see. And I love the fact that you've done it on 2 very different styles, right? You've obviously had the Draven going very, very aggressive, but then also the Ashe arrows yesterday were absolutely impeccable, setting the plays around the mid lane, the roams from Mickey as well. It feels like you've got so many different styles that you can kind of play. It's been really cool and refreshing, honestly, to see that you're able to slot into whatever your team kind of needs from you at that moment in time.
Definitely. I feel like compared to the past, I think, well, in the team with Mickey, in the past I was more vocal whenever I was playing Draven, Kalista, the strong lanes. But I feel like anything we play, I feel like I've got more knowledge over the years, and I feel like, for example, I'm playing Ashe Heimer, and I know exactly what to do. So both of us are always on the same page, and we just fit each other very well right now. So it's always exciting every day to get to play with Mickey and work to be a better bot lane. So
coming back, having things to prove, already being the better bot lane and breaking records as well. The fastest meeting item in LEC history by 8 seconds, 8.04. Previous fastest was 8.12. anything to say about this so far in your performance since you came back from North America, Hans?
Well, nice. It's nice to get a record. I guess it has for sure to be on Draven. Really crazy champion to get a lot of gold, I guess. But yeah, so far I'm proud of my performance. I think there's always some stuff to improve on. But so far I'm satisfied on how I did my goals, my plans during the off season. Because honestly, I failed a lot in NA, and I was really angry at myself that I failed. And right after that, in off season, I wanted to try hard to come back. I wanted to prove to myself that I still got it. So I went to grind maybe nearly 1,000 games in off season, and I got rank 1 in EU, rank 20 in Korea, and I'm back here, and I feel more confident. Getting to play with amazing teammates, and so far everything has been very satisfying for me, and I'm excited for tomorrow and the next week of practice.
Yeah, rank 1 in EU in 2 weeks, as you said, and rank 20 in Korea when you didn't stay that long, coming back in Europe, making a statement. And I was talking to your coaching staff backstage and also listening to you guys and the comms. You micromanage everything, and Mickey was telling me yesterday in an interview that you're basically driving him. Do you think it's the best version of yourself, and are you at your peak right now, you would say, and how far you can go?
I don't know if I'm at my peak right now. I've had really insane performance before. I think I'm just doing good. I think my teammates are doing well, setting me up for success. It feels like my whole team is playing in a way that gives me a lot of freedom to do aggressive plays. I think everyone have a carry potential in the team, and it feels so easy to just auto-attack the enemy. Just get
right
kill.
click.
Yeah, just right click. And make calls that are most of the time effective, because for example, when I play with Mickey, this guy is a beast. Mechanically, he's a beast. So every time I'm looking to do something like a small trade in the bot lane, we always do it at the highest level. So at least we are on the same page every time I try to call. So, and it always works. So I'm like calling more, and I guess I called more, in the team, which is surprising.
And do you think this is like team environment has been the biggest mental shift for you then coming into this year? Like where you feel like you have the support of your team to try and make plays? Like we saw a couple of those Ashe arrows like flying up mid lane yesterday. Were they calls coming from you with your team supporting you? Or is that more of like a, hey, this is an opportunity that the team spots and we all kind of work together around that?
Well, I think outside of the game, the team is helping me, has helped me a lot. I think the staff is really awesome, and everything that has been set up within G2 has been really amazing for me to feel confident. And every day I'm practicing really hard, and therefore in the game I'm there with my Ashe, making some nice arrow calls. I'm doing a lot of nice calls, I guess, and it's basically it helps a lot that the team is very supportive of that and gives me confidence.
Yeah.
And also I like to spend time every day with my teammates. We almost do most of the things we do together. Like the whole day we scream, and then we just play solo queue all together, and then we just watch series, watch anime, and the day is finished, and then we do it again.
What anime are you watching right now?
Well, we're all watching Blue Lock.
Oh, nice.
Right now.
Amazing
So
one.
it's kind of nice. It's fun. And the series, right now we watch The Boys.
The Boys, amazing.
And we recently, or maybe a week ago, actually maybe a few days ago, we all renamed to a character in that series. And yeah, it's quite fun so far.
Great taste coming from the side of G2 players, if I may say. Matching the results from the team so far, of course, and let's take a look at the standings and how EU has played out so far, because Koi being first with the Mad Lions team Vitality and G2, BDS being 1-1, and we have Excel, Astralis, SK Gaming and Fnatic, who didn't score a victory yet. Hans, when you look at the standings right now, of course, we still have one game that will be played tomorrow. But did you have these kind of expectations coming from EU teams based on what you've seen in scrims and the way the rosters have been built?
I'm not sure about I didn't know what I think who would be the top teams. I think Koi would be one of the top teams from well, what I saw. I think they are quite good. Their opponent is quite good too. But the others, I guess, yeah, it's hard for me to say about my expectations. I guess Vitality should be able to be at the top, but I don't really know.
Quite early to say, of course,
Yeah,
but
quite early.
Dagda, anything stands out in particular when you look at the standings?
I think despite, well, obviously there's a couple of wins and losses there, but I think some of the teams have been significantly closer. Like obviously Vitality against Fnatic yesterday, just barely able to pick up the win. I think Heretics as well, looking pretty good against Vitality today. So I think there's still a lot of like chopping and changing that can go on, but I think I'm just kind of super excited to see how it all pans out as teams get better at working together because there's been so many changes in the off season. So, I mean, there's still a huge amount to play for.
So many changes, and also with the new formats, interesting in seeing how this one is going to play out. Steven, you're coming back after spending a year in North America in the LCS, and if I may quote the interview we did together earlier this week, you said that this week, don't look at me like this, you know what's coming. You know that you told me that this year was a nightmare for you on a personal standpoint. You were not blaming your teammate and the environment, of course, but I would like you to elaborate on what has been difficult for you in the LCS and why haven't you been able to adapt to this environment, you would say?
Well, I just there in NA, I just felt lost.
Yeah.
I think my mental game was quite bad after some point, and I focused on the wrong things to do. I think I've learned a lot of wrong things about the game, or I realized that I started to have a mentality of being scared and always second guessing.
Okay.
That's what I thought when I came back again to EU to practice solo queue. I was like, oh wow, I can't even win a solo queue because I'm just second guessing all the time. And I was like, oh, my mental is just bad. And for my goals in NA was to win everything and really show up myself there. But slowly I had so many failures. We didn't get to win the spring split. I focused on a lot of bad things. I started feeling more negative. And my mental was just really struggling. And also I was just reading bad stuff from the internet that just made it worse. But I tried my hardest there, but it was just not working, and I felt very angry that I showed such a poor performance. The reason for that, there's many reasons. It just I completely failed the adventure in NA.
Yeah, but you're making a statement, if I may, and I said it at the beginning of PGL, coming back here in EU and starting so strong with G2. When I listen to you, I feel, I mean, of course, you stated yourself, the fact that you were so lost on a lot of aspects. What was your biggest motivation, and what pushed you to come back to Europe?
Well, my motivation, the most of the time I was thinking when I was practicing was really, oh my God, I did such a poor year, and everyone kind of forgot me, and everyone think that I'm washed up or something, and this makes me feel angry because I can see my own play that is really bad in NA, SES, and I just had a big drive to come back at the level that I would feel confident with, and I trained really hard. Like every day I was tryharding. I think there's been so many days I was doing 15, 20 games a day. It's been a long time I didn't do that, but I really wanted to come back, and I think that was just the biggest drive for me. I was just so angry that I did a bad year. I just want to do something different for the next year, this year, 2023.
I think I can speak for a lot of EU fans. It's great to have you back, especially when you're playing games like this. It is so entertaining watching you when you've stepped onto the Rift this entire weekend. Like, it always feels like something special is coming. And I got to ask, like, is there a bot lane now in Europe that you're looking to go up against that you think that, look, this will be the statement game where I show that I am at the top of my game in Europe?
Well, I will be very, very excited to play against Koi bot lane.
Of course.
I really want to play against Trimby.
Yeah.
I think they are such a decent bot lane, a good bot lane, and I think Trimby over the years evolved to be such a strong player, and it amazed me, honestly. I think if we go up against them and would do a good match or beat them, I think I would feel like we are probably at the top. But we will see. I think it's gonna be a good challenge.
Yeah, facing some old teammates, some of them. Also the guy who replaced you, but we will see about this later. Not tomorrow, but let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule though, because we will have some games as it is planned on the new format we have in the LEC, opening with Team Heretics and SK Gaming, BDS XL, G2 versus Australis, Koi versus Fnatic, and Mad Lions versus Vitality. And Dagda, I have my eyes on Mad versus Vitality. 2 teams are 2-0. But also Kaiser versus his old team.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be absolutely insane. I'm loving the fact that we get to see so many of these like top performers now going up against their old squads again. I think it's going to be so cool. But also like the second game from the end there as well, like Fnatic trying to see if they can pick up a win over the course this weekend, going up against Koi. That's going to be a banger as well.
Hans, any expectations for and things you should be looking forward to when it comes to tomorrow's schedule? Facing Australis, I guess you're going for the 3-0 this week. They didn't pick up any victory
I think we are in a really good form, and I think tomorrow is gonna be fun.
All right.
I hope tomorrow is gonna be a very fun day, like today.
Any matchup specifically that you have your eyes on schedule?
I guess Malens and Vitality, since they are both at the top, it will be interesting for me to see how they both perform, because actually Malens is kind of playing well, and I was I was kind of surprised that they are playing that well. And Vitality, I still it will be a hard match, because I'm very interested on how they're, especially their top side play, like
for sure.
Bo and Photon. I think it could be the interesting matchup for me.
Dagda, on the other side, Fnatic versus going up against Koi. Not the strongest start so far here. It's going to be a difficult matchup, maybe. I don't know. What is the understanding from Koi, especially from what we've seen for the first 2 games they had?
I think the biggest thing is, I mean, just how strong, well, one, their bot lane has been, right? We've already kind of touched on the 2v2 kill today has been fantastic, but they're still kind of playing a very similar style. Of, hey, we're going to go back and just play for team fights. We've got Chigenda and Akari topside, but like they're still kind of looking more or less like Koi. I think for Fnatic, when they are struggling in these mid games, when they're struggling in these mid game fights, I think going up against Koi is going to be a big test to see what they can bring to the table.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what our teams have for us in store on the last day of the first week of the winter split in the LEC, because we will have some games tomorrow. Tune in, 5:30 for the pre-show and 6 p.m. for the start of the game. I guess Shox would be really mad if I don't take a PGL selfie before we go. So Hans, this will be time for us to take a picture together. I don't know how we do it, if production can help me on this. Should I just stand up, or let's try and do it like this? Hans, thank you so much for joining us. That was really cool. All right. The artist himself. Thank you again, Hans, for joining us today. And thank you, all of us at home, for following the LEC once again. That's all of us here for today. If you missed any of the action, stay tuned on our rebroadcast starting in just a few minutes. And again, don't forget, with our new format, we'll be back tomorrow for the end of the last day of week 1. Have a good night, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the LEC 2023 winter season, live from Berlin, Germany. Oh my God. So many cool intros prepared for us for this season.
It's not about me, it's about League of Legends, okay?
Don't you talk?
Fine, stop it, stop it.
G2 getting into the studio.
Boo, boo, Oh, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you.
That prison is his tomb. It's exactly what SK were looking for. JC just dead. Just can't do it. Niski takes the kill. Finn does have the knockback with the Intofu strike. It's going to take Niski on a bit of a magical journey himself. All out going in. Niski trader. Oh my god. Sheo looks for it. Oh, the flash away from DOS. Perfect execution. Glacial Prism hits. Sheo steals it.
Brother versus brother. A stun now coming in. Bow now caught out. And to pick up 2. That is huge. Oh! Again, going golden. This is their chance. They steal it. The steal is massive.
I help. Go, nice.
No place.
Yeah, which is? Yeah, we kill them all, no? They're boom! Nice.
Okay, go this out.
No, let me die! Oh, sorry.
I hope they don't give MVP to Niski for this one, guys. Like, there was a Sejuani not missing ultimates. Come on.
Burn it down. The TV now coming in. They just barely managed to finish it. Getting burned. Trippy. The bananas!
Wait me, just wait me.
Yeah. Finish.
No, wait. Kill him. Yeah, I know. Nice. Can I me?
Face hot level 1 man, but the hook manages to land. First blood. Cash out for the Draven. It's disaster. Rux locked down. Now Yank becomes Yumi. Reckless running. Oh, it's a disaster for Fnatic. G2 just too damn clean. Are there any Fnatic fans in the house? Can we get a cheer?
Or it's like, give me an Ardent Sensor any day of the week. That would be absolutely fantastic. Or even a Yumi. I don't...
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
I think we'll
no
just
Yumi.
keep him like that.